the BJP. Waqf JPC stalemate, opposition has walked out now. Fireworks in JPC meeting on Waqf bill, opposition leaders have staged a walkout.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. NDTV.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. We'll get you all the latest ahead of Maharashtra elections as nominations are filed. Lists are still to be released. Also, the latest on the party that was raided in a farmhouse in Telangana. KTR hits out. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. Political parties in Maharashtra in a rush to finalize their candidates for assembly elections. With just a day to go, the BJP has released its third list. Several high-profile leaders filed their nominations. As Delhiites choke on toxic air, the political blame game continues. The Aam Aadmi Party government now accuses the police in Delhi of not enforcing the cracker ban in the capital. The farmhouse raid in Telangana triggers a political slugfest. KTR hits back over the raid, says a family meet has been labelled as a rave party. These false cases are for fighting corruption. KTR's relative takes the Telangana government to court. Fireworks during the Joint Parliamentary Committee meeting on the Waqf bill again. The opposition leaders stage a walkout. Actor Vijay in Tamil Nadu versus the DMK. New political challenger targets the DMK. Actor Vijay says there's one family that is looting the state through underhand dealing, while the DMK hits back, says Vijay is BJP's C team. Our top story now, and KTR has responded to the farmhouse raid that took place on members of his family, and he's hit back at the Congress government, says these false cases are being alleged for fighting corruption, that it's a malicious campaign and a political conspiracy. He says, is it wrong for a family to meet on Diwali? Now, a political slugfest broke out over the police raid that took place at a farmhouse allegedly owned by BRS working president KT Ramarao's brother-in-law Raj Pakhala, and booking of one person who allegedly tested positive for drugs. 30 people were said to have been partying when the Cyberabad Special Operations Team conducted this raid on Saturday night following complaints by locals. However, the BRS has alleged that the Chief Minister Revanth Reddy was trying to trap Ramarao, also known as KTR, in a false case, and were framing a family party as a drugs party. Now, KTR and his wife were not present at the farmhouse, is what the BRS have said. And this has also been taken to court. KTR's relative has filed a plea in the High Court seeking the court's intervention, alleging a bid to falsely implicate them in this case by labeling a family gathering as a rave party.
Constant character assassination. I mean, see, when a political party, a working president who's been a former minister, he's a legislator every day. In fact, yesterday morning also, he was at the Uppal sewage treatment plant. Just last week ago, we've seen how a Congress minister, Konda Sureka Garu, threw vile and baseless allegations. Of course, she got a rap from the court, national media, state, everyone did not like it. Even people involved in it, be it actress Samantha or Nagarjuna, they all called out. People have condemned it. But then, you know, one more affected party in this was KTR himself. So he had to go to the court. The court stood by him. They asked to pull out the videos from internet. Congress should have learned out of it. And now again, this, a family function being called a rave party, and all guided from the Chief Minister's office. We have our constitutional rights. You call a family function a rave party. You seize alcohol and you call them drugs. So you are trying to character assassinate. You want to take on KCR's family, and now because you do not have issues to target KTR, you're coming up with such nonsense. Definitely we'll go to the court.
See, as claimed by BRS party that it is not a farmhouse, it is a farmhouse. Because in another case which is being filed by the excise department, A1 was Karthik, who is none other than the manager of that farmhouse. Any residents will not have any manager, and in that case BRS should answer that. And it is located in the outskirts of the city. And if that is the case, it should have been the residence of any of their relatives or family members. when we inquired about it, that farmhouse is, the owner of that farmhouse is none other than Raj Pakala Raj, who is the brother-in-law of KTR. Now the question is, if that is a family party, then how come any person with drugs is found? We are inquiring the matter and police is doing their duty. Why are you in a panic mode? Why BRS party are in a panic mode? We are not understanding that. There are two questions which they are failing to address. That is, it is no one's residence. It is a farmhouse, and they are saying that it is a vendetta politics. Then how come a person who tested positive is found in the very same event?
ఈ పార్టీలో ట్విట్టర్ టిల్లు కుటుంబ సభ్యులున్నట్టుగా, ప్లస్ ఆయనకు దగ్గర సంబంధించిన వ్యక్తులు ఉన్నట్టుగా, ముఖ్యంగా డ్రగ్స్ సప్లై చేసేటువంటి ప్రధాన వ్యక్తులు అందరూ ఉన్నట్టుగా ఇలా సమాచారం వచ్చింది. కాబట్టి ఈ విషయంలో వెంటనే సీరియస్ గా విచారణ జరపాలని చెప్పి భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నది. ముందుగా టవర్ లొకేషన్స్ ఐడెంటిఫై చేయండి, దాన్ని గుర్తించండి. మొత్తం సీసీ ఫుటేజ్ మొత్తం బహిర్గతం చేయాలి. దాంతోపాటు ముఖ్యమైన వ్యక్తుల పాస్పోర్ట్లను వెంటనే సీజ్ చేయాలని చెప్పి మేము డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నాం.
All right, let's go across to Uma Sudhir now for all the very latest. And Uma, a massive, political slugfest over this entire raid issue. Now, KTR has also hit out and says he's being targeted by the Chief Minister for calling out corruption.
Yes, indeed. KT Ramarao, in fact, held a press conference last night. That is when he said that all this is diversionary politics, and he says it is because they are wanting to target him because he's taking on the government and the Chief Minister on the issue of the Musi development front, the Hydra, people being displaced because of Hydra, and also the non-fulfillment of promises by the Congress government. And he says it is because of that they seem to have targeted his family, and he says they are stooping so low as to bring in family into this, whereas he says it was a family gathering that happened at the residence of his brother-in-law Raj Pakala, where he had moved in about a couple of weeks ago, and pre-Diwali he decided to invite close family and also friends, and they were having a private party for which the government seems to suggest that there should be permissions. And he says yes, there was liquor consumption, yes, but it was a party where the family members from a 70-year-old mother-in-law of KT Ramarao, who is the mother of Raj Pakala, as well as children as young as 2 years, 4 years and 7 years were present, and that there was no drug that was consumed. And he points to the fact that excise officials have also confirmed that no drug has been seized from the premises. When he was specifically asked about one person testing positive or reportedly testing positive who was present, there were about 21 men and 15 women who are said to have been at the premises, and KTR says that even that is an attempt to kind of suggest that it was some other kind of a party, whereas it was couples who had come there, families who had come there, and therefore they were not like men and women as in separate entities, but families who had gathered there. And he says that when there is no drug seizure, why call it a rave party? So all this, his party and he are saying is part of a character assassination attempt, and that's the reason why his brother-in-law, who was today summoned in fact by the Mokila police to come to the police station, he has gone to court questioning the action of the police in this particular case. You would recall that Minister Konda Surekha, the Congress minister here, had in fact made certain statements blaming Mr. KT Ramarao for the divorce of a celebrity couple, after which KT Ramarao had gone to court and won a defamation case, or rather should I say observations of the court. The court case is not yet over, I will have to correct myself there. The defamation case hearings are still going on, but the court did opine that it was wrong on the part of the minister to make those statements, and those defamatory statements were asked to be removed from social media as well. So in that particular case, of course, we saw several celebrities also coming out and saying that what the minister had done was not something that they welcomed, and they wanted her to withdraw her statements, which she subsequently did. But KT Ramarao saying that all this is turning into a very ugly political battle where they are bringing in the family and without any proof and for all the wrong reasons. Yes, the BJP also getting into the act, whether it's Bandi Sanjay, who's a central minister, as well as Raghunandan Rao, they are all also demanding that there should be CCTV footage that should be made public, and Bandi Sanjay went to the extent of saying that the passports of those involved in this this incident should in fact be seized, and he also says that a very serious inquiry or investigation needs to be carried out into this entire episode itself. But yes, the fact of the case is that no drug has been seized, but Raj Pakala, brother-in-law of KT Ramarao, has been charged under NDPS Act, reportedly because one of the people who was present in the party had reportedly once again tested positive for cocaine. KT Ramarao is in fact asking, if one individual has tested positive and we have now found no drug in the premises, you should be finding out where he got the drug from and where he had consumed it.
That's right, and even asking why is it being, labeled as a rave party. Thanks so much, Uma, for joining us with all the very latest there. Well, let's now get you a news from Maharashtra with the deadline for filing nominations ahead of the assembly elections, which is set for tomorrow. So just a day left to file nominations. Political parties in a rush to finalize their candidates. Several high-profile candidates have filed their nominations today. And now an exclusive with the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. It's his first interview after he filed his nomination. Listen in.
कोपरी पांच पाखड़ी से नामांकन दर्ज किया जा चुका है और मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे लगातार 6 घंटों से लोगों के बीच जा रहे हैं और साथ ही महायुति ने अब तक क्या काम किया
Get that interview for you, the exclusive with
और मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे लगातार 6 घंटों से लोगों के बीच जा रहे हैं और साथ ही महायुति ने अब तक क्या काम किया है लोगों को पता है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद बता रहे हैं। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे खुद मौजूद है। सर, हम देख रहे हैं 6 घंटे से आप लोगों के बीच जा रहे हैं, अब तक का जो आपको रिस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है वो देखकर क्या लग रहा है इस बार?
देखिए, आप ही देखो, ये जो लोगों का रिस्पॉन्स, हमारे मतदाताओं का रिस्पॉन्स, ये मेरी कर्मभूमि है और यही से मैं बड़ा हो गया, नगर सेवक हुआ, आमदार हो गया और मुख्यमंत्री बन गया। इसलिए मेरा चुनाव जो है मेरी लाडली बहना, मेरे लाडले भाई और हमारे लाडले मतदाताओं ने हाथ में ले लिया है। इसकी मुझे खुशी है। वो कहते हैं आप महाराष्ट्र में घूमो, हम यहाँ देखते हैं। ये मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी सौभाग्य की बात है कि ऐसे मतदाता मुझे मिले हैं और जो मैंने काम किया है उसका जो कुछ इनाम निश्चित रूप से ये मेरे मतदाता देंगे, क्योंकि 2.5 साल में जो काम नहीं हुआ, जो काम को ब्रेक लगा दिया, जिसको नकार दिया, जिसमें स्टे दे दिया, वो उस कामों को हम अंजाम दिया, आगे बढ़ाया और सभी स्टे को निकाल दिया, सब ब्रेक हटाया, सब ब्रेकर को निकाल दिया और दूसरी तरफ कल्याणकारी योजना, एक तरफ विकास, दूसरी तरफ कल्याणकारी योजना, ये दोनों को हमने साठ गांठ कर दी। और आज लाडली बहन योजना भी हमने कर दी। लाडली बहन योजना, लाडला भाई योजना, लेक लाड़की लखपति, सभी योजना से हम लोगों को राहत दे रहे। विपक्ष ने भी अपने 2.5 साल का कारोबार का लेखा जोखा दे, हम हमारे 2.25 साल का देते, होने दो दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी, और लोगों को निर्णय लेने दो। ये हमारा चैलेंज है, खुला चैलेंज है और इसलिए इस चुनाव में इतना काम किया है, उसका इनाम निश्चित रूप से हमारे मतदाता देंगे। और घर में बैठने वाले, सिर्फ फेसबुक लाइव करने वाले को का हमेशा के लिए वो घर में बिठाएंगे। हम फील्ड वर्कर हैं, हम 24/7 काम करने वाले। मैं सीएम मीन्स चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं समझता, मैं सीएम इन कॉमन मैन समझता हूँ, खुद को कॉमन मैन समझता हूँ। इसलिए मेरे कॉमन मैन में जाने में मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती। आज मैं भी इनके साथ पैदल चला, ये मेरे लोग हैं, ये सब परिवार है और इसलिए मुझे विश्वास है कि इस चुनाव में सभी रिकॉर्ड अब तक के टूटेंगे, सभी रिकॉर्ड अब तक के टूटेंगे और महायुति की सरकार जो है इस राज्य में थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी से, पूर्ण बहुमत से आएगी।
आपकी लाड़की बहन मैं देख रही हूँ यहाँ पर, सभी जो आपकी लाड़की बहनें हैं वो थाली लेकर आपकी आरती उतारने के लिए खड़ी हैं, आपको पैसे दे रही हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष बता रही है कि ये महज चुनाव के वास्ते किया गया है, चुनाव हो जाएगा तो इसे बंद कर दिया जाएगा। उनके लिए क्या जवाब रहेगा?
ये झूठे लोग हैं, ये जो विपक्ष के लोग, जैसे कर्नाटक में, जैसे हिमाचल में योजना शुरू कर दी, बोले खटाखट देंगे और योजना बंद कर दी, बोले केंद्र सरकार से पैसे लेंगे, लेकिन हमने उल्टा कर दिया, पटापट उनके खाते में पैसे दिए। हमारे लाडली बहनों को 5 हफ्ते दिए, 5 इंस्टॉलमेंट दिए। हमें पता था कि वो लोग आचार संहिता में अड़ंगा डालेंगे, कंप्लेंट करेंगे, इसलिए हम अक्टूबर के पैसे भी, नवंबर के पैसे भी अक्टूबर में दे दिए। ये हमारी नीयत साफ है, ये नीयत खोट नहीं है। उनका हमारा नेशन फर्स्ट है, उनका करप्शन फर्स्ट है, उनका कट कमीशन और करप्शन, यही धंधा है, यही एजेंडा है। खुद राजीव गांधी ने कहा था केंद्र से 1 रुपया आता है तो 15 पैसे जाते हैं लोगों के घर में, 85 पैसे कितने जाते। अभी तो जो मोदी जी भेजते हैं पूरा बंदा 1 रुपया खाते में जाता है डीबीटी द्वारा। ये हमारा काम है, डबल इंजन का काम। इसलिए हमें कोई परवाह नहीं है, हम जनता की अदालत में जा रहे हैं, हमारा काम का लेखा जोखा उनको देंगे, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा और पूरी मेजोरिटी जनता मिलेगी।
सर, आप महायुति के अभी भी मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरे हैं, लेकिन महाविकास अघाड़ी में अभी मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा जो है वो तय हो नहीं पाया है, क्या बोलेंगे?
हमारे में देखो, मुझे करो मुझे करो मुझे करो ये कहने की नौबत नहीं। हमारे यहाँ जैसे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी थे तब दिल्ली से सभी बड़े बड़े नेता आते थे, आज उनके वारस कहने वाले दिल्ली के गली गली में घूम रहे, मुझे करो मुझे करो मुझे करो। अगर आघाड़ी को, महाविकास आघाड़ी को ही उनका चेहरा पसंद नहीं तो महाराष्ट्र को कैसे पसंद होगा, ये मेरा सवाल है।
सर, लोकसभा चुनाव के नतीजों के बाद अब जो है महाविकास अघाड़ी का कहना है
वहाँ फेस के लिए रेस लगे हैं, हमारे पास काम के लिए, डेवलपमेंट के लिए हम उतरे रास्ते पे।
इस बार सर क्या मार्जिन है?
मार्जिन कौन सा? मेरा
जीत का?
मेरा तो सब रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा। ये लोग मैंने अभी चुनाव हाथ में लिया है। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
तो हमने मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे से खास बातचीत की, जिन्होंने बताया कि इस बार रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा और साथ ही देखने होगा कि इस बार महायुति और महाविकास अघाड़ी दोनों ही गुट और दोनों ही जो बड़े गठबंधन हैं वो अपनी जीत को लेकर काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो है निश्चिंत नज़र आ रहे हैं। लेकिन देखना ये होगा कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता किस पर भरोसा दिखाती है और इस बार इस विधानसभा चुनाव के बाद महाराष्ट्र के इस बड़े राज्य में किसकी सरकार बनती हुई नजर आती है।
All right, Eknath Shinde, they're saying that they will break records in this election this time around, also taunting the MVA, saying वहाँ पे तो face के लिए race है, as they've not declared who their chief ministerial candidate is. NDTV Sujata also spoke to Shrikant Shinde. Let's listen in.
Chief Minister Eknath Shinde today fills his nomination form here in Thane, and also we have got MP as well as his son Shrikant Shinde with us. So we see that a huge crowd is here to address, and the CM since the last 6 hours is continuously speaking to people. How is it going to be this time? Is it going to be a 4th win from the same constituency for the Chief Minister?
So this crowd is after 6 hours. Last 6 hours we're doing this rally, and Honorable Chief Minister is himself here. And I think this is the love, affection, what people have, faith people have in him. Last many years he has worked tirelessly for Maharashtra, for this constituency. And you can see the result here. Yeah, after 6 years, 6 hours also, people are not willing to go to their homes. Still waiting here to hear the Honorable Chief Minister. And I think I also thought that this rally would be 1 hour, 2 hour, but it was 6 hours. He was also present here since our last 6 hours. So I think this is, you can predict what will happen on 23rd.
We also see that a huge crowd of females have come here along with Aarti ki thali for the Chief Minister, as they rightly call him and regard him as their Ladka Bhau. So do you think that the Ladki Bahin Yojana is going to play an important factor in the upcoming Vidhan Sabha elections?
Obviously, Ladki Bahin Yojana, Mukhyamantri Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana is a game changer scheme which we have implemented, and it has percolated to the grassroots level. Nearly 2.3 crore women have been benefited by this Ladki Bahin Yojana. I think any government comes, they introduce lot of schemes, but they stay only on paper, they remain on paper. But this time, these 2 years, so many schemes we have implemented, and out of that one scheme, Mukhyamantri Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana has percolated to the grassroots level. People have received amounts. Females got 7.5 thousand till now. And I think it is a huge amount which makes them self-sustainable, not dependent on anyone. If they wish to do any business, small business, they can start at home. And I think this is a game changer Yojana which has created a lot of impact in Maharashtra, and wherever you see, our Ladki Bahin is there, Ladli Behna is there. क्योंकि उनको पहली बार किसी ने तो रिकॉग्नाइज किया. So this female voters have been recognized for the first time, and not only for the voter being, we have made them. They should not be dependent on their family members if they wish to do anything. Right? You being a female, every time it is not nice to ask for money, and if they want to start any business, small business, big business. So this government initiative and this 1500 rupees per month will not stay 1500 rupees. In coming time, it will multiply. So I think your question, the impact of Ladki Bahin, you can see it.
This region is considered a stronghold.
This is a envelope given by a Ladki Bahin. This envelope contains money which they asked CM sir to pay as a deposit money.
And we can see that here the money, it actually looks like a savings.
Saving. It is saving from, it has 10 rupee note, 20 rupees note, 50 rupees note. So this is a love and affection. And the Ladki Bahin, which they got 1500 from the government, they contributed some amount to give it to their Ladka Bhau. It's also a big thing. So this government is working for higher class, middle class, lower class. We are concentrating on infrastructure work, we are concentrating on metro, we are concentrating on schemes, we are concentrating on farmers. So every section, every strata of the society has been concentrated, have been benefited.
Thane is a stronghold of the Chief Minister since so many years, and this time it is the UBT Shiv Sena who has put their best man forward, that is Kedar Dige from the same constituency. Do you think that is going to impact, or there can be a classification or distribution and the votes can be cut out from the Dige votes?
This time Shinde Saab, Honorable Chief Minister, will win by a higher majority than before. The way he has worked for this constituency, the way he has worked for Maharashtra, people are watching it, people are seeing it, people are loving it. And I think a lot of channels have shown the most popular leader of Maharashtra is Eknath Shinde. So I think it is because only of his sheer hard work and the development work which he has carried out. We aim for a higher victory, higher majority than before.
There is discontentment in the...
And it is not only about this constituency. It is about the Mahayuti Sarkar coming back to power. And the Shiv Sena, Dhanushyaban, winning more seats, having a much better strike rate than Lok Sabha.
It is the Mahavikas Aghadi. There is still discontentment about the Chief Minister, and we already have Shiv Sainiks pleading and appealing Eknath Shinde to become the Chief Minister again. Do you think that the Mahavikas Aghadi has not been able to prep up better for the Vidhan Sabha polls?
See, Mahavikas Aghadi got some more seats only because of the fake narrative. Constitution khatre mein, Arakshan hatayenge. So this fake narrative does not work always. So this is what is happening now in assembly. And also this Mahavikas Aghadi, every leader wants to become a chief minister face. But their companion, their alliance partner does not want any other face from the other party. And it is the selfish motive of Mahavikas Aghadi. It is not the developmental motive. As in Mahayuti, we want Sarkar, we want Mahayuti Sarkar again for 5 years so that we can carry our development works, carry on schemes which Mahavikas Aghadi tend to discontinue, tend to stop after coming to power. So we are not fighting here in between for any chief ministerial phase. We are fighting for our schemes, we are fighting for a development work that should be continued for next 5 years.
Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us. We heard MP Shrikant Shinde, who spoke about the work that has been done by the Mahayuti government so far, and he's very confident that this time too it is this particular seat that Eknath Shinde, like the previous 3 times, will win it with a majority. With video journalist Hemant Mohite, Ms. Sujata Dwivedi for NDTV 24/7.
Right, and staying with news of Maharashtra, just a day left for nominations for the list to be declared. So political parties are in a rush to finalize their candidates. And let's go to Maria for the latest on this. And Maria, so far, if we talk about the MVA, it's got 261 candidates that they have declared. And the Mahayuti has declared 260 candidates. So still some 27 candidates left to declare and a day to go.
Yes, absolutely. Less than 24 hours for the nomination deadline to get over. And what we are seeing on both the sides, be it Mahayuti or Mahavikas Aghadi, the number of pending candidates is almost the same. It's 27 for Mahavikas Aghadi and 28 for Mahayuti. And for the BJP, 146 candidates they have announced so far. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had communicated to those leaders who were involved in the negotiations with other members of the Mahavikas Aghadi that the Congress should be contesting on more number of seats. Remember, their initial formula was 85 each, but it was definitely increased later. So for the Congress, they have announced 100 candidates so far for the 100 seats that the Congress party is contesting. As far as those 27 seats are concerned, we'll have to wait and see. But largely, it is, there is almost like a stalemate on most of the seats, which is near Mumbai. So in all, the Bombay region has 36 seats in 288-member Maharashtra Assembly. That is where both the sides are being very, very careful. Because in a number of seats, it could be BJP versus Sena and Sena versus Sena, which essentially means Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena. But overall, Gargi, it appears that both the parties are racing against time and expect perhaps till late night or maybe early morning, the entire list will be clear because none of the parties will be leaving even a single seat uncontested to ensure both the sides and the alliances are firmed up. But yes, the contentious issues are largely in the Bombay region and also parts of Vidarbha. You know, in Vidarbha, in all, it is 66 seats in 288-member Maharashtra Assembly. In most of these seats is BJP versus Congress. And it is often said that whichever party carries Vidarbha actually goes on to win the the Maharashtra Assembly. And interestingly, since 1984, Gargi, not a single party has won or got a complete majority. In Maharashtra, it has always been a fractured mandate, an alliance which wins, a pre-poll alliance which wins and forms the government. So it's a very interesting and fascinating battle. And because there are 6 parties in fray, the larger sense is that there are 288 battles which are being fought on the basis of local issues and local faces.
All right, Maria, thanks so much for joining us there. So for both sides, 28 to 27 seats left to decide on. Thanks so much for that. But as Maria said, several key seats of Mumbai are still undecided. The city that has 36 assembly seats is all set to witness high-profile contests, including that of Milind Deora versus Aditya Thackeray. The BJP has come up with its third list, though. In Mumbai, the MVA has declared 30 seats and the Mahayuti around 27 seats. There have also been fights over candidates of seats such as Malegaon, Pimpri, Chinchwad as well. Let's go across to Anuj now for more. And Anuj, so the parties will really be burning the midnight oil trying to finalize these seats, and these are the real high-profile seats. So it seems it's taking more time. There must be more, push and pull happening over these particular seats.
Clearly, the next 24 hours are going to be very crucial for both the alliance partners here. And when we talk about constituency to constituency, the problem here is not just on thinking on which is the best candidate that can give forth, but it is also about tapping down the intra-party rivalry. When we talk about, let's take a few examples to understand that. Firstly, Worli. Now, Worli was won by Uddhav Thackeray's son Aditya Thackeray last time around. And now against him are 2 candidates, basically. One from MNS, that is Sandeep Deshpande, a very strong firebrand leader as far as MNS is concerned, and Milind Deora from Shiv Sena, Shinde faction of Shiv Sena. And the problem here is that we saw a few days ago, the Worlikers, they came on road to a lot of Shiv Sena supporters themselves, and they demanded for a leader from their own constituency to represent the constituency rather than getting someone else from the outside. So, what this indicates is that a party cannot really guarantee a full-fledged support from its cadre itself when it comes to such crucial seats. Another example of this will be Bandra East when Mahavikas Aghadi is concerned. Because in Bandra East, there was a lot of contentions between the Congress party and Shiv Sena party. In the end, the seat has gone to Shiv Sena, where Varun Sardesai will be fighting it out against Zishan Siddiqui, who won from Congress last time around. But this time around, he'll be fighting from NCP Ajit Pawar faction. And as far as Varun Sardesai is concerned, of course, he won a very important university election a few weeks ago. But then one of the major concerns that Bandra East people have is the fact that Varun Sardesai is not even a resident of Bandra East. So how is it going to be possible for them to trust him when it comes to administrative work? So, these are the few examples which we can basically apply to all of those important seats which are still contentious, be it Kolaba, be it Versova, be it a few seats in North Mumbai, be it a few seats in Vidarbha, be it a few seats in Western Maharashtra as well, where, everything is not fine when it comes to both the alliances. Talking specifically about Mumbai, both the alliances, that is Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi, are yet to give their, their candidates on 6 to 8 crucial seats. And considering that the clock is ticking, considering that we've got less than 24 hours to finalize it, a lot will be determined in the next few hours, especially because the more the delay is between the parties to the voters here, or even between the candidates themselves, the delay will also kind of extend further and will result into delay in campaigning and affecting the entire morale of not just the volunteers, but also the candidates who are going to fight the election. So yes, it is going to be very crucial the next 24 hours, that is for all the 6 parties involved, but especially for Shinde Sena, Shiv Sena UBT, Congress Party, which are considered to be 3 major forces active here in the Mumbai region of the city.
All right, Anush, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So more names perhaps emerge tonight or early tomorrow morning, just a day to go to file nominations. And as we've been reporting, around 27, 28 seats still left for both sides to declare, especially around Mumbai. With that, we'll slip into a short break. A lot more coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Spanish counterpart Pedro Sanchez today inaugurated the Tata Aircraft Complex in Gujarat's Vadodara for manufacturing C295 aircraft by Tata Advanced Systems. A total of 56 aircrafts are there under the C295 program, of which 16 are being delivered directly by Airbus from Spain, and the remaining 40 are to be made right here in India. Tata Advanced Systems Limited is responsible for making these 40 aircrafts, and this facility will be the first private sector final assembly line for military aircraft in India. It will involve the full development of a complete ecosystem from the manufacturing to assembly, test and qualification to delivery and maintenance of the complete life cycle of the aircraft.
आज से हम भारत और स्पेन की पार्टनरशिप को नई दिशा दे रहे हैं। हम C295 ट्रांसपोर्ट एयरक्राफ्ट के प्रोडक्शन की फैक्ट्री का शुभारंभ कर रहे हैं। ये फैक्ट्री भारत स्पेन संबंधों को मजबूती देने के साथ ही मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड इस मिशन को भी सशक्त करने वाली है और टाटा की पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
Today we are not only officially inaugurating a cutting-edge industrial facility, today we're also witnessing how an extraordinary project between two emblematic companies becomes a reality. Prime Minister Modi, this is also the triumph of your vision to turn India into an industrial powerhouse and a magnet for investment and business-to-business collaboration. This partnership between Airbus and Tata will contribute to the progress of the Indian aerospace industry and will open new doors for the arrival of other European companies.
Well, to talk more about the significance of this, we're joined by Air Commodore Ashminder Singh Behel, retired Major General Sanjay Meston, defense analyst. Thank you so much both for joining us on the program. And first, you, Air Commodore, this project is being described as a game changer, big boost for Make in India, the first truly private aerospace assembly line in India. If you can talk about its significance.
First of all, it's a matter of great pride that a private sector industry has been involved in the final assembly plant for C235 aircraft. It's just not the aircraft which is a medium tactical aircraft which can be used both for inter and intra theater. It is the entire ecosystem that comes up by involving a manufacturing sector of an advanced aircraft, and aircraft that can handle 71 soldiers as well as 48 paratroopers. It can be used in medical evacuation, troop transport. It can be used for paradrop, maritime surveillance, as well as for aerial surveillance. So there is a wide variety of roles that can be used for. Also in a two-front situation, it can easily move and transport troops from Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh or from Arunachal Pradesh to Ladakh. It can fly at 25,000 feet, and because of which it can also operate at high altitudes. The most important factor is that the Avro or the HS-74 aircraft required urgent replacement. It is a 1960s aircraft and we needed to replace it. urgently. And therefore, this aircraft, which has advanced technologies, advanced avionics, integrated electronic warfare systems, makes sure that we have an aircraft which is much better than the Avro, and we have an aircraft which is advanced and state-of-the-art, and we have an aircraft which is even better than the AN-32s that the IF is flying today. Just to give you an idea, 1 million hours, labor hours are required to be used in a final assembly plant. So imagine the ecosystem that it creates. Imagine the direct number of jobs that it creates, 3,000 or so, and indirect jobs, which is 15,000. Already 40 MSMEs are already involved in this project. And imagine how many more would get involved when it becomes into a full-fledged manufacturing plant. It is not just the plant that is important, but it is the capabilities that it brings into our manufacturing sector.
Right, so you've spoken about, how this will be very significant in terms of boosting the economy, providing employment as well. I'd like to get the General also in on this. The hope is that this particular military transaction, this particular project is going to break barriers leading to more, because let's face it, in this particular industry is somewhere where India has always been laggard. So your hopes from this project?
Gargi, good evening. Absolutely. I think this is one of the most remarkable projects. Firstly, India is going to be that country which is the 12th country in the world which is now going to produce aircrafts. I think it's a major milestone, and the credit to the government of India and, of course, Ratan Tata, because he was instrumental in all this. I think he is the, who set the pace. But now coming on to this thing, I see the Make in India project and self-reliance Atmanirbhar is taking off so exceedingly well. And I see now that after maybe few years, we'll be having total internal production on this. And perhaps we'll be also exporting to other countries. As on date, we are exporting, to so many countries, so many items, military hardware. But very shortly, once this 56 aircrafts are in our kitty, then I think we'll start exporting, and that will be a great boon for our military industry and for the Indian economy. Now, coming on to the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force, I think the best advantage to the Indian Armed Forces is, and to the Navy, that this aircraft, we have two types of aircraft. One is a strategic airlift and one is a tactical airlift. So now this one will be more towards the strategic airlift, towards the tactical airlift. And having served in the higher altitude areas of Siachen and Leh Ladakh and Arunachal and Sikkim, I think the best advantage is, the atmosphere over there, because of the heights, is rarefied. For aircraft now, the takeoff becomes a little problematic. So the engines are so powerful that the takeoff will be very, very good, and therefore we will be able to operate even at DPO at a height of 18,000 feet. So that is going to be the biggest advantage. Our aircrafts can land there, they can take off from there. So it gives us tactical airlift in extreme high altitude areas, and therefore the employment of para-special forces, of course, they will have to be acclimatized. That's very important aspect. And the forces from there, even our acclimatized troops from Leh, supposing there is a contingency in a site in Depsang area, our troops can be lifted from acclimatized troops from Leh airfield and can be landed at Kois and the one at DBO. So this is going to give a lot of advantage, plus the maritime patrols, including in Andaman Nicobar Islands. We have a long coastline. Indian coastline is about 7,500 kilometers. So maritime patrols and the avionics is extremely good. Even the Bharat Electronics and the Bharat Dynamics are involved in it. So I think it is state of the art, and it's going to be making a great difference for the employment of the Indian Army and the Navy anywhere within our theater of command, whether it is Western sector, whether it is Northern sector. So Gargi, I think the Make in India concept, and of course later we'll be exporting, I think is exceedingly good for the strategic defense of the Indian Armed Forces. Gargi.
All right, thank you so much for that, General. And Air Commodore, while the General did speak about the tactical advantage, and it's being talked about how this is these aircrafts are a huge technological leap for India. If you could also further elaborate on that. You also spoke on it earlier as well, how the C295 aircraft is going to boost our defense tactically.
Absolutely, Gargi. It can be used in so many variety of roles, like the General was also mentioning, that can be used in the maritime surveillance onto medical evacuation, troop transport, as well as cargo transport. I'll just tell you something very interesting. There are 20 countries or so that are utilizing this aircraft, including the French Air Force, the Turkish Air Force, Indonesian, Royal Malaysian Air Force, and Bangladesh Air Force. Now, where we need to focus is that we can create and establish an overhaul and maintenance facility here, where in the region, especially in Southeast Asia, as well as in Bangladesh, that is South Asia, we can become the regional hub for all overhaul and maintenance of CN-235 aircraft. So it is not just make in India, but it would also be importantly make for the world that we could be looking at. And this is one area that perhaps as we go ahead, because there'll be large number of versions of this aircraft will keep coming up later on. And when these versions come up, it would be very easy for countries like Bangladesh and Southeast Asian countries to carry out the overhaul and maintenance in India rather than in any other place far away. Also, when we talk of its technological abilities, we have got integrated electronic warfare system that is indigenous. We have advanced avionics. We have abilities that we are building into the aircraft as well as into the manufacturing sector. Because once those abilities are built into the manufacturing sector, then it's not just this aircraft that we have created the ecosystem, but the other aircraft in which those abilities could be utilized subsequently.
All right, and General, again, you know, this space of this market, if we talk about the global aerospace market, it's dominated by Europe, by the US, but you're, you know, fully optimistic that this is, you know, a significant step towards India's aviation export, and we're going to see that soon.
Yeah, absolutely true. And not only exports, I think the point made by the Air Commodore is absolutely relevant because today logistics, spare part servicing, you know, the turnaround distances for these people who have to get it repaired. I think, and India, the best advantage is we have cheap labor. Everything is much better than being serviced in Europe. So I have no doubts that neighboring countries, whichever countries, whether it is Indonesia, Bangladesh, and even maybe European countries, because in India, the advantage is, firstly, the quality will be very good. Secondly, of course, the cost factor, because, you know, the cost of repairs, cost of overall, cost of all these maintenance, routine maintenance, logistics, this will be extremely good. So I think on that account also, the exports will tend to increase because when they know that you have assured reliability of services, you know, inducting equipment is very easy, but thereafter maintenance, overhaul, everything is more important. And therefore, this will give us a lot of advantages. So exports will go up. In the bargain, maintenance will be also easier. So therefore, once people are assured of this timely maintenance and spare parts and everything, obviously the number of exports will be up because they are assured of the supply chain management. Everything is assured. So I think this is a very exceedingly great step in the right direction. And I feel proud as an Indian that today we are going to be, you know, earlier we have been just importing aircraft. These all strategic and tactical airlifts and even VIP ones like Embraer, etc. But now I think the stage has been set not only for C295. I think in the near future, more countries will opt to do joint collaboration with India. And I think we have space, we have land, we have expertise, we have dedicated people. So all this is going to attract others to start having joint ventures and joint collaboration with India. So I think in the next 10 years, you will see a marked difference in the avionics industry, and India may be one of the 5 top leading countries in the globe. Gargi.
All right, so this is just the beginning. Thank you so much, both Air Commodore Behel and General Meston for joining us on the program. India gets its first private military aircraft plant. Well, moving on to news now of the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the Waqf Bill. And once again, there were dramatic scenes as several opposition members walked out of the meeting of the JPC on the Waqf Amendment Bill, protesting against a presentation which was made by the Delhi Waqf Board. Opposition members claimed that the Delhi Waqf Board administrator who had appeared before the committee made changes to the presentation without the knowledge of the Delhi government. Opposition members alleged that the MCD commissioner and Delhi Waqf Board Administrator Ashwini Kumar completely altered the initial report of the Waqf Board without the Chief Minister's approval, and this led to protests and a walkout once again. So once again, opposition members walking out of the meeting. News now from Tamil Nadu, and taking a dig at Tamilaga Vetri Kazhagam founded by actor Vijay. Tamil Nadu Law Minister S. Raghupati today accused it of being the C team of the BJP. He says we've seen the A team and the B team, but many political parties, but this one is a C team of the BJP. He alleged this while responding to a question on how he viewed Mr. Vijay's comments at his party's first public meeting that the TVK will fight against sectarian forces ideologically. Speaking to reporters, Mr. Raghupati claimed that TVK's action plans announced at the meeting were nothing but a photocopy of the Dravidian model politics of the DMK, which cannot be erased from the people's mind. Actor and TVK President Vijay on Sunday said that his party was committed to secular social justice principles and described Dravidam and Tamil nationalism as two eyes of this land. Addressing the party's first public meeting, he said they would follow social reformer Periyar and former Chief Minister K. Kamaraj, father of Indian Constitution B.R. Ambedkar, and freedom fighters Rani Velu and Nachiyar and Anjalai Amal as the ideological mentors.
நம்மளுடைய ஒரு எதிரி பிளவுவாத சக்திகள், நம்மளுடைய இன்னொரு எதிரி இந்த கரப்ஷன் கபடதாரிகள். அதுக்கு முகமே இருக்காது, முகமுடி தான் இருக்கும், முகமுடி தான் முகமே. இப்படி முகமுடி போட்ட கரப்ஷன் கபடதாரிகள் தான் இப்போ நம்ம கூடவே இருந்துகிட்டு இப்போ இங்க நம்மள ஆண்டுகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. எஸ்,
திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியினுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதை தமிழக மக்களிடத்திலிருந்து அகற்ற முடியாது என்பதை நேற்றைய தினம் அவர்கள் வெளியிட்டிருக்கிற ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பியிலிருந்து நாம் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். எனவே அது ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பி தான். எங்களுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதில் சிலருக்கு விளக்கங்கள் கொடுத்து தந்திருக்கிறார்களே தவிர திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சி, அதுவும் தலைவர் தளபதி முன்னெடுத்து செல்லுகிற அந்த கொள்கைகளை தமிழக மக்களிடமிருந்து யாரும் எடுத்து விட முடியாது, பிரித்து விட முடியாது. அதாவது இதுவரைக்கும் பல அரசியல் கட்சிகளுடைய ஏ டீம் பி டீம் பார்த்துருக்கிறோம். இது பாரதிய ஜனதாவினுடைய சி டீம்.
How do you look at this?
Oh, see, we have already welcomed Vijay coming to politics. We need all everyone to be in the democratic functions. So obviously it is a welcome sign. Let him come. He has spoken some issues which are good to us, some issues which are not aligned with us. So it is his views. Definitely they have certain policy. Everyone will have certain policy, and everyone would like to come to power. That is what he has said.
In his maiden speech, he has taken on the BJP tacitly, describing the party as divisive.
No, I don't think that's what I said. Perception differs and views differ, and to Sam or to someone else, it may be he had targeted BJP. I don't take it in that way. Maybe he would have targeted Congress, which is dividing this country. So I think he has spoken about DMK also. He has criticized DMK very clearly, openly. The Dravida model he has mentioned. So I don't think he mentioned anywhere about BJP. So I think that is...
Everyone knows the party he meant as BJP.
No, that's what I say. Everyone means who? That is the question. So I am not worried about what others think. As far as I know, BJP is not a divisive party.
You don't think it refers to the BJP?
No, if he says it is BJP, then we will answer him. So when he has not said anything, so I don't think there is no necessity for us to, why should I jump into something which he has not told?
The ideology is like old wine in a new bottle. He has taken a leaf from every political party's ideologies and tried to give masalas and mix that will suit TVK. That's what his attempt is all about. However, this is a decent start. We cannot negate the fact that this is not a good start, it's a false start. It's a decent start. We congratulate Vijay and we welcome him on public life. So actor Vijay now getting into public life is a welcome note and is healthier for democracy. And we have to see how he is able to translate that into actions. And what's happening today in Tamil Nadu is dynasty rule in the name of democracy. He criticized that.
Ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu today held its observers meet in the run-up to the 2026 assembly elections, and for specific questions on
the allegations and criticism by Vijay on the ruling DMK, the party refused to directly respond to that. But party sources say that whatever allegations Vijay made yesterday on the ruling DMK, these have been raised by several new parties in the past, and the people have rejected those allegations and have elected the DMK to power it again. And for a specific question on his allegation on family politics, particularly in the context of the elevation of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's son Udayinidhi as his deputy, they say Udayinidhi has been democratically elected, and there is nothing illegal about that. That's what the DMK says. And Vijay's speech has certainly made headlines yesterday. And the BJP, although when Vijay in his speech had targeted the BJP tacitly, saying that party that's divisive and indulging in hate politics would be his ideological enemy. Today, the BJP spokesperson refused to respond to that.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country.
Very good evening and welcome to NDTV. It's time for news break on the broadcast. I'm Ankit Tyagi. Let's take a quick look at the headlines we are tracking at 6 p.m. Maharashtra Chief Minister Akhnoor Shinde speaks exclusively to NDTV after his nomination, says Mahayuti will register a record win. Political parties in Maharashtra in a rush to finalize candidates for assembly elections. With just a day to go for the candidature, the BJP releases its third list. Several high-profile leaders file nomination. As Delhiites choke on toxic air, the political blame game continues. Aam Aadmi Party government accuses the police in Delhi of not enforcing the cracker ban in the national capital. Massive political slugfest in Telangana after a farmhouse said to be close to a relative of KTR raided. KTR hits back, says family meet labelled a rave party. False case of for fighting corruption. The JPC in the Waqf board stalemate continues. Opposition walks out. Fireworks in the JPC meeting on Waqf bill again. Actor Vijay slams the DMK. New political challenger targets the DMK, says there is one family which is looting the state. We're starting with our Maha focus on Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen. The political, the politics in the state is at this moment reaching its crescendo ahead of the elections, with the nomination just 24 more hours for the nominations to be filed. That's the Chief Minister at this moment, Akhnoor Shinde. He is putting everything online. In fact, he went and filed his nomination today. His entire family, his son, his wife and daughter-in-law, along with his granddaughter also there, and so were senior leaders of the Mahayuti. The Chief Minister today filed his nomination. He was not the only one, ladies and gentlemen. There were massive road shows and rallies that took place today as top leaders in Maharashtra filed their nomination. Ajit Pawar, NCP leader, he also filed the nomination today. Interesting contest in his constituency where his own nephew is contesting against Mr. Ajit Pawar. So the family versus family once again in the Lok Sabha constituency of Vidhan Sabha constituency of Baramati, where Ajit Pawar is filing his nomination from. Apart from that, Raj Thakre's son, Amit Thakre, the next Thakre after Aditya to in fact test the electoral waters, he also filed his nomination today. It's been a day of hectic politics in Maharashtra. Let's take a look at some important reactions.
कोपरी पांच पाखड़ी से नामांकन दर्ज किया जा चुका है और मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे लगातार 6 घंटों से लोगों के बीच जा रहे हैं और साथ ही महायुति ने अब तक क्या काम किया है लोगों को पता है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद बता रहे हैं। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे खुद मौजूद है। सर, हम देख रहे हैं 6 घंटे से आप लोगों के बीच जा रहे हैं, अब तक का जो आपको रिस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है वो देखकर क्या लग रहा है इस बार?
देखिए, आप ही देखो, ये जो लोगों का रिस्पॉन्स, हमारे मतदाताओं का रिस्पॉन्स, ये मेरी कर्मभूमि है और यही से मैं बड़ा हो गया, नगर सेवक हुआ, आमदार हो गया और मुख्यमंत्री बन गया। इसलिए मेरा चुनाव जो है मेरी लाडली बहना, मेरे लाडले भाई और हमारे लाडले मतदाताओं ने हाथ में ले लिया है। इसकी मुझे खुशी है। वो कहते हैं आप महाराष्ट्र में घूमो, हम यहाँ देखते हैं। ये मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी सौभाग्य की बात है कि ऐसे मतदाता मुझे मिले हैं और जो मैंने काम किया है उसका जो कुछ इनाम निश्चित रूप से ये मेरे मतदाता देंगे, क्योंकि 2.5 साल में जो काम नहीं हुआ, जो काम को ब्रेक लगा दिया, जिसको नकार दिया, जिसमें स्टे दे दिया, वो उस कामों को हम अंजाम दिया, आगे बढ़ाया और सभी स्टे को निकाल दिया, सब ब्रेक हटाया, सब ब्रेकर को निकाल दिया और दूसरी तरफ कल्याणकारी योजना, एक तरफ विकास, दूसरी तरफ कल्याणकारी योजना, ये दोनों को हमने साठ-गांठ कर दी। और आज लाडली बहन योजना भी हमने कर दी। लाडली बहन योजना, लाडला भाई योजना, लेक लाड़की लखपति, सभी योजना से हम लोगों को वो राहत दे रहे। विपक्ष ने भी अपने 2.5 साल का कारोबार का लेखा जोखा दे, हम हमारे 2.25 साल का देते, और नहीं तो दूध का दूध पानी का पानी, और लोगों को निर्णय लेने दो। ये हमारा चैलेंज है, खुला चैलेंज है, और इसलिए इस चुनाव में इतना काम किया है उसका इनाम निश्चित रूप से हमारे मतदाता देंगे। और घर में बैठने वाले, सिर्फ फेसबुक लाइव करने वाले को का हमेशा के लिए वो घर में बिठाएंगे। हम फील्ड वर्कर हैं, हम 24/7 काम करने वाले। मैं सीएम मीन्स चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं समझता, मैं सीएम इन कॉमन मैन समझता हूँ, खुद को कॉमन मैन समझता हूँ, इसलिए मेरे कॉमन मैन में जाने में मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती। आज मैं भी इनके साथ पैदल चला, ये मेरे लोग हैं, ये सब परिवार है, और इसलिए मुझे विश्वास है कि इस चुनाव में सभी रिकॉर्ड अब तक के टूटेंगे, सभी रिकॉर्ड अब तक के टूटेंगे, और महायुति की सरकार जो है इस राज्य में थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी से पूर्ण बहुमत से आएगी।
आपकी लाड़की बहन मैं देख रही हूँ यहाँ पर सभी जो आपकी लाड़की बहनें हैं वो थाली लेकर आपकी आरती उतारने के लिए खड़ी हैं, आपको पैसे दे रही हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष बता रही है कि ये महज चुनाव के वास्ते किया गया है, चुनाव हो जाएगा तो इसे बंद कर दिया जाएगा। उनके लिए क्या जवाब रहेगा?
ये झूठे लोग हैं, ये जो विपक्ष के लोग, जैसे कर्नाटक में, जैसे हिमाचल में योजना शुरू कर दी, बोले खटाखट देंगे, और योजना बंद कर दी, बोले केंद्र सरकार से पैसे लेंगे, लेकिन हमने उल्टा कर दिया, पटापट उनके खाते में पैसे दिए। हमारे लाडली बहनों को 5 हफ्ते दिए, 5 इंस्टॉलमेंट दिए। हमें पता था कि वो लोग आचार संहिता में अड़ंगा डालेंगे, कंप्लेंट करेंगे, इसलिए हम अक्टूबर के पैसे भी, नवंबर के पैसे भी अक्टूबर में दे दिए। ये हमारी नीयत साफ है, ये नीयत खोट नहीं है। उनका हमारा नेशन फर्स्ट है, उनका करप्शन फर्स्ट है, उनका कट कमीशन और करप्शन, यही धंधा है, यही एजेंडा है। खुद राजीव गांधी ने कहा था केंद्र से 1 रुपया आता है तो 15 पैसे जाते हैं लोगों के घर में, 85 पैसे कितने जाते। अभी तो जो मोदी जी भेजते हैं पूरा बंदा 1 रुपया खाते में जाता है डीबीटी द्वारा। ये हमारा काम है, डबल इंजन का काम है, इसलिए हमें कोई परवाह नहीं है। हम जनता की अदालत में जा रहे, हमारा काम का लेखा जोखा उनको देंगे, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा, और पूरी मेजॉरिटी जनता मिलेगी।
सर, आप महायुति के अभी भी मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरे हैं, लेकिन महाविकास अघाड़ी में अभी मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा जो है वो तय हो नहीं पाया है, क्या बोलेंगे?
हमारे में देखो, मुझे करो ये कहने की नौबत नहीं। हमारे यहाँ जैसे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी थे, तब दिल्ली से सभी बड़े बड़े नेता आते थे, आज उनके वारस कहने वाले दिल्ली के गली गली में घूम रहे, मुझे करो। अगर आघाड़ी को, महाविकास आघाड़ी को ही उनका चेहरा पसंद नहीं तो महाराष्ट्र को कैसे पसंद होगा, ये मेरा सवाल है।
सर, लोकसभा चुनाव के नतीजों के बाद अब जो है महाविकास अघाड़ी का कहना है
वहाँ फेस के लिए रेस लगे हैं, हमारे पास काम के लिए, डेवलपमेंट के लिए हम उतरे रास्ते।
इस बार सर क्या मार्जिन है?
मार्जिन कौन सा? मेरा
जीत का?
मेरा तो सब रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा। ये लोग मैंने अभी चुनाव हाथ में लिया है। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
तो हमने मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे से खास बातचीत की, जिन्होंने बताया कि इस बार रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा, और साथ ही देखने होगा कि इस बार महायुति और महाविकास अघाड़ी दोनों ही गुट और दोनों ही जो बड़े गठबंधन हैं वो अपनी जीत को लेकर काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो है निश्चिंत नज़र आ रहे हैं। लेकिन देखना ये होगा कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता किस पर भरोसा दिखाती है, और इस बार इस विधानसभा चुनाव के बाद महाराष्ट्र के इस बड़े राज्य में किसकी सरकार बनती हुई नजर आती है। थाने से कैमरा पर्सन हेमंत मोहिते के साथ सुजाता द्विवेदी, एनडीटीवी इंडिया के लिए। Got MP as well as his son Shrikant Shinde with us. So we see that huge crowd is here to address, and the CM since the last 6 hours is continuously speaking to people. How is it going to be this time? Is it going to be a 4th win from the same constituency for the Chief Minister?
So this crowd is after 6 hours. Last 6 hours we're doing this rally, and Honorable Chief Minister is himself here. And I think this is the love, affection, what people have, faith people have in him. Last many years he has worked tirelessly for Maharashtra, for this constituency, and you can see the result here. Yeah, after 6 years, 6 hours also, people are not willing to go to their homes, still waiting here to hear the Honorable Chief Minister. And I think I also thought that this rally would be 1 hour, 2 hour, but it was 6 hours. Was also present here since our last 6 hours. So I think this is, you can predict what will happen on 23rd.
We also see that a huge crowd of females have come here along with Aarti ki thali for the Chief Minister, as they rightly call him and regard him as their Ladka Bhau. So do you think that the Ladki Bahin Yojana is going to play an important factor in the upcoming Vidhan Sabha elections?
Obviously, Ladki Bahin Yojana, Mukhyamantri Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana is a game changer scheme which we have implemented, and it has percolated to the grassroots level. Nearly 2.3 crore women have been benefited by this Ladki Bahin Yojana. Most, I think, any government comes, they introduce a lot of schemes, but they stay only on paper, they remain on paper. But this time, these 2 years, so many schemes we have implemented, and out of that one scheme, Mukhyamantri Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana has percolated to the grassroots level. People have received amounts. Females got 7.5 thousand till now. And I think it is a huge amount which makes them self-sustainable. Not dependent on anyone. If they wish to do any business, small business, they can start at home. And I think this is a game changer Yojana which has created a lot of impact in Maharashtra, and wherever you see, our Ladki Bahin is there, Ladli Behna is there. क्योंकि उनको पहली बार किसी ने तो रिकॉग्नाइज किया. So this female voters have been recognized for the first time, and not only for the voter being, we have made them, they should not be dependent on their family members if they wish to do anything, right? You being a female, every time it is not nice to ask for money, and if they want to start any business, small business, big business. So this government initiative, and this 1500 rupees per month will not stay 1500 rupees. In coming time, it will multiply. So I think your question, the impact of Ladki Bahin, you can see it.
Right, some breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir at this moment. One terrorist has been neutralized by the security forces in the Akhnoor encounter. Remember, there were shots fired on the military personnel, on the army, in fact, by the terrorists. After that, the entire area was cordoned off. And then, of course, this encounter ensued, in which now the report coming in suggests that one terrorist has been, in fact, eliminated by the security forces. Going across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who is joining me at this moment with more details of this story. Nazir, you give our viewers what is happening at this moment on the ground. How many terrorists were there? What's the latest?
Well, as you, Ankit, said, according to army, one militant has been killed and weapons have also been recovered from encounter site. But that's not all. Operation is still underway. 2 to 3 militants are still believed to be holed up in the area. And in a very, very rare, operational measure, army has also deployed its BMP, to these infantry combat vehicles. So it is very, very rare when you kindly, use those kind of, infantry combat vehicles in an anti-terror operation in Akhnoor. And also National Security Guards and NSG is also part of this anti-terror operation in Akhnoor area. This all started early this morning when militants fired at an army convoy, and army ambulance was also hit by bullets. According to army, no injury took place during that attack, but a swift retaliation was ensured, and which led to an encounter during the whole day. There were mass heavy firing going on. In fact, some rockets were also fired at the target site where militants were suspected to be hiding. This is also a jungle area in Akhnoor, and it is, according to army sources, that this could be a freshly infiltrated group of militants who may have infiltrated just a day or two back. And today morning they fired at an army convoy, and all the security agencies, army, police, paramilitary force, National Security Guards are involved in this operation. There is clearly a spike in militant attacks or the encounters in Jammu and Kashmir. As we see, the mountain or the jungle warfare is posing a major challenge to the security forces in the Jammu and Kashmir. But this operation right now is on, and these are infantry combat vehicles for the first time I have seen in the recent past when they are being used during an anti-terror operation.
possibly after, in fact, many losses that we have seen of the Indian Army, and the Army being more cautious in their approach when it comes to these terrorists. And as Nazir was pointing out, new, in fact, infantry vehicles, the BMPs have been also used as far as this operation is concerned. Nazir, thank you for joining us with all those details. We'll keep tracking this story very, very closely. Moving back to Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen, where the nomination process, as I told you earlier, of the bigwigs, in fact, has been going on. And, we heard the Chief Minister also at this moment who spoke to my colleague Sujata. But let's give you a very quick overview with just 24 hours to go. Where does the nomination deadline, in fact, stand at? So 24 hours to go for the deadline. So far, the Maha Vikas Aghadi has declared 261 candidates. Remember, the Maharashtra Assembly is 288 candidates, out of which 261 of the Maha Vikas Aghadi have been declared. Meanwhile, candidates for about 27 seats is pending as far as Maha Vikas Aghadi is concerned. Where does the parties of this camp stand? Congress has declared 100 seats. Uddhav Sena has declared 83, and Sharad Pawar, NCP, has declared 76 candidates. Meanwhile, let's in fact move on to the Mahayuti, where 260 candidates have been declared for Mahayuti, with 28 pending, with BJP at 100, Shiv Sena at 65, and NCP at 49. All right, let me go across to my colleague Anuj, who's joining us at this moment on this story for more. Anuj, important at this moment is going to be how the political parties, in fact, now ensure that there is minimal rebellion. That's going to be possibly the biggest worry as far as political parties are concerned, with 24 hours to go for the candidature of the various candidates. Now, that is possibly the reason why till the last moment certain seats have not been declared.
Look at the situation. I think it is not completely possible for the parties to eliminate or eradicate the risk of rebellion, especially when we saw such a high-level rebellion take place, not just in one party, but two major Maharashtrian parties in the last couple of years. So it is set some sort of precedent for a lot of local players to take up that seat, especially when they know that there's a lot of there's a lot of what we can term as a khichdi on both the alliances, be it Maha Vikas Aghadi or Mahayuti, because it's not just the three primary parties that we are talking about, but there are also several smaller parties as well. And whenever there is so much of an accumulation of different parties, the value of independence increases a lot. Now, independents may not necessarily always show their strength by winning the election, but then it will be a very important tool used by several political parties. And as the history has had its way in Maharashtra, especially by getting the vote share of a certain candidate, which is where the political arithmetic of the leaders of Sharad Pawar's stature or Fadnavis's stature will come at play, right? Secondly, it's just 24 hours to go. And in these 24 hours, we are seeing that while all the parties are trying to show a picture that, well, they've been putting lists out showing that things are sorting itself out when it comes to candidature being given to different people. But if we look at it closely, the 20 to 30 candidates, or 20 to 30 seats rather, which were in question 10 days ago, still continue to remain in question, which means that even 24 hours before the deadline of submitting the candidature, we still do not have clarity on those 20 to 30 seats, which have been crucial for both these sides since a long time. Now, talking about the different partners, now
right.
that is
just hold on. Just hold on to that thought. Just hold on to that thought. I'm just coming back to you because you are talking about some crucial seats, and most of these crucial seats also fall, ladies and gentlemen, in the Mumbai region, the larger Mumbai region. So, what are these seats? Because several of the key seats of Mumbai are still undecided. The city has 36 assembly constituencies, and all of them are, expected to witness high-profile contests with, Milan Dera versus Aditya Thackeray. The BJP, meanwhile, has to decide upon its list as well. In Mumbai, the MVA has declared 30 candidates and the Mahayuti has declared around 27. There have also been fights over the candidates of seats, which candidate from which seat, such as Malegaon, Pimpri Chinchwad. Meanwhile, Maharashtra Chief Minister and Shiv Sena Chief Eknath Shinde on Monday filed, like I said earlier, we showed you how he filed his nominations. Going back to my colleague Anuj, just to try and understand this entire conundrum for both the sides. Anuj, Mumbai remains a prestige battle for, of course, each side. What are the seats? Where is it stuck as far as Mahayuti is concerned and the Mahavikas Aghadi?
When you talk about Mumbai, Mumbai, as you said, has 36 seats, and these 36 seats often play a very crucial role when it comes to determining the end product. Be it Versova, be it Kolaba, be it several seats in the northern suburbs of the city, and several of those seats where the control of North Indian population is very high. These are the seats which have become a point of contention, not just for Mahayuti, but also for Mahavikas Aghadi. And a lot of this does not have to do with the color of the party, but has to do with the equation within the alliance. Talking specifically about alliance to alliance, Mahavikas Aghadi it is set in stone that Vidarbha is something where Congress will, when Congress is stronghold, the Congress will lead there, whereas in Mumbai and the Konkan region, it is Shiv Sena who will have a stronger voice. At the same time, when you talk about Mahayuti, the lines become a little finer because that is where the problem starts coming in. The Bharatiya Janata Party has tried to push its way through to get the maximum number of seats, not just in Vidarbha or in the central Maharashtra, but also in Mumbai. Now they are eyeing, we can expect one more list to come out from Bharatiya Janata Party who currently stand at 146. We can expect a list of close to 10 people or 10 candidates to come out. And their tally of Mumbai can well go very close to 20 seats. 20 seats out of 36 for Bharatiya Janata Party and not for Shiv Sena, even if it is Shinde Shiv Sena, will really be very impactful because Shiv Sena is the party which has been claiming that Mumbai is its god, right? At the same time, when you talk about Mahavikas Aghadi, Shiv Sena there has tried its level best, Shiv Sena UBT that is, to get maximum number of seats from Congress. And that is where the meetings got delayed. Of course, there are a few seats where confusion still prevails. Be it the refusal by Sachin Sawant as far as the Andheri West seat is concerned because he was interested in Bandra East seat. Be it the confusion over the Versova seat where Congress thought that their candidate was stronger than the Shiv Sena candidate. Or even Kolaba seat where the Mahavikas Aghadi is yet to be received. There are several such problems, but none of these are the problems which could not be solved and hence next 24 hours become more crucial.
Absolutely. Crucial 24 hours and the political parties on the contentious seats would want to push it as close to the nomination time cutoff so that they can just close down the window for the rebels as well. Anuj, thank you for joining us with all those details. But ladies and gentlemen, as I said, parties are now rushing in to put their list of candidates. The BJP has come up with another list of 25 names this time. Maximum 3 seats are from Mumbai. The BJP has fielded known faces from Mumbai like Parag Shah from the Ghatkopar East constituency, Bharti Lavkar from the Versova constituency and Sanjay Upadhyay from the Borivali constituency. While against the Maharashtra Congress President Nana Patole, the BJP has fielded local leader Vinash Brahmankar. So this is the BJP's second list, in fact the third list of the Bharatiya Janata Party of 25 candidates which has now been released. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, after the death of his father and switching over to NCP, Ajit Pawar, Zishan Siddiqui, son of late politician Baba Siddiqui, today filed his nomination. Massive security arrangements were put around him. Remember, there is threat to him and the family as well. And that's why you could see a lot more policemen guarding him at this moment. NDTV spoke to him exclusively. Listen.
There's so much outpour of people here, so many people have come here. Why do you think so many people have come on? Does it mean more than electoral politics to you?
Of course, this is a very emotional day for me and my family. Never in our wildest dreams had we imagined that we would be advancing towards my nomination rally, and my father, who's been my pillar of strength always in my life, wouldn't be there with me today. But I have my Bandra family, I have my family, my sisters there with me. My mother gave me her blessings. I went, I'm always talking to Dad. His guidance is always with me. And I know that he'll want me to give this a good fight. And I know that there are things that he fought for. And his fight is something that I will be taking forward. And we will be winning by a record victory.
A natural curiosity here is that you won from a Congress ticket in 2019. And of course, now you've changed not just the party but also the alliance. Do you think that the vote bank that was with you in 2019 will still stick with you?
2009, 2014, 2015, Congress not only lost the elections, but they came second, third, fourth respectively. I don't have anything wrong or anything to say against the Congress party, because they are also, they fall under the pressure of Shiv Sena Bhatta. Giving their seat, the sitting seat to SSUBT is very unfortunate, and it is lost for the cadre. You see all the people out here. I'm happy for the NCP people, the NCP cadre to join with us. You can see Santosh Gwali Dada and a lot of NCP seniors. But along with that, there are a lot of Congress people also, because they are also joined with me with their heart. So you can see there are people from all parties. There are people from SSUBT also who've told me that, nahi bhai, this time we are with you, because they are joined with me. There is a connection of love, and that is more than electoral politics.
Another big name, in fact, who is missing as far as the candidate's name is concerned, is Nawab Malik. Once very, very close to Sharad Pawar, switched sides, and now is with Ajit Pawar. His daughter has been given a ticket, and Sana, is fighting the election. So that's Nawab Malik along with his daughter, who's contesting, in fact, on the NCP symbol, because it's Ajit Pawar's party. He switched over to Ajit Pawar, and though he himself has not been able to get a ticket so far, is expected to fight and as an independent, but his daughter has been given the ticket. So let's see what they said at this occasion.
फादर का साथ होना उनका गढ़ है, उनकी समर्थन पे, और ये भीड़ आपको क्या लग रहा है, कैसी इस बार की लड़ाई होगी?
हम काम करने वाले लोग हैं। हमने पिछले जब इधर की जनता ने मेरे पिताजी को चुन के दिया है काम करने के लिए, वो पूरी ताकत से लोगों के लिए उन्होंने सेवा की है। मैं पिछले 7 साल से अनुशक्ति नगर क्षेत्र में काम कर रही हूँ। आप लोगों के प्यार को देखोगे तो वो जानते हैं कि सना मलिक कौन है। वो कोई नवाब मलिक की बेटी बन के नहीं उतर रही है, आज अनुशक्ति नगर की बेटी बन के उतरी है, और ये प्यार दिख के आ रहा है। और लोगों के साथ हमने उनके सुख दुख में काम किया है, और कुछ शॉर्ट टर्म में जब मेरे पिताजी हमारे साथ नहीं थे, तब ये जनता ने हमारे सुख दुख में हमारा साथ दिया है।
किस तरह से आपने कनेक्ट किया? जब नवाब मलिक साहब जेल में थे, आपने पूरी कोशिश की कि उनके काम को आगे आप कंटिन्यू करें, किस तरह से आपने कनेक्ट किया, और उनके इस गढ़ में क्या क्या आपको लगता है कि बुनियादी मुद्दे हैं जो अहम है?
मैं पिछले 5 साल से पूरी ताकत से मेरे पिताजी के साथ खड़ी हुई अनुशक्ति नगर चुनाव में और अनुशक्ति नगर क्षेत्र में। जब वो मंत्री बन गए, उनकी जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई, तो जमीनी तौर पे जिम्मेदारी मुझे दे दी गई थी और मैं संभाल रही थी। महिलाओं का प्यार हमेशा मुझे मिलते रहा। इधर महिलाओं को और सक्षम बनाने का काम हम कर रहे हैं। हमारे इधर अनुशक्ति नगर में ऐसा है कि मुंबई का एंट्री पॉइंट है, उससे कनेक्टिविटी का एक मेजर इशू है, वो हम सॉल्व कर रहे हैं। और लोगों के साथ उनकी डेवलपमेंट का, मैं एक आर्किटेक्ट होने के नाते जानती हूँ कि प्रोग्रेस जो है एक दिन का नहीं होता है, डेवलपमेंट जो होता है वो एक दिन का नहीं होता है, और लगातार एक प्रयास है, वो चालू रहता है, और हमने काफ़ी काम किया है और आगे भी करते रहेंगे।
दिस इज व्हाट आई वाज कमिंग टू। यू आर एन आर्किटेक्ट, आप लॉयर हैं, तो राजनीति में जो ये आपकी एंट्री हुई है, आपकी इच्छा रही या फैमिली प्रेशर रहा?
ना किसी का प्रेशर था और ना ही किसी की कभी इच्छा थी। मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि 2008 और 2009 में जब मैं रिजवी आर्किटेक्चर कॉलेज में थी, तब मैं अपने कॉलेज में प्रेसिडेंट के इलेक्शन में खड़ी हुई थी, और तब मैंने वहाँ से जीत की शुरुआत की थी। 2017 में मैंने पीएमसी के चुनाव लड़े थे, उसमें मुझे पराभव झेलना पड़ा, लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि अब की जो ये है, मैंने 2017 में बहुत एक नवसिखिया के जैसे इलेक्शन में उतरी थी, लेकिन अब की पूरे अनुभव के साथ और पूरे 5 साल लोगों के बीच में काम करते हुए इस बार चुनाव लड़ रही हूँ।
After the uncle and nephew feud of the NCP, Sharad Pawar versus Ajit Pawar, things got bitter in the Lok Sabha elections with Ajit Pawar's wife fighting against Supriya Sule. But if you thought that was the end of the fighting in the family, well, there is another chapter in this saga. Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Ajit Pawar, the NCP leader, today filed his nomination from the Baramati constituency. And guess who's fighting against him? His own nephew. Yogendra Pawar has also filed his nomination, who is in fact being supported by NCP Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule. Now, Supriya Sule is the Lok Sabha MP of the Baramati constituency, while Ajit Pawar, Baramati Vidhan Sabha constituency is his stronghold. How will this be, in fact, play out? That remains now the big question.
बारामतीकर बहुत अच्छे वोटों से मुझे जिताएंगे ऐसा मुझे भरोसा है। मैंने सुप्रिया के खिलाफ मेरे पत्नी को खड़ा किया, वो मेरी भूल थी। ये भूल वापिस इन्होंने नहीं करनी चाहिए थी, लेकिन की है। आखिर वोटर उसके बारे में डिसीजन लेंगे।
personal fight for me ever. Even when I fought my Lok Sabha, I said the same thing, that it was never a personal fight for me, it's an ideological fight for me. It's unfortunate. Abhi, look at what is happening. Look at Mengai, look at Berozgari, look at the corruption. It's terrible in this state. Look at the GST issues. Look, ask any farmer if when you are traveling here, that what is this? It is, for me, it's never personal. Even in the Lok Sabha, I never made it personal because for me, it's an ideological fight. It's not the person. I'm fighting against the policies of Government of India. I'm fighting against the policies of Government of Maharashtra.
Time for us to slip into a very short break at this moment. News and updates will continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Political parties in Maharashtra are in a rush to finalize candidates for assembly elections with just one day to go for the cutoff. The BJP released its third list. Several high-profile leaders filed their nomination. As toxic air chokes Delhi, the political blame game continues. Aam Aadmi Party government accuses the Delhi police for not enforcing the cracker ban. Farmhouse raid in Telangana triggers a political slugfest. KTR hits back, says family meet labelled a rave party. False cases filed for fighting corruption. Waqf JPC stalemate continues as the opposition once again stages a walkout. Fireworks in the JPC meeting on the Waqf bill.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the petroling which we were doing in 2020.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से
दुनिया में स्थिरता आए।
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही. राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just shift our focus to Telangana, where a raid at a farmhouse has created massive political slugfest. It is full-on political fight between the BRS and the ruling Congress party there. In fact, it was a raid which was conducted on a farmhouse of one of the relatives, said to be relatives or somebody close to the ruling family, to the former, in fact, top family of Telangana. It was Mr. KTR who has now responded to all these allegations. Now, after this raid, KTR has said that false cases have been filed for fighting corruption in Revant Reddy's government, malicious campaign and a political conspiracy. Is it wrong for a family to meet on Diwali? Family gathering has been labelled as rave party is what KTR has said. He said officials said that road drug was found and narcotics case have been made on the orders of top leaders.
Constant character assassination. I mean, see, when a political party, a working president who's been a former minister, he's a legislator every day. In fact, yesterday morning also, he was at the Uppal sewage treatment plant. Just last week ago, we've seen how a Congress minister, Konda Sureka Garu, threw vile and baseless allegations. Of course, she got a rap from the court, national media, state, everyone did not like it. Even people involved in it, be it actress Samantha or Nagarjuna, they all called out. People have condemned it. But then, you know, one more affected party in this was KTR himself. So he had to go to the court. The court stood by him. They asked to pull out the videos from internet. Congress should have learned out of it. And now again this, a family function being called a rave party, and all guided from the Chief Minister's office. We have our constitutional rights. You call a family function a rave party. You seize the alcohol and you call them drugs. So you are trying to character assassinate. You want to take on KCR's family, and now because you do not have issues to target KTR, you're coming up with such nonsense. Definitely we'll go to the court.
ఈ పార్టీలో ట్విట్టర్ టిల్లు కుటుంబ సభ్యులు ఉన్నట్టుగా, ప్లస్ ఆయనకు దగ్గర సంబంధించిన వ్యక్తులు ఉన్నట్టుగా, ముఖ్యంగా డ్రగ్స్ సప్లై చేసేటువంటి ప్రధాన వ్యక్తులు అందరూ ఉన్నట్టుగా ఇలా సమాచారం వచ్చింది. కాబట్టి ఈ విషయంలో వెంటనే సీరియస్ గా విచారణ జరపాలని చెప్పి భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నది. ముందుగా టవర్ లొకేషన్స్ ఐడెంటిఫై చేయండి, దాన్ని గుర్తించండి. మొత్తం సీసీ ఫుటేజ్ మొత్తం బహిర్గతం చేయాలి. దాంతోపాటు ముఖ్యమైన వ్యక్తుల పాస్పోర్ట్లను వెంటనే సీజ్ చేయాలని చెప్పి మేము డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నాం.
Let me bring in my colleague Uma Sudhir, who is joining us with more details on this story. Uma, a Diwali bash or a rave party, but not the first time when things have got quite personal between Revant Reddy and KTR.
Yes, indeed. KT Ramarao, who I spoke to this afternoon, in fact said that this is a malicious campaign and using untruths to bring in family, pulling the family into this kind of political mudslinging. What he has said is that his brother-in-law, Raj Pakala, whose house was raided by the police and by the excise officials, was holding a private party because he had moved into that residence just about a fortnight ago. And pre-Diwali, he had called in his family as well as close friends, and about 30 people were present, and they were all either parent, a couple, or elderly and children as well, including his mother-in-law is 70-year-old and children as young as 2 years, 4 years and 7 years. And there was a dinner party, and he said yes, there were drinks as well. And to call this a rave party, considering the fact that the drug authorities, the regulatory authorities, the excise officials nor the police was able to find any drug on the premises, and yet they had made this propaganda about this being a rave party. And he says there is no basis for cases being booked against Raj Pakala under the NDPS, which is the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. And he says this is part of a vicious campaign, and he thinks it's a diversionary tactic because he has been taking on the government on several fronts as well. But yes, like we saw Bandi Sanjay demanding not just that there should be CCTV footage that should be made public, he's also saying all those people involved their passports should be seized, and there should be a very serious investigation into this entire episode. And he has in fact in so many words named KTR and suggesting that his involvement was there, or he was physically present, whereas KT Ramarao has himself denied that he had gone to the party. He said neither he nor his wife were at that particular party. The other part of it, of course, is that Revenue Minister Mr. Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy, who's also the Information Minister, just a few days ago made a rather cryptic comment saying that there are going to be political bombs that will explode in Telangana before Diwali. So people were wondering whether this is the political bomb that he was talking about.
Okay.
But some Congress sources indicating to us that we could expect more action in the coming days even before Diwali. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Uma, for joining us with all those details on this political story which is coming out of Telangana. Moving on now to Tamil Nadu, where taking a dig at the TVK, founded by actor Vijay. Tamil Nadu Law Minister has in fact accused it of being the C team of the BJP, not even a B team. In fact, they have said that we have seen A and B teams of many political parties, but this one is the C team of the BJP. Now, remember, Mr. Vijay made certain comments in his first public appearance, the first public meeting of his party, and attacked the DMK particularly.
நம்மளுடைய ஒரு எதிரி பிளவுவாத சக்திகள், நம்மளுடைய இன்னொரு எதிரி இந்த கரப்ஷன் கபடதாரிகள். அதுக்கு முகமே இருக்காது, முகமுடி தான் இருக்கும், முகமுடி தான் முகமே. இப்படி முகமுடி போட்ட கரப்ஷன் கபடதாரிகள் தான் இப்போ நம்ம கூடவே இருந்துகிட்டு இப்போ இங்க நம்மள ஆண்டுகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. எஸ்,
திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியினுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதை தமிழக மக்களிடத்திலிருந்து அகற்ற முடியாது என்பதை நேற்றைய தினம் அவர்கள் வெளியிட்டிருக்கிற ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பியிலிருந்து நாம் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். எனவே அது ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பி தான். எங்களுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதில் சிலருக்கு விளக்கங்கள் கொடுத்து தந்திருக்கிறார்களே தவிர திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சி, அதுவும் தலைவர் தளபதி முன்னெடுத்து செல்லுகிற அந்த கொள்கைகளை தமிழக மக்களிடமிருந்து யாரும் எடுத்து விட முடியாது, பிரித்து விட முடியாது. அதாவது இதுவரைக்கும் பல அரசியல் கட்சிகளுடைய ஏ டீம் பி டீம் பார்த்துருக்கிறோம். இது பாரதிய ஜனதாவினுடைய சி டீம்.
How do you look at this?
Oh, see, we have already welcomed Vijay coming to politics. We need all everyone to be in the democratic functions. So obviously it is a welcome sign. Let him come. He has spoken some issues which are good to us, some issues which are not aligned with us. So it is his views. Definitely they have certain policy. Everyone will have certain policy, and everyone would like to come to power. That is what he has said.
In his maiden speech, he has taken on the BJP tacitly, describing the party as divisive.
No, I don't think that's what I said. Perception differs and views differ, and to Sam or to someone else, it may be he had targeted BJP. I don't take it in that way. Maybe he would have targeted Congress, which is dividing this country. So I think he has spoken about DMK also. He has criticized DMK very clearly, openly. The Dravida model he has mentioned. So I don't think he mentioned anywhere about BJP. So I think that is...
Everyone knows the party he meant as BJP.
No, that's what I say. Everyone means who? That is the question. So I am not worried about what others think. As far as I know, BJP is not a divisive party.
You don't think it refers to the BJP?
No, if he says it is BJP, then we will answer him. So when he has not said anything, so I don't think there is no necessity for us to, why should I jump into something which he has not told?
Ideology is like old wine in a new bottle. He has taken a leaf from every political party's ideologies and tried to give masalas and mix that will suit TVK. That's what his attempt is all about. However, this is a decent start. We cannot negate the fact that this is not a good start, it's a false start. It's a decent start. We congratulate Vijay and we welcome him on public life. So actor Vijay now getting into public life is a welcome note and is healthier for democracy. And we have to see how he is able to translate that into actions. And what's happening today in Tamil Nadu is dynasty rule in the name of democracy. That's he criticized that.
Quick break, ladies and gentlemen. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the petroling which we were doing in 2020.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get you some latest on the problems in Delhi, the pollution problems in Delhi. And as Diwali is approaching now, there is fear that the crackers would in fact add multifold pollution levels to the already polluted toxic air of the national capital. Now, there is already a cracker ban, but what the pollution levels have done, which are over 350 in the national capital, it has started a slugfest, a political blame game between the Aam Aadmi Party government and the Delhi police, the Lieutenant Governor's office and the BJP. Now, Gopal Rai, the Environment Minister of Delhi, has accused the Delhi police of being lax and not enforcing the cracker ban properly as guided by the NGT and GRAP 2, which has already been implemented in the national capital. Gopal Rai has also asked the Lieutenant Governor to investigate the attitude of the Delhi police.
अभी जो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती पटाखों के धुओं की है, आज मैंने एलजी साहब को पत्र लिखा है. कई जगह से अखबारों के माध्यम से मेरे पास फीडबैक आया कि बैन होने के बावजूद भी पुलिस की चारों तरफ लापरवाही दिख रही है. कई जगह पटाखे बिक रहे हैं, बॉर्डर से दूसरे राज्यों से पटाखे आ रहे हैं. तो आज मैंने उनसे निवेदन किया है कि इस पर त्वरित कार्रवाई की जाए. कल मैंने भी 1 बजे पुलिस अधिकारियों को, डीपीसीसी के अधिकारियों को बुलाया है, जिससे कि पटाखे के धुएं को, क्योंकि वो हमारे हाथ में है, प्रदूषण का असर हमारे ऊपर पड़ना है, तो हम सबको मिलकर काम करना पड़ेगा. आज से हम लोग दिए जलाओ पटाखे नहीं अभियान भी शुरू कर रहे हैं ग्राउंड पे जन जागरूकता के लिए.
Because of the pollution levels in the national capital, there is a war of words between the BJP and the Punjab government as well, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the BJP in Delhi has accused the Punjab government and the Chief Minister of not meeting the BJP to discuss the solutions. In fact, it has said that the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab has no intention of working for the people.
The Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhagwat Manji refused to meet us. Nobody is even opening the gate. I want to know that if they are not even willing to have a conversation about the problem, then how are they going to solve it? And we are people who are elected by the public. It is our locus standi to come and represent the people and actually voice the concerns of the people. If you remember, before Punjab elections, there were these very tall promises made by Shri Arvind Kejriwal ji that if there is Aam Aadmi Party comes to power in Punjab, then the parali burning or the stubble burning problem will be solved. It's not a question of only broken promises. If I present the data, then on 26th of October alone, there were 360 incidents of parali burning, out of which 108 incidents were actually in Punjab alone. That means that there is absolutely no action being taken. And I want to know, when it is the Aam Aadmi Party which is ruling Delhi as well as Punjab, then why has there been no joint action plan made? Or why is there no kind of, why are the two governments not working in tandem to solve this problem?
Meanwhile, now, because of the increase in the pollution has also caused a lot of health problems for the people in Delhi. The RML hospital has opened a special dedicated unit in the hospital, a special clinic to deal with people coming with symptoms which are being caused by pollution.
Delhi's air pollution is 10 times more than what it should be as per the World Health Organization. And with onlooking onto Diwali as well, the pollution conditions are only set to get worse in the national capital. I'm currently at Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital, wherein a pollution control clinic has been set up, and I'm being joined by Dr. Ajay Shukla, who's the director and the medical superintendent of RML Hospital. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, Doctor. Doctor, first off, what are the facilities that are being provided at this center?
So basically it's like all pollution related illnesses under one umbrella, one roof. So the organs of our body which are most vulnerable to air pollution, so those departments are present here. We have the chest and respiratory physicians, we have the ENT doctors, we have the eye doctors, we have the psychiatric doctors, and we also have the skin specialists.
Right. And doctor, this clinic is going to be functioning every Monday from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. What else, keeping what in mind was this, brought about? We understand that every year the pollution story is the same in Delhi.
Yeah, so patients were always being treated all along, but the idea was to create awareness in the person for him to understand that the illness that he developed was either a result of pollution or the illness that got worse was because of the effect of pollution, and also to educate that person and to counsel that person so how we could minimize the effect of pollutants and pollution on his body.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
J&K encounter, one terrorist has been killed in Akhnoor. NSG is also part of anti-terror operations in Akhnoor, and 2 to 3 terrorists are also believed to be holed up. NDTV has an exclusive for you with Maharashtra Chief Minister Akhnoor Shinde. This is after he filed the nomination. Mr. Shinde in fact has said that Mahayuti, the ruling alliance, will register a record win. Mr. Shinde has also said that in Agadi there is a race for CM face. Political parties in Maharashtra are in a rush to finalize their candidates for assembly elections with just a day to go for nomination filing. The BJP has released its third list. Several high-profile candidates filed their nomination. A farmhouse raid has triggered political slugfest in the state of Telangana. KTR has now hit back, saying it was a family meet which is being wrongly labelled as a rave party by the Congress party. In fact, he has said that the Congress party is doing this because the BRS fought cases for fighting corruption. Tamil Nadu thriller, actor Vijay versus DMK now. New political challenger in Tamil Nadu has targeted the DMK. Actor Vijay has said that there's only one family in the state that is looting the state through underhand dealings, while DMK has hit out at Vijay, calling him the C team of the BJP. We start with some breaking news. ED raids have been reported at Karnataka Chief Minister's aide's house. In fact, the ED has tightened news on Siddaramaia's aides. In fact, this raids are happening at the residence of Rakesh Papanna in Mysuru. Rakesh is a close aide of the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, who himself is facing the Muda heat. My colleague Pratibha joins us on the phone line. Pratibha, tell us about this associate of Siddaramaiah who is at the center of this storm, and also tell us what do we know about the ED raids that are happening?
So what we know is that yes, the ED has now knocked on the doors of Mr. Siddaramaiah's close friend Rakesh Papanna, who is a Congress leader and also a former Zilla Panchayat member. And the raid is being commenced. The raid had commenced earlier today in Mysore's Pinkle village. And Rakesh Papanna has been interrogated at home. The search investigation being done by more than 5 ED officers is what we hear. Now, the name Rakesh Papanna was heard in the Muda scam initially too, because he is also one of those persons who received at least 20 sites as part of the compensation for the Muda layout there. A lot of allegations were heard on that front as well. And to give you a brief context, Mr. Papanna's father as well as Mr. Rakesh Papanna have both been involved in land deals in Mysuru. In 1999, a compensation was fixed for the land, but meanwhile, the landowner approached the court and Papana made an application to MUDA on April 15, 2024, and soon after which the MUDA commissioner had allotted him sites totally measuring to 36,000 and odd square feet in Vijayanagara layout. Now, there's also another video evidence that has been put forth to the ED by Snehamai Krishna, the same complainant in the MUDA case as well, where he has mentioned that the video evidence suggests that another close aide of Mr. Mari Gowda, who is the MUDA chairman, and him indulging in a cash dealing worth at least around 25 lakh rupees sitting inside a car. This has also been provided to the ED. And like you mentioned, yes, tightening of the news around Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, definitely not good news. Right at the time when he's been battling two investigating agencies, one is the Lokayuta and the other is the ED.
Right. Thank you, Pratibha, for joining us with those details. ED raids at an aide of Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's residence. Moving on to another important story, there's an ongoing operation in the Akhnoor area of Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, 2 terrorists are believed to be holed up in this area. Earlier in the day, militants tried to ambush an army vehicle in the Akhnoor area, after which this encounter started there. An Indian army vehicle was attacked in Jammu Kashmir's Akhnoor on Monday morning. In fact, the alert soldiers had foiled the attack, but what we know so far is that 1 terrorist has been killed and 2 to 3 terrorists are believed to be holed up. These is part of anti-terror operations that are ongoing in Akhnoor. In fact, last week 2 soldiers and 2 civilians were also killed after terrorists ambushed army vehicles in Baramulla district, and there's an ongoing search operation in Akhnoor now, and the army has reported that the body of 1 terrorist along with a weapon has been recovered. My colleague Nazir joins us with more details on this. Nazir, what is the update on this? Because we hear that 1 terrorist has been killed. Do we know about other terrorists who are also hiding or holed up?
Well, this operation is underway since morning after an army convoy came under an attack in Akhnoor area. And according to army sources, this is believed to be a newly infiltrated group which tried to attack the army convoy this morning. 1 army ambulance was also hit by the bullets. But according to army, there was no injury of a casualty of army during that firing, and army swiftly retaliated. And during the encounter, 1 militant has been killed and arms and ammunition, according to army, has also been recovered from the encounter site. But that's not all. 2 to 3 more militants are believed to be holed up, and a massive operation is underway. National Security Guards or NSG have also joined this operation. And army, in a rare operational measure, is also using a BMP-2 infantry, these vehicles, combat vehicles in this operation, which is very rare when it comes to the counter-militancy operation in Jammu and Kashmir. But in this operation, the army is using BMP-2, these combat infantry vehicles as well. So this operation is ongoing. So that during the night, clearly there cannot be done and said, because army has to be very cautious when it comes to carrying out operation in jungle areas. Because this militancy, it has changed its complexion and it is posing a major challenge, because it is these militants who are coming from Pakistan appear to be well trained in the jungle and the mountain warfare. And if you see, all these attacks have been happening near the forest, in the mountains, be it in all the attacks in June in Jammu region or last few attacks in the Kashmir Valley. So it's not like the earlier urban warfare. It's actually the mountain and the jungle warfare, and the handlers across the border have been sending these highly trained militants. But army clearly has a clear edge on the situation, control on the situation, despite the fact there have been these incidents which have been a bit frequent and concerning for the security agencies. So this operation is underway in the Akhnoor area of Jammu, as all the security agencies are involved in this counter-militancy operation.
Right. Thank you, Nazir, for joining us with those details. Search operations of the Indian Army underway in Akhnoor area of J&K. 1 terrorist dead and 2 to 3 terrorists are believed to be holed up. Moving on to other important stories, and this time from New Delhi, an important meeting, or the CAQM, which is the Commission for Air Quality Management for Delhi and NCR, was held regarding air pollution today. In fact, the body reviewed the status of sector-specific enforcement actions taken by concerned NCR state governments to abate air air pollution in NCR. In fact, the emphasis was laid on the status of implementation of the directions that the body had given in respect to transport sector and vehicular pollution. Restrictions also on the use of DG sets, prohibition and restriction on manufacturing, storage, sale and use of firecrackers in NCR. Meanwhile, the National Green Tribunal has also sought responses from Delhi Police Chief and the Special Commissioner of Traffic Management about measures that they have taken to mitigate air pollution due to vehicular movement and also parking issues. My colleague Ishika joins us with more details on this. Ishika, some days ago we saw the Supreme Court come down very heavily on the centre, saying that all steps taken for air pollution are just but a hogwash. And today, of course, the CAQM's review meeting. Tell us the main takeaways from this meeting.
Well, Vasudha, in fact, as you very rightly mentioned, we have seen how, in fact, the top court, in fact, time and again has, in fact, pulled up CAQM and the other bodies, the other agencies that are, in fact, responsible to take measures to mitigate, the pollution here in the national capital. And now after that, we saw that CAQM held a review meeting, a status review meeting of all the directions that it had given to the neighboring states on Friday. Now, in fact, in this very important meet, the emphasis was certainly as to what was the status of the enforcement when it comes, to the stubble burning, when it comes, in fact, to the vehicular pollution, and also, in fact, to the guidelines that have been issued to the industries, to the construction sites, and guidelines that have been issued for the usage of DG sets. And also, in fact, the prohibition and the restriction measures, are they being followed when it comes to, in fact, the manufacturing, storage, sale and use of firecrackers in the Delhi NCR region? Now, in fact, this meeting was held and it was attended by the representatives of all the neighboring states. And, based on that, the CAQM is saying that they are closely monitoring the situation. On the other hand, as you very rightly mentioned, we've also seen NGT, in fact, has now also issued notice to Delhi police and the traffic police and sought their response over the measures that that's needed to be taken to mitigate the air pollution. Because what the body, while hearing this plea, in fact, they saw that the air quality was above the 200 mark here in the National Capital Region for the more time period, and that was certainly where the body observed that it is certainly disappointing. And based on that, now notices have been issued to Delhi police and the traffic police, and now they have asked for the action taken report from both the bodies. So certainly now, we are seeing that, be it the NGT, the top court, both of them, in fact, pulling up the agencies, but it remains to be seen as to when we'll see the impact of the measures that are being taken so that it gives some kind of relief to the residents here in the national capital.
Right, thank you, Shika, for joining us with those details. An important meeting by the CAQM, which is the body responsible for maintaining air quality in Delhi NCR. And this review meeting was to assess the moves, the steps taken to control air pollution. Moving on to an important exclusive. In fact, with the deadline for filing nominations for the Maharashtra Assembly election set for the 29th of October, that is tomorrow, political parties are now in a rush to finalize their candidates. NDTV has an exclusive with the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Akhnoor Shinde, and this is his first interview after filing nomination. Remember, Mr. Akhnoor Shinde is fighting from Kopri Panchpakdi seat, which is his traditional bastion, and he has spoken to NDTV about the prospects of his alliance, and he says that there is a rush in the Mahavikas Aghadi for the chief ministerial phase, but the Mahayuti is all set to make a comeback.
मुझे विश्वास है कि इस चुनाव में सभी रिकॉर्ड अब तक के टूटेंगे, सभी रिकॉर्ड अब तक के टूटेंगे और महायुति की सरकार जो है इस राज्य में थंपिंग मेजॉरिटी से पूर्ण बहुमत से आएगी।
आपकी लाड़की बहन मैं देख रही हूँ यहाँ पर सभी जो आपकी लाड़की बहनें हैं वो थाली लेकर आपकी आरती उतारने के लिए खड़ी हैं, आपको पैसे दे रही हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष बता रही है कि ये महज चुनाव के वास्ते किया गया है, चुनाव हो जाएगा तो इसे बंद कर दिया जाएगा। उनके लिए क्या जवाब रहेगा?
ये झूठे लोग हैं, ये जो विपक्ष के लोग जैसे कर्नाटक में, जैसे हिमाचल में योजना शुरू कर दी बोले खटाखट देंगे और योजना बंद कर दी, बोले केंद्र सरकार से पैसे लेंगे, लेकिन हमने उल्टा कर दिया, पटापट उनके खाते में पैसे दिए। हमारे लाडली बहनों को 5 हफ्ते दिए, 5 इंस्टॉलमेंट दिए। हमें पता था कि वो लोग आचार संहिता में अड़ंगा डालेंगे, कंप्लेंट करेंगे, इसलिए हम अक्टूबर के पैसे भी, नवंबर के पैसे भी अक्टूबर में दे दिए। ये हमारी नीयत साफ है, ये नीयत खोट नहीं है। उनका हमारा नेशन फर्स्ट है, उनका करप्शन फर्स्ट है, उनका कट कमीशन और करप्शन, यही धंधा है, यही एजेंडा है। खुद राजीव गांधी ने कहा था केंद्र से 1 रुपया आता है तो 15 पैसे जाते हैं लोगों के घर में, 85 पैसे कितने जाते हैं? अभी तो जो मोदी जी भेजते हैं पूरा बंदा 1 रुपया खाते में जाता है डीबीटी द्वारा। ये हमारा काम है, डबल इंजन का काम। इसलिए हमें कोई परवाह नहीं है, हम जनता की अदालत में जा रहे, हमारा काम का लेखा जोखा उनको देंगे, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा और पूरी मेजोरिटी जनता में।
सर, आप महायुति के अभी भी मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरे हैं, लेकिन महाविकास अघाड़ी में अभी मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा जो है वो तय हो नहीं पाया है, क्या बोलेंगे?
हमारे में देखो, मुझे करो मुझे करो मुझे करो ये कहने की नौबत नहीं। हमारे यहाँ जैसे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी थे, तब दिल्ली से सभी बड़े बड़े नेता आते थे, आज उनके वारस कहने वाले दिल्ली के गली गली में घूम रहे, मुझे करो मुझे करो मुझे करो। अगर आघाड़ी को, महाविकास आघाड़ी को ही उनका चेहरा पसंद नहीं तो महाराष्ट्र को कैसे पसंद होगा, ये मेरा सवाल है।
सर, लोकसभा चुनाव के नतीजों के बाद अब जो है महाविकास अघाड़ी का कहना,
वहाँ फेस के लिए रेस लगे हैं, हमारे पास काम के लिए, डेवलपमेंट के लिए हम उतरे रास्ते।
इस बार सर क्या मार्जिन है?
मार्जिन कौन सा? मेरा तो सब रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा। ये लोग मैंने अभी चुनाव हाथ में लिया है।
Meanwhile, the BJP has released its third list of candidates with 24 hours to go for nominations for the Maharashtra Assembly elections. The third list consists of 25 names and 3 seats from Mumbai too. In fact, the BJP so far has announced candidates for 146 seats. Remember, it's a 288-member assembly and the elections are all set to take place on the 20th of November. Among the interesting candidates, of course, Jitesh Antaporkar, who won a bypoll in 2021. This was on a Congress ticket. He is considered close to former Chief Minister Ashok Chavan, who recently joined the BJP. He has been nominated from Degloor. Then Chavan, of course, has been made a Rajya Sabha MP. Amongst the other interesting candidates are also Archana Patil Chakurkar, who is the daughter-in-law of Congress veteran and former Lok Sabha Speaker Shivraj Patil. In fact, she's been fielded from the Latur city seat. She'd also joined the BJP from the Congress earlier this year. There's also Sumit Wankhede, who served as Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, his personal assistant for several years. He will be BJP's candidate from Arvi Assembly constituency. Borivali is where the BJP has fielded Sanjay Upadhyay. He has replaced BJP MLA Sunil Rane. Sanjay Upadhyay is seen as a consistent party worker, and with Sanjay Upadhyay, the BJP has also tried to reach out to non-Marathi speakers in Mumbai. Praveen Thatke has been fielded from Nagpur Central seat, and Ashish Deshmukh, the son of former Congress state president Ranjit Deshmukh, has also been given a ticket from Savner in Nagpur district. And this is the third list of the BJP, also featuring 4 women. Moving on to other political stories, this time from the south of India, political slugfest has broken out over a police raid at a farmhouse allegedly owned by BRS working president KT Ramarao's brother-in-law Rajappa Kala. In fact, and the booking of one person who allegedly tested positive for drugs was also done. In fact, 30 people were said to have been partying when the Cyberabad Special Operations team conducted its raid on Saturday night, and this was following complaints by locals. That's what police said. However, the BRS has alleged that Chief Minister and Congress leader Revanth Reddy was only trying to trap Ramarao, also known as KTR, who is the working president of the BRS. They said that this was an attempt to trap KTR in a false case, and the Congress was trying to frame a family party as a drugs party or a rave party. And the BRS has also said that KTR, his wife, were not present in the party at the farmhouse. In fact, KTR's relative now has filed a plea in High Court seeking the court's intervention, alleging that this was a bid to falsely implicate him and his family.
Constant character assassination. I mean, see, when a political party, a working president who's been a former minister, he's a legislator every day. In fact, yesterday morning also, he was at the Uppal sewage treatment plant. Just last week ago, we've seen how a Congress minister, Konda Sureka Garu, threw vile and baseless allegations. Of course, she got a rap from the court, national media, state. Everyone did not like it. Even people involved in it, be it actress Samantha or Nagarjuna, they all called out. People have condemned it. But then, you know, one more affected party in this was KTR himself. So he had to go to the court. The court stood by him. They asked to pull out the videos from internet. Congress should have learned out of it. And now again, this, a family function being called a rave party, and all guided from the Chief Minister's office. We have our constitutional rights. You call a family function a rave party. You seize the alcohol and you call them drugs. So you are trying to character assassinate. You want to take on KCR's family, and now because you do not have issues to target KTR, you're coming up with such nonsense. Definitely we'll go to the court.
See, as claimed by BRS party that it is not a farmhouse, it is a farmhouse. Because in another case which is being filed by the excise department, A1 was Karthik, who is none other than the manager of that farmhouse. Any residents will not have any manager, and in that case BRS should answer that, and it is located in the outskirts of the city, and if that is the case, it should have been the residence of any of their relatives or family members. When we inquired about it, that farmhouse is, the owner of that farmhouse is none other than Raj Pakala Raj, who is the brother-in-law of KTR. Now the question is, if that is a family party, then how come any person with drugs is found? We are inquiring the matter and police is doing their duty. Why are you in a panic mode? Why BRS party are in a panic mode? We are not understanding that. There are two questions which they are failing to address. That is, it is no one's residence. It is a farmhouse, and they are saying that it is a vendetta politics. Then how come a person who tested positive is found in the very same event?
Moving on to more stories from the south of India. Taking a dig at Tamilnaga Vetri Kazhagam, founded by actor Vijay, Tamil Nadu Law Minister and DMK leader S. Raghupati today accused Vijay and Vijay's party of being the C team of the BJP. He said, and I quote, "We have seen A and B teams of many political parties, but this one is a C team of the BJP." That's what Raghupati said while responding to questions on how he viewed Mr. Vijay's comments at his party's first public meeting that the TVK will fight against sectarian forces ideologically. In fact, Mr. Raghupati was speaking to reporters in Pudukkottai, and he claimed that the TVK's action plans announced at the meeting were nothing but just a photocopy of Dravidian model policies of the DMK, which cannot be erased from the minds of people. Remember, actor and Tamilnaga Vetri Kazhagam president Vijay on Sunday said that his party was completely committed to secular social justice principles. He described Dravidam and Tamil nationalism as two eyes of the land.
நம்மளுடைய ஒரு எதிரி பிளவுவாத சக்திகள், நம்மளுடைய இன்னொரு எதிரி இந்த கரப்ஷன் கபடதாரிகள். அதுக்கு முகமே இருக்காது, முகமுடி தான் இருக்கும். முகமுடி தான் முகமே. இப்படி முகமுடி போட்ட கரப்ஷன் கபடதாரிகள் தான் இப்போ நம்ம கூடவே இருந்துகிட்டு இப்போ இங்க நம்மள ஆண்டுகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. எஸ்,
திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியினுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதை தமிழக மக்களிடத்திலிருந்து அகற்ற முடியாது என்பதை நேற்றைய தினம் அவர்கள் வெளியிட்டிருக்கிற ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பியிலிருந்து நாம் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். எனவே அது ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பி தான். எங்களுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதில் சிலருக்கு விளக்கங்கள் கொடுத்து தந்திருக்கிறார்களே தவிர, திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சி, அதுவும் தலைவர் தளபதி முன்னெடுத்து செல்லுகிற அந்த கொள்கைகளை தமிழக மக்களிடமிருந்து யாரும் எடுத்து விட முடியாது, பிரித்து விட முடியாது. அதாவது இதுவரைக்கும் பல அரசியல் கட்சிகளுடைய ஏ டீம் பி டீம் பார்த்துருக்கிறோம். இது பாரதிய ஜனதாவினுடைய சி டீம்.
Moving on to some breaking news, there's an FIR that's been lodged against Malayalam director in Bengaluru. The Malayalam film director Ranjit Balakrishnan, known as Ranjit, has been booked in a 12-year-old case of homosexuality. In fact, this case has been lodged by Bengaluru police. Bengaluru police have registered the case on Saturday after the FIR was booked by Kasba police in Kerala to Bengaluru police since the alleged offence occurred there. In fact, the complainant is a Kozhikode-based artist who has alleged and who has claimed that he met Ranjit in 2012 and he was assaulted in a hotel there. My colleague Uma Sudhir joins me on the phone line. Uma, tell us about this latest FIR against Ranjit and what is this case all about?
So Ranjit Balakrishnan is in fact among the first of the film artists who was named after the second wave of Me Too allegations in the light of the Hema Committee report becoming public. And at that time, Ranjit Balakrishnan was named along with Siddiq and others in multiple cases. And in this particular case, this is in fact more than 12-year-old case that we're talking about. And the person who is the complainant in this case had in fact approached the Kerala police, but because the incident is said to have happened at Bengaluru near the Kempegowda International Airport at a 5-star hotel there, the complainant had in fact said that he was asked to strip and the accused in this case had admired him and had also sexually assaulted him, and at that time he did not dare to come out and complain. So this case has now been registered by the Kempegowda International Airport Police, and that is where the investigation will now start taking place here. Ranjit Balakrishnan was among those who had in fact a month ago approached the High Court seeking protection from arrest by the police as well. But what happens next in this particular case, because it's not Kerala police but the Karnataka police presumably which will be investigating this particular case. Of course, the Kerala has set up the special investigation team, but we were talking about women as victims, but in this case we see a man who's come forward to say that he was sexually assaulted by this very famous filmmaker. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Masudi, for joining us with those details. FIR against Malayalam director, filmmaker in Bengaluru. This is a filmmaker called Ranjit Balakrishnan, also known as Ranjit, and it's a 12-year-old case that concerns homosexuality. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही, त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. India's maximum city, Mumbai, at the heart of Maharashtra battle, is all ready for several battles. In fact, it has 36 assembly seats, and Mumbai is where both the Senas have put in maximum effort. Even the BJP, Congress and other parties have tried with all their might to get ahead of each other in this city when it comes to Mumbai. In fact, the ruling Mahayuti Alliance has declared candidates for about 30 seats, while the Mahavikas Aghadi has also declared the same for 30 seats. The Shinde Sena is yet to declare candidates for important places such as Bhandup and Dharavi. It has also fielded candidates such as Milind Deora that has made the battle for Mumbai very interesting. Leaving a few exceptions, it has focused on fielding Marathi candidates. There are also seats such as him that will see a triangular fight with the MNS's Raj Thakre's son making a debut. In fact, the Congress, meanwhile, that won just 1 out of 2 seats in Mumbai in the Lok Sabha elections, wanted at least 15, but had to be content with fewer, as the UBT Sena that has put its foot down, fielding all its heavyweights from Sunil Prabhu to Rajan Vichari. Today, the BJP has also released its third seat, fielding Sanjay Upadhyay from a relatively safe seat of Borivali, sending out a message that it represents the aspirations of non-Marathi speakers too. Well, Mumbai for long has been considered a stronghold of the Shiv Sena, founded by Bal Thackeray in 1966. Now it sees a fierce contest between multiple factions. But what will influence the voters here? What is it that voters want? How is the Battle of Mumbai shaping up? We'll discuss that today. Joining us now is Neerja Chaudhary, who's a senior journalist. We have Charan Singh Sapra, who's a spokesperson for the Congress, also working president of Mumbai Congress. We have Sushil Vyas, who represents the Shiv Sena. And we have Tara Deshpande, actor and writer. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Starting with you, Tara, because you're a Mumbaikar. Tell us, what is a citizen of Mumbai? What is a citizen of Mumbai looking at when it comes to elections this time? Because there are 6 parties in the fray. There have been so many political developments that have happened since 2019. What is foremost on your mind? Are you able to keep a track of who is going where, the kind of defections that are happening, and of course, what are the governance issues on your mind?
Well, ironically, about 50 seconds ago, we lost power. This is our 4th power cut in the last 2 weeks. So my expectations are pretty low. Continuous electrical supply would be really nice. But yes, the political landscape has become very divisive, very factional. It's heated up a great deal. The other day I was talking to some of my staffers and they were telling me, and I always insist that they vote, it's very important for them to vote. And they were saying that they get really confused because, today it's NCP versus NCP and Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena. And they're like, Chin konta hai, which is the symbol of the new party, which is the symbol of the old party, and they tend to get really confused. Yes. So we've decided to have a sit down and work it out so that they vote correctly when they show up for the election. I think development is key here for people in Mumbai. Law and order is very important. Corruption is a very big issue for us in Mumbai. And I think that you know, Maharashtra is a state that is very, very connected to its local parties, and we really we validate and we reward loyalty.
Right.
So I think a lot of people are going to vote, at least in the hinterlands, based on whom they feel most loyal to. And I think development is going to be the second key point in our upcoming elections.
That's very well said. Neerja Chaudhary, ma'am, of the 36 assembly segments in Maharashtra in 2019, which is when the MVA had the NCP and INC, they had won 12 seats. In the same 36 assembly segments in 2024 during Lok Sabha elections, MVA seems to be leading in at least 20 assembly seats, which means that MVA had in some ways an edge over what Mahayuti had. But of course, then the Haryana elections happened. Now, how do you see the strategy for Mumbai when it comes to Mahayuti and of course Mahavikas Aghadi?
You see, last time you had the Shiv Sena on the other side with the BJP.
Yeah.
And it's Shiv Sena which has a base in Mumbai. And if you go to even this very interesting contest that is emerging in Worli between Milind Deora and Aditya Thackeray, I think it has all the elements of the Maharashtra election. You know, it will have Marathi versus Gujarati, the angst that the Maharashtrians are feeling with the major projects getting shifted to Gujarat. And the Marathi-speaking people, this is emerging as an issue even much more than was the case in the Lok Sabha elections. And it's not limited to the cities, I'm told, from the feedback one is getting. And also Shiv Sena in the workers' areas, you find Shiv Sena, people will say, but we are going to vote. You know, I have lived in Worli for a long time. And I find, you know, they will say, for years we've been voting Shiv Sena, we're going to continue to vote Shiv Sena because when we are in trouble, anything has to be done, we go to our local chap. He will sort it out. He will get things done. So he is the person who they are in contact with. Parties are very anonymous things. And Sena has a hold in these areas. Now, whether Sena has lost ground, has Eknath Shinde taken away some of their base? You know, one of the things about this election is going to be who represents the Sena more. Is it going to be Eknath Shinde or is it going to be Uddhav Thackeray?
Yes.
And Aditya Thackeray is willy-nilly being seen as a leader of the future, maybe the deputy chief minister, even in this government if the MVA comes to power. Of course, not if his father is the chief minister, but if there's somebody else. So I think he's a figure that people will look at. And yet, you know, Eknath Shinde is also a factor you have to reckon with. So I think Mumbai is going to be very, very interesting this time.
Right, that's very interesting. Mr. Sapra, yesterday's Congress was so much about replacements, you know, Sachin Sawant's announcement that, you know, he doesn't want to fight from Andheri West. Is the MVA struggling in Mumbai to find candidates? Because from Mulund to Colaba to Malabar Hills, is there a sense that the party is not able to kind of find the kind of candidates that it wants? And of course, also reconciliate with the UBT Sena, specifically on the number of seats that you want to fight in Mumbai?
No, see, let me make it clear that the number of seats have already been sorted out. We have already finalized which seats are going to Shiv Sena UBT or which seats are coming to Congress Party. Now, as far as the Sachin Sawant issue is concerned, he was right in saying that Sachin Sawant had asked for the nomination from Bandra East. But unfortunately, he was given nomination from the Andheri West seat, which he never wanted to contest. See, there are many things when you want to contest the election. You need to know the demography, you need to know the actual workers over there who will be instrumental. So willingly he conceded and he told the High Command, and High Command has given another candidate, Ashok Jadhav. It happens, that's not an issue. Now, as far as the entire Mumbai is concerned, let me tell you that the BJP is, you know, really looking like a confused party. Now, with MNS, what they want to do is the MNS, are they fighting MNS along with Mahavikas Aghadi? They are not sure, because they want to give a clean chit to Amit Thackeray, son of Raj Thackeray. And likewise, they want to, you know, leave Bala Nandgaokar's Shivri seat also. When they are leaving two seats, they are not wanting to contest. Mahayuti is not wanting to contest two seats in front of MNS. This shows that they are absolutely involved into shadow boxing. MNS is just like a B team of Bharatiya Janata Party, whom they are trying to utilize just to cut down the votes of Shiv Sena or the Mahavikas Aghadi. But they are not going to succeed in this because people of Mumbai have already given a verdict in Lok Sabha election. We have won 4 Lok Sabha seats. The Mahavikas Aghadi has won 4 Lok Sabha seats from Mumbai. So people have already given the verdict. I don't think so that they are going to change, and there are so many other issues. The BJP had promised. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj.
Okay, it's one issues versus the other. Let me also get in Mr. Vyas there. Mr. Vyas, if you look at the Eknath Shinde list or the Shiv Sena list of candidates from Milind Deora to Sanjay Nirupam, Mumbai has been a city of UBT Sena in some ways, right? So is the Shiv Sena also trying to sort of make a point here? It's trying to drive home a point that it is very serious about Mumbai and it is just not going to lose it without like a big fight.
Vasudha ji, before I go to your question, I just want to reply the incorrect facts given by my brother Sapraji about CUD and mine. They're not Mahayuti not being contesting and be hand in glove with Manse and all that. See, he must know our sitting candidate MLA from CUD, Mr. Chaudhary, has been given ticket. He is contesting from CUD. Mahim Sada Sarvankar, sitting MLA of Shiv Sena, is contesting. He has already been given A and B form. So it is not correct to say that both the seats we have given up, we are not contesting. That is apart. Now, what you say about the Mumbai's importance for the Shiv Sena, the real Shiv Sena being recognized by Supreme Court of India as well as the Election Commission of India, that is under the leadership of Present Chief Minister, Mr. Eknath Raoji Shinde. We are very much serious about the development and the welfare scheme being implemented in Mumbai. That's why we want maximum number of seats to be there after this election to be won by us. And that's the reason we have convinced our senior people like Sanjay Nirupam ji, Milind Deora ji to be there in fray of MLA election. Although they are national leader, they have already contested parliament seat. Milind Deora is sitting Rajya Sabha member. We have convinced them to contest in the larger interest of this city, for the development of this city. We have done a lot for the last 2.5 years of this regime, like toll exemption, Atal Setu,
point taken, sir. Let me ask the Mumbaikar that question. Tara, as a Mumbaikar, as a person who lives in Mumbai, tell us, how do you view this whole debate around identity, reservations, or for that matter, politics versus governance, OBC versus Maratha? The Mumbaikar in general perception is seen as very practical, somewhat apolitical. Has that changed over the last few years?
I think we had moved away from the Maharashtra for the Maharashtrians. We had moved away from it prior to 2020. But I think COVID changed a lot of things. And I think the kind of work that Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray did at that time has really touched people. I mean, we were living here. We saw their work on the ground. We saw common sense administration. We saw a very nuanced approach to things during COVID. Right down, as Nirja ji said, eventually it's like, when I'm in trouble, who's going to come and help me? So that connection, I think, has actually become deeper. And I think the people of Maharashtra are very upset by this divide in the Shiv Sena. And I think they are looking for something to rally them together, to bring them together. I think employment is a big issue. I think that, Maharashtra and Mumbai feels that they contribute so greatly, so vastly to the exchequer that they should be receiving more funds for development. Development is not just for Mumbai. I mean, you drive 1 hour out of Nasik and they don't have running water, they don't have electricity. We have North Maharashtra has some of the highest rates of child hunger, malnutrition and stuntedness in children. So, saying that Maharashtra is very well developed because we put up a highway or we put up a metro in Mumbai is just not enough.
Right.
So I think that people are looking at greater employment. They're looking at more funds coming in for rural projects within Maharashtra. And the sense that I'm getting from people is that, politics all over the world right now is more polarized, it's more factional. Europe, which used to be so secular, has moved away. Look at what's happening in the US. Right. I think, unfortunately, that's also happening here. But whether the reasons for that are good or not, that is, up for debate.
Okay. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me on this broadcast. The city of identities, multiple identities, and also multiple breakups. We'll keep tracking all that and more from Mumbai for you. But in our series, Mumbai Dateline, today we bring you a ground report from the heart of Mumbai. Today we shall take you through the politically significant hotbed seat of Dadar, which is the birthplace of the Shiv Sena. Ahead of the polls, there is political buzz in every nook and corner of Mumbai. So do the people of Mumbai. They expect, the people of Dadar are expecting from their leaders many things. What are their issues? Take a look at this ground report by my colleague Anuj.
I'm standing in Dadar. This is considered to be the OG Marathi suburb of Mumbai. It was put together in the late 19th century after the infamous Bombay plague. If you go around the narrow lanes of Dadar region here, you'll find a beautiful mix of Gujarati, Marathi, Parsi, and even North Indian culture when it comes to how people dress, how people talk, and also how people eat their food. You saw Shiv Sena Bhavan on your screen a while back, and that is because this is also the birthplace of Shiv Sena back in the year 1966. Now we'll go around this region trying to talk to people about several things, be it politics, sports, vada pav of course, and try and understand what is it that the other people expect from their representatives before the upcoming elections. In a cricket crazy country like ours, if you ask me to spot that one location which kind of captures the spirit of Indian cricket, I would always bring you here, the Shivaji Park. While the Lord's Cricket Stadium might be located hundreds and thousands of kilometers away from this place towards the west of our globe, but the Lord himself started his career here in our very own Shivaji Park. And as you can see around me, there are several youngsters here on a bright morning practicing either for recreation or for competitive sport. Now we'll try and talk to them about what does Shivaji Park mean to them and what does cricket mean to Mumbai. मुंबई का क्रिकेट कल्चर है वो पूरे देश से या फिर पूरे दुनिया भर से अलग क्यों माना जाता है और उसमें शिवाजी पार्क का भी एक बहुत बड़ा अहम रोल है।
वो उसका एक मेन रीज़न इसलिए है क्योंकि जो एक क्रिकेट का जो एक क्रेज़ है, जो एक क्रिकेट की जो एक बोलते हैं ना क्रेज़ है, वो इंडिया में तो माने थे पर महाराष्ट्र में इसको बहुत अलग लेवल पे लेके गया गया है। अभी जैसे इंडिया में रणजी जो होता है तो उसमें महाराष्ट्र ने काफ़ी बार जीता। क्यों? क्योंकि अपने प्लेयर्स को उस तरीके से फैसिलिटीज़ देना और उनको उस तरीके से खिलाना, इसलिए उनके प्लेयर्स और फिर जो यहाँ का इन्वायरमेंट है महाराष्ट्र का वो एकदम मोटिवेटिंग है।
Besides its political and sporting history, this Shivaji Park area is also known as a recreational area. You see people of all ages and of all kinds coming here to just have a good time on the mornings and also in the evenings.
I am living in Dadar near about 40 years. And my father and my father also living in Dadar. That means 100 and above year. यहाँ पे जो अभी बिल्डिंगें दिखते हैं वो बिल्डिंगें नहीं थी। यहाँ पे पहले वाड़ी रहती थी और वाड़ी में चाल रहती थी और कौल के घर रहते थे, उसमें नारियल के पेड़, आम के पेड़, अपना कुआं, ये सब सारी चीज़ें आज भी है। लेकिन जो चेंज हुआ है, जैसे सीडीए में मोबाइल से एंड्रॉयड मोबाइल में जैसे चेंज हुआ है वैसे दादर में भी चेंज हुआ है। यहाँ पे अभी सोसाइटी बन गई है और बड़े बड़े टावर बन गए हैं, लग्जरियस टावर बन गए हैं। अभी आपके सामने ये जो छत्रपति शिवाजी राजे मैदान है, ये खुला मैदान था। अभी यहाँ पे बहुत सारे देखो आजू बाजू में है ना, यहाँ पे बहुत सारे ना बांधकाम हो गए हैं। चौपाटी समुंदर दादर चौपाटी है, वहाँ पे दादर चौपाटी में पहले बहुत बड़ी जो अपन बोलते हैं उसको रेत रहती थी, पीले कलर की रेत रहती थी। माहिम से लेकर वर्ली तक वो रेत रहती थी पीले कलर की। खाली दादर चौपाटी आपको खुली दिखेगी, बाकी सब वहाँ पे सब पैक हुआ है।
The first thing that they should put the hook on the roads. Some roads, the VIP roads are okay, but some roads, many roads are there which are going internally. They are very in bad condition. The second thing, the cleanliness is quite satisfied, but they should improve more. They can do more on that.
thousands of people come here from across the state and from across the country to pay respect to the great man. But if you ask me about my personal experience of coming to Chaitya Bhumi, it has always been about books. You see, of course, a lot of these stalls are closed now because it is peak afternoon hours. But these stalls have some of the best Marathi literature works as far as literature is concerned, as far as history and even religion is concerned. ताई, आप मुझे बताइए कि आप कितने सालों से ये स्टॉल आपने लगाया हुआ है?
मेरे को तो 20-25 साल हो गए हैं।
20-25 साल से आप स्टॉल पे
है। हाँ।
आप मुझे बताइए कि यहाँ पे मैं देख रहा हूँ कि बहुत सारी अलग अलग तरीके की किताबें, कार्ल मार्क्स से लेके बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर से लेके छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज तक, तो कैसी कैसी किताबें हमें इन स्टॉल्स में मिल सकती है?
सब पूरा हिंदी, मराठी, इंग्लिश सब बाबा साहब का मिलेगा पूरा किताब। हाँ। जिसमें संविधान, माझी आत्मकथा, धम्म, बुद्धिस्ट धम्म, पूर्णिमाचे महत्व, शिवाजी कौन फकीर, ये सब मिलते हैं उसमें।
ये जो जगह है चैत्य भूमि, यहाँ पे आप पहले कितनी बार आ चुके हैं और इस जगह के बारे में ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ें जो आपको इतनी अच्छी लगती है कि आप यहाँ पे बार बार आते हैं?
ये जगह पे हम साल में 2-3 बार आते ही आते हैं, लेकिन 6 दिसंबर को हम इधर बाबा साहब को आदरांजलि श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए आते हैं। ये हमारा शक्ति स्थान है। यहाँ जग भर से भीम अनुयायी हर साल कोई मुंबई में आया तो इधर आता ही है, बोले तो आता है।
There is a famous saying here in Dadar, डर के आगे जीत है और दादर के आगे सीट है. And the reason why this saying has become, or this meme has become so popular, is because of this railway station. The famous Dadar railway station, which will be crowded at all hours because all the trains which come from the northern suburbs of the city and travel their way down towards either CSMT or Churchgate, most of them will empty themselves down here at the Dadar railway station. We're standing on a flyover bridge, and on one side we have the Dadar railway station, and the other side we have the iconic Dadar market. Now, this Dadar market is considered to be one of the oldest markets here in the city. You'll find everything here, and when I say everything, I mean everything. From electronics to books, from vegetables to textiles, clothes, and all of those things you can find here at the most reasonable rates. That is why at every given point of time of the day, you'll see the streets here very busy and crowded. जो दादर मार्केट में इतनी भीड़ आती है, ज़्यादा भीड़ मतलब ज़्यादा कंपटीशन?
नहीं, कंपटीशन की भी रहती है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन फ़ायदे की होती है। कोविड के बाद है ना, भीड़ ज़्यादा अभी बढ़ने लगेगी। थोड़ा बीच में गए 1-2 साल में कम थी, अभी 1 साल में तो ज़्यादा ही लग रही है।
When we talk about Dadar, we have to talk about Vada Pav. We were at Shiv Sena Bhavan a while back, and the journey of Shiv Sena as a party and Vada Pav in Mumbai has to go parallel to one another. In the decade of 60s or 70s, when the Marathi youth of the state did not have a lot of employment opportunities, a lot of people took up to selling Vada Pavs on the streets. Of course, things have changed now, fortunately, and the youth has become slightly more prosperous and the employment opportunities have grown by a bit. But the popularity of Vada Pav has still not died in Dadar. Rather, it has spread itself across not just the state or the country, but pretty much across the world. We are standing outside Ashok Vada Pav. This is considered to be one of the most iconic Vada Pav centers here in Mumbai. On several occasions, you'll see several celebrities, sports personalities and film actors and actresses standing in long queues outside Ashok Vada Pav stall here just to get a bite of what is considered to be one of the most iconic Vada Pavs here in Mumbai. जो मुंबई के बाहर लोग रहते हैं, उनके लिए आप बताइए कि वड़ा पाव का क्या महत्व या क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है एक मुंबई करके लाइफ में?
इम्पॉर्टेंट बात ये टेस्ट ही एक अलग है। अशोक वड़ा पाव का टेस्ट जो है ना, एकदम डिफरेंट है। और मैं पिछले मेरे ख्याल से 15 साल से आ रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, और मैं रहता हूँ बैंड्रा में, पर इधर आता हूँ तो वड़ा पाव खा के ही जाता हूँ। बहुत बढ़िया है।
Livability is a major concern in cities like Mumbai, and Dadar is no different. It has got all the pollution, so much of congestion, but people still get attracted to a place like this because it seems to have an inherent calm. And that is what the residents of Dadar want to be kept intact. They want their beaches to be clean, they want the pollution and construction to be controlled. Well, it is on the legislators to do it now, but this is what people living in Dadar have to say 1 month before they go to elect their new MLA. With camera person Praveen G. Rohit, this is Anuj Raith reporting from Dadar, Mumbai for NDTV.
Mumbai there, all set for a high-pitched battle. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Cappuccinos to go. I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the petroling which we were doing in 2020.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru bus.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rao. Just a day is left for filing of nominations in Maharashtra. Several big names filed their nominations today. Also in Telangana, KTR hits out at the Congress over targeting a family celebration. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. A day of mega nominations in Maharashtra. Political heavyweights filed nominations even as they scramble to finalize their candidates list with just a day to go. Several seats in Mumbai undecided. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde undertakes a mega roadshow before filing his nomination, tells NDTV the Mahayuti will register a record win as their work speaks for itself. While in the Aghadi, he says there's just a race for the CM face. A terrorist killed after special forces mobilized following an attack by a group of terrorists on an army convoy in a village in Jammu and Kashmir's Akhnoor sector. 2 more terrorists are said to be holed up. DMK, AIA-DMK mock actor politician Vijay's party after he held his first political rally. The DMK declares him the C team of the BJP. AIA-DMK says it's old wine in new bottle and it's a cocktail ideology. A political slugfest in Telangana over a police raid at a farmhouse party. KTR hits out, says a family gathering was labelled a rave party, accuses Chief Minister Revanth Reddy of targeting him for exposing corruption. The Congress asks why is DRS in a panic mode. And several parts of Delhi face massive water crisis during this Diwali season as the Yamuna water reports a spike in ammonia levels, making it difficult to treat. The Delhi Jal Board blames Haryana for the Yamuna pollution. And a big development in aerospace. India gets its first private military aircraft facility. The Prime Minister says the Tata Airbus aircraft manufacturing facility will put India on the global aerospace map. Our top story now, and it was a day of mega nominations in Maharashtra, even as political parties scramble to finalize their candidates list. Both the Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi have yet to finalize over 24 candidates, and the deadline for nomination ends tomorrow. Many seats in and around Mumbai are yet to be decided. Major showdowns have also emerged on some seats as the next generation of political leaders will cut their teeth this election. Here's a report.
Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar, and some of the biggest names in Maharashtra politics filed their nominations today. The battle for Maharashtra, the biggest political battle this year, where some of the keenest contests are as personal as they can get. It's Pawar versus Pawar face-off once again in Baramati. While Sharad faction won the Lok Sabha round, this time for the assembly elections, Ajit Pawar has fielded himself from Baramati. His nephew Yogendra Pawar is contesting against him. This is Ajit Pawar's 7th election from Baramati.
बारामती कर बहुत अच्छे वोटों से मुझे जिताएंगे ऐसा मुझे भरोसा है। मैंने सुप्रिया के खिलाफ मेरे पत्नी को खड़ा किया, वो मेरी भूल थी। ये भूल वापिस इन्होंने नहीं करनी चाहिए थी, लेकिन की है। आखिर वोटर उसके बारे में डिसीजन लेंगे।
Look at the GST issues. Look, ask any farmer if when you are traveling here that what is the it is. For me, it's never personal. Even in the Lok Sabha, I never made it personal because for me, it's an ideological fight. It's not the person. I'm fighting against the policies of government of India. I'm fighting against the policies of government of Maharashtra.
Maharashtra Chief Minister Akhnoor Shinde will lock horns against Kedar Dige, the nephew of his political guru. Bandra East has been one of the contentious seats between the MVA allies. The Mahayuti, however, managed to get an upper hand as the sitting MLA Zishan Siddiqui switched to Ajit Pawar's NCP just days ahead of elections.
Never in our wildest dreams had we imagined that we would be advancing towards my nomination rally, and my father, who's been my pillar of strength always in my life, wouldn't be there with me today. But I have my Bandra family, I have my family, my sisters there with me. My mother gave me her blessings.
The last date of filing nominations is on Tuesday, but no decision has been taken yet on several seats.
कल मैं नामांकन दाखिल करूंगा शिवाजी नगर विधानसभा क्षेत्र से, मानपुर से, और कल नामांकन दाखिल करने के बाद दोनों जगह चुनाव प्रचार की शुरुआत हम करेंगे और दोनों सीटों पे हम जीतेंगे।
We are less than a month away from the high voltage Maharashtra election, and all the leaders seem to be in readiness for this battle. From Worli's Sena versus Sena to Baramati's Pawar versus Pawar, everyone seems to have pulled up their socks, not just while campaigning, but also while filling their nomination forms here in Maharashtra. With camera person Sachin, this is Anuj Rai reporting for NDTV from Mumbai.
Today, Chief Minister Akhnoor Shinde held a massive roadshow in his constituency before filing his nomination. Speaking to NDTV following that, he said that the Mahayuti will register a record win in this election as their track record proves itself. He also said in the MVA, there's just a race for the CM's face.
मुझे विश्वास है कि इस चुनाव में सभी रिकॉर्ड अब तक के टूटेंगे, सभी रिकॉर्ड अब तक के टूटेंगे और महायुति की सरकार जो है इस राज्य में थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी से पूर्ण बहुमत से आएगी।
आपकी लाड़की बहन मैं देख रही हूँ यहाँ पर सभी जो आपकी लाड़की बहनें हैं वो थाली लेकर आपकी आरती उतारने के लिए खड़ी हैं, आपको पैसे दे रही हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष बता रही है कि ये महज चुनाव के वास्ते किया गया है, चुनाव हो जाएगा तो इसे बंद कर दिया जाएगा। उनके लिए क्या जवाब रहेगा?
ये झूठे लोग हैं, ये जो विपक्ष के लोग जैसे कर्नाटक में, जैसे हिमाचल में योजना शुरू कर दी, बोले खट खटाखट देंगे और योजना बंद कर दी, बोले केंद्र सरकार से पैसे लेंगे, लेकिन हमने उल्टा कर दिया, पटापट उनके खाते में पैसे दिए। हमारे लाडली बहनों को 5 हफ्ते दिए, 5 इंस्टॉलमेंट दिए। हमें पता था कि वो लोग आचार संहिता में अड़ंगा डालेंगे, कंप्लेंट करेंगे, इसलिए हम अक्टूबर के पैसे भी, नवंबर के पैसे भी अक्टूबर में दे दिए। ये हमारी नीयत साफ है, ये नीयत खोट नहीं है। उनका हमारा नेशन फर्स्ट है, उनका करप्शन फर्स्ट है, उनका कट कमीशन और करप्शन, यही धंधा है, यही एजेंडा है। खुद राजीव गांधी ने कहा था केंद्र से 1 रुपया आता है तो 15 पैसे जाते हैं लोगों के घर में, 85 पैसे कितने जाते हैं? अभी तो जो मोदी जी भेजते हैं पूरा बंदा 1 रुपया खाते में जाता है डीबीटी द्वारा। ये हमारा काम है, डबल इंजन का काम। इसलिए हमें कोई परवाह नहीं है, हम जनता की अदालत में जा रहे, हमारा काम का लेखा जोखा उनको देंगे, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा और पूरी मेजोरिटी जनता में।
सर, आप महायुति के अभी भी मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरे हैं, लेकिन महाविकास अघाड़ी में अभी मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा जो है वो तय हो नहीं पाया है, क्या बोलेंगे?
हमारे में देखो, मुझे करो ये कहने की नौबत नहीं। हमारे यहाँ जैसे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी थे, तब दिल्ली से सभी बड़े बड़े नेता आते थे। आज उनके वारस कहने वाले दिल्ली के गली गली में घूम रहे, मुझे करो। अगर आघाड़ी को, महाविकास आघाड़ी को ही उनका चेहरा पसंद नहीं तो महाराष्ट्र को कैसे पसंद होगा? ये मेरा सवाल है।
सर, लोकसभा चुनाव के नतीजों के बाद अब जो है महाविकास अघाड़ी का कहना,
वहाँ फेस के लिए रेस लगे हैं, हमारे पास काम के लिए, डेवलपमेंट के लिए हम उतरे रास्ते।
इस बार सर
ये
क्या
फर्क
मार्जिन
है। मार्जिन कौन सा मेरा?
जीत का?
मेरा तो सब रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा। ये लोग मैंने अभी चुनाव हाथ में लिया है।
So record victory is what Eknath Shinde has to say, but no candidate decided on both the groupings, the Mahayuti as well as the MVA, for multiple seats, especially some high-profile ones. The BJP has just declared for seats for smaller allies. Let's go across to Radhika now for more. And Radhika, the deadline looming by tomorrow is when the nominations have to be filed. Tell us, what are you hearing? Because it's around 24 seats that still have to be declared, and candidates have to be declared.
Absolutely. Tomorrow is the last day of nominations as far as Maharashtra is concerned. And we know for a fact that there are undecided / disputed seats in both Mahayuti as well as MVA. In MVA, there are at least about 3 to 4 seats in Mumbai itself that's undecided. And across Maharashtra, about 15 seats that are undecided. As far as Mahayuti is concerned, close to 30 seats in Maharashtra that's undecided. And within Mumbai, about 8 seats. They just came up with a list of 4 seats just now, the BJP, whereby a few of these disputed seats have been decided, including Kalina one, which is going to RP, and several other seats which is going to smaller parties. As far as MVA is concerned, at least 3 seats under dispute between the Congress as well as Sena, and as far as Mahayuti is concerned, at least about 7 to 8 seats, whereby both the Sena and the BJP is vying for. And these are some very important seats, including Bhandup, Versova, as well as Borivali. Borivali, the dispute is within BJP itself. There are certain seats in which the BJP is not able to decide who the candidate is going to be. Similarly, in MV as well. So yes, they have to make up, come up with a decision, by end of today or by early tomorrow morning, as nominations have to be filed by tomorrow. So in most likelihood, there will be another set of lists that will be released by both MV as well as Mahayuti camp by early tomorrow morning. But yes, high-profile nominations happen today and will continue to happen tomorrow as well. And meetings, marathon meetings taking place as we speak in order to decide on many of these disputed seats.
All right, so parties burning the midnight oil there. Thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details. And Radhika will keep a track on those developments. Well, let's get your news now from Jammu and Kashmir. And a terrorist was killed today after special forces were mobilized to neutralize a group of terrorists who attacked an army convoy in the Akhnoor sector. This took place early morning. The terrorists, believed to be 3 in number, fired on the army convoy at around 6:30 in the morning, and then when the troops retaliated, they fled into the forest. According to reports, the encounter is still underway. One terrorist, as we said, has been killed. Well, let's go across to Nazir now for the very latest. Nazir, what can you share with us?
Well, this operation is underway. Clearly, during the night, not much is going to happen because you have to see the army has to, carefully, conduct this operation. But what is one of the rare measures during any anti-militancy operation was the use of, BMP, 2 infantry combat vehicles by the army. So essentially tanks being used, as you can see in the visuals, because army doesn't want to take any chances. Early this morning, there was an attack on army convoy. Even an army ambulance was also hit during the, this attack that was hit in because of bullets. Then army swiftly retaliated, and during the ensuing encounter, 1 heavily armed militant has been killed. According to army, they have recovered arms and ammunition from the site of encounter as well. But that is not all. At least 2 to 3 militants are still holed up there. And these militants clearly are well trained in the jungle and mountain warfare. And as they have been involved in several incidents in the past, same type of militants, particularly on targeting army in Jammu region. Recently, we saw 2 major attacks in the Kashmir Valley, both in the mountains areas, forest areas. So clearly, it is a new type of militancy which security forces are dealing with. And in this particular operation, even the national security guards are also part of this anti-terror operation in Akhnoor sector of this Jammu region, as Jammu has been largely infested by militancy over the last few years, and particularly since last 6-7 months, there have been several attacks in this in Jammu region. And when people were talking about, more attacks in Jammu, we recently saw spurt in attacks in the valley as well. Security forces have held a series of meetings, including Lieutenant Governor also held meetings because he's in charge of, security and law and order in Jammu and Kashmir, despite an elected government in place. Law and order is the responsibility of the center and the Lieutenant Governor. So it remains a major challenge for the central government and the Lieutenant Governor how to deal with this type of situation and ensure this type of militancy is ended. But right now, the security forces are involved in this one of the biggest anti-terror operations in Akhnoor in Jammu region.
All right, Nazir, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. And as Nazir said, that encounter is still underway. Well, from Kashmir now to Tamil Nadu, where ruling DMK has dismissed actor politician Vijay's ideology for his new party, Tamizaga Vetri Kazhagam, saying he had copied them, also calling him the C team of the BJP, while main opposition AIADMK called it a cocktail of current political standpoints of various parties. Vijay held a massive rally on Sunday where he declared his party's priority. So will he be a disruptor in Tamil Nadu politics? Here's a report.
TVK chief and popular star Vijay's maiden political show of strength. At a venue packed with lakhs of fans and followers, Vijay made his first political speech laced with punchlines. Very tacitly, Vijay kept silent on AIADMK and targeted DMK. He alleged that DMK was following a corrupt model of Dravidian politics and misleading people.
Anyway, no looking back. நம்மளோட ஒரு எதிரி பிளவுவாத சக்திகள், நம்மளோட இன்னொரு எதிரி இந்த கரப்ஷன் கபடதாரிகள். அதுக்கு முகமே இருக்காது, முகமூடி தான் இருக்கும், முகமூடி தான் முகமே.
Vijay's core commitment, secularism, social justice, equality, proportional reservation, women empowerment and social harmony. Rejecting his allegations, the ruling DMK called him a copycat and C team of the BJP.
திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியினுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதை தமிழக மக்களிடத்திலிருந்து அகற்ற முடியாது என்பதை நேற்றைய தினம் அவர்கள் வெளியிட்டிருக்கிற ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பியிலிருந்து நாம் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். எனவே அது ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பி தான். எங்களுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதில் சிலருக்கு விளக்கங்கள் கொடுத்து தந்திருக்கிறார்களே தவிர திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சி, அதுவும் தலைவர் தளபதி முன்னெடுத்து செல்லுகிற அந்த கொள்கைகளை தமிழக மக்களிடமிருந்து யாரும் எடுத்து விட முடியாது, பிரித்து விட முடியாது. அதாவது இதுவரைக்கும் பல அரசியல் கட்சிகளுடைய ஏ டீம் பி டீம் பார்த்துருக்கிறோம். இது பாரதிய ஜனதாவினுடைய சி டீம்.
The BJP that's struggling to expand its footprint in the Dravidian heartland says it's unperturbed.
If he says it is BJP, then we will answer him. With the Prime Minister and our President, young President Mr. Annamalai, we have stars in our party, so I don't think it is going to affect us.
After MGR and Jayalalitha, popular stars in Tamil Nadu have not been able to become chief ministers, including Sivaji Ganesan, Vijaykanth and Kamal Hassan. Even superstar Rajinikanth had to opt out of politics. Vijay, who has a cult following, makes his political plunge at the peak of his career. He hopes he'll be able to script a new history. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
A family Diwali gathering maliciously labelled a rave party is what BRS leader KT Rama Rao said today, hitting back hard in the row over police raids and questioning claims about the use of narcotics when none were found on his brother-in-law's farmhouse. Cyberabad cops said that they seized stocks of foreign liquor and that one person there was positive for cocaine. So this is a big political controversy there in Telangana. Here's a report.
Over the weekend, Telangana police and excise officials raided a party at the residence of Raj Pakala, brother-in-law of former BRS minister KT Rama Rao. They booked cases against him for liquor bottles in excess of norms under Telangana Gaming Act and also under the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. This after one person among 21 men in the party reportedly tested positive for cocaine. Officials confirmed no drugs were seized from the premises.
పొద్దునుండి చూస్తా ఉన్న రేవ్ పార్టీ అట కుటుంబం మొత్తం 2, 4, 7 ఏళ్ల వయసున్న పిల్లల నుంచి మొదలు పెడితే 70 ఏళ్ల వయసున్న పెద్దావిడ దాకా అక్కడ ఉంటే ఒక కుటుంబం అంతా బంధుమిత్రులతో కలిసి భోజనం చేస్తుంటే అందులో మందు కూడా సేవించవచ్చు నేను కాదనట్లేదు దాన్ని ఒక భూతద్దంలో పెట్టి రేవ్ పార్టీ అని ఇవాళ పైశాచిక ఆనందం పొందుతున్న కొంతమందికి నేను చెప్తా ఉన్నా అది నా బావమరిది ఇల్లు అక్కడ జరిగింది ఒక ఫ్యామిలీ ఫ్రెండ్స్ గ్యాదరింగ్.
See, as claimed by BRS party that it is not a farmhouse, it is a farmhouse. When we inquired about it, that farmhouse is, the owner of that farmhouse is none other than Raj Pakala Raj, who is the brother-in-law of KTR. We are inquiring the matter and police is doing their duty. Why are you in a panic mode? Why? Why BRS party in a panic mode?
The BRS has called it an attempted character assassination. The BJP has demanded CCTV footage from the premises should be made public.
ఈ పార్టీలో ట్విట్టర్ టిల్లు కుటుంబ సభ్యులున్నట్టుగా ప్లస్ ఆయనకు దగ్గర సంబంధించిన వ్యక్తులు ఉన్నట్టుగా ముఖ్యంగా డ్రగ్స్ సప్లై చేసేటువంటి ప్రధాన వ్యక్తులు అందరూ ఉన్నట్టుగా ఇలా సమాచారం వచ్చింది. కాబట్టి ఈ విషయంలో వెంటనే సీరియస్ గా విచారణ జరపాలని చెప్పి భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నది. ముందుగా టవర్ లొకేషన్స్ ఐడెంటిఫై చేయండి, దాన్ని గుర్తించండి, మొత్తం సీసీ ఫుటేజ్ మొత్తం బహిర్గతం చేయాలి. దాంతోపాటు ముఖ్యమైన వ్యక్తుల పాస్పోర్ట్లను వెంటనే సీజ్ చేయాలని చెప్పి మేము డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నాం.
Raj Pakala was on Monday summoned to the police station. He has approached court questioning the action of the police and excise authorities. While the merits of the case will be heard in court, this has turned into a full-fledged political battle with both the Congress as well as the BJP targeting Mr. KT Rama Rao, who says this is a diversionary tactic on the part of the government. Minister Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy had said there are going to be political bombs that will burst before Diwali. So was this it? Congress sources say there could be more action in the near future. In Hyderabad with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
It's the festive season, but in Delhi, many families are telling guests and relatives not to come home. That's because large parts of Delhi are facing a massive water crisis. With the Yamuna pollution levels zooming, a reduced amount of water can be treated by the water treatment plants. Take a look at this report.
ऊपर के टैंक भी खाली हैं, नीचे के टैंक भी खाली हैं. हम लोग कैसे गुजारा कर रहे हैं?
5 दिन से ऐसा चल रहा है.
It's the festival season, but for many Delhi residents, celebrations are muted because of the water crisis. With maintenance work on the upper Ganga Canal and high pollution levels in the Yamuna affecting the functioning of 2 water treatment plants in Sonia Vihar and Bhagirathi, Delhi is reeling from a water shortage.
पूरा टैंक खाली है. रिलेटिव्स को भी मना कर दिया फेस्टिवल में प्लीज डोंट कम, क्योंकि घर का ही पानी पूरा नहीं हो रहा है.
दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से कोई मैनेजमेंट नहीं हो पा रही है, कंप्लीटली मिसमैनेजमेंट. टैंकर्स आप बुलाओ तो टैंकर्स नहीं आते हैं, अगर आएंगे तो पाइप नहीं है उनके पास. दे आर ऑल यूजलेस. दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट के एम्प्लॉयज़, जल बोर्ड के एम्प्लॉयज़ की तरफ से कोई इंटीमेशन नहीं है कि आज पानी आएगा नहीं आएगा. वी बीन लेफ्ट एज इट इज.
The water crisis is expected to continue till after Diwali. The Delhi Jal Board has alleged that Haryana's industrial discharge has spiked the ammonia content in the Yamuna that has affected water production by the water treatment plants.
देखिए, साल के मात्र ये 15 दिन होते हैं जिसमें हम लोग यहाँ पे और वजीराबाद प्लांट में और सोनिया विहार प्लांट में हम लोग यमुना से पानी उठाते हैं. और अभी आप देखेंगे कि अभी हमने जब विज़िट किया तो पता चला कि यमुना में 0.9 ppm अमोनिया है. एक तो हरियाणा सरकार पराली जला के दिल्ली वालों को परेशान करती है, अब पानी में भी इस तरीके से परेशान कर रही है.
But while the political blame game continues, those suffering are the citizens of Delhi.
पानी आता ही नहीं पाइपलाइन में। फिर उन्होंने बोला मैनुअली चलाओ, तो फिर अब 2 बजे उठते हैं, 2:30 बजे उठते हैं, जितना मिलता है उतना हम पानी चलाते हैं।
For the time being, the Jal Board has advised Delhi residents to store adequate quantities of water in advance and use it judiciously. With Anushka Garg, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Spanish counterpart Pedro Sanchez today inaugurated the Tata Aircraft Complex in Gujarat's Vadodara for manufacturing C295 aircraft by Tata Advanced Systems. A total of 56 aircrafts are there under the C295 program, of which 16 are being delivered by the Airbus from Spain, and the remaining 40 will be made in India. The Prime Minister said this will put India on the aerospace map.
आज से हम भारत और स्पेन की पार्टनरशिप को नई दिशा दे रहे हैं। हम C295 ट्रांसपोर्ट एयरक्राफ्ट के प्रोडक्शन की फैक्ट्री का शुभारंभ कर रहे हैं। ये फैक्ट्री भारत स्पेन संबंधों को मजबूती देने के साथ ही मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड इस मिशन को भी सशक्त करने वाली है। और टाटा की पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
Today we are not only officially inaugurating a cutting-edge industrial facility, today we're also witnessing how an extraordinary project between two emblematic companies becomes a reality. Prime Minister Modi, this is also the triumph of your vision to turn India into an industrial powerhouse and a magnet for investment and business-to-business collaboration. This partnership between Airbus and Tata will contribute to the progress of the Indian aerospace industry and will open new doors for the arrival of other European companies.
All right, some cricket news now. As the final deadline of retention approaches on 31st October, teams are making big announcements. KL Rahul has been released by the Lucknow Super Giants after their horror show last year. Under Rahul's leadership, they finished 7th on the points table last year. The India batter has been leading LSG since they made their IPL debut in 2022. Rahul captained Lucknow to 2 playoff finishes in the first 2 seasons. The ownership and management are not happy with his batting performance, that is his strike rates in the last 3 seasons. Rahul's strike rates were 135, 113 and 136. Nicholas Puran, Mayank Yadav and Ravi Bishnoi are the 3 players set to be retained by the franchise. And football news, Manchester United have sacked manager Erik ten Hag after the club's troubled start to the season continued with a 2-1 defeat at West Ham United on Sunday. The loss came 3 days after they were held by Fenerbahce in the Europa League, results that left United without a win in Europe this season and in 14th position in the Premier League. Well, that's it from me for the moment. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
I don't know songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Hello and welcome to The Last Word. I'm Gargi Rawat. A massive political slugfest in Telangana after Cyberabad cops raided a farmhouse party being held by KT Ramarao's brother-in-law and claims that drugs were used there. Now, Bharat Rashtra Samiti leader KT Ramarao hit back today. He said a family gathering for Diwali was being maliciously labelled a rave party, and he questioned the claims about the use of narcotics when none were found at this farmhouse. He said he was being targeted for speaking out on corruption in Revant Reddy's government. The Congress has asked why the BRS is in a panic. Now, on the show today, BRS versus Congress, Telangana political fight gets personal. Before we begin a discussion, we'll have representatives from all the parties there. Here's a look at a report which really traces all the developments so far.
Over the weekend, Telangana police and excise officials raided a party at the residence of Raj Pakala, brother-in-law of former BRS minister KT Ramarao. They booked cases against him for liquor bottles in excess of norms under Telangana Gaming Act and also under the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. This after one person among 21 men in the party reportedly tested positive for cocaine. Officials confirmed no drugs were seized from the premises.
పొద్దునుండి చూస్తా ఉన్న రేవ్ పార్టీ అట. కుటుంబం మొత్తం 2, 4, 7 ఏళ్ల వయసున్న పిల్లల నుంచి మొదలు పెడితే 70 ఏళ్ల వయసున్న పెద్దావిడ దాకా అక్కడ ఉంటే ఒక కుటుంబం అంతా బంధుమిత్రులతో కలిసి భోజనం చేస్తుంటే అందులో మందు కూడా సేవించు నేను కాదనట్లేదు. దాన్ని ఒక భూతద్దంలో పెట్టి రేవ్ పార్టీ అని ఇవాళ పైశాచిక ఆనందం పొందుతున్న కొంతమందికి నేను చెప్తా ఉన్నా. అది నా బావమరిది ఇల్లు. అక్కడ జరిగింది ఒక ఫ్యామిలీ ఫ్రెండ్స్ గ్యాదరింగ్.
See, as claimed by BRS party that it is not a farmhouse, it is a farmhouse. When we inquired about it, that farmhouse is, the owner of that farmhouse is none other than Raj Pakala Raj, who is the brother-in-law KTR. We are inquiring the matter and police is doing their duty. Why are you in a panic mode? Why BRS party in a panic mode?
The BRS called it an attempted character assassination. The BJP has demanded CCTV footage from the premises should be made public.
ఈ పార్టీలో ట్విట్టర్ టిల్లు కుటుంబ సభ్యులున్నట్టుగా ప్లస్ ఆయనకు దగ్గర సంబంధించిన వ్యక్తులు ఉన్నట్టుగా ముఖ్యంగా డ్రగ్స్ సప్లై చేసేటువంటి ప్రధాన వ్యక్తులు అందరూ ఉన్నట్టుగా ఇలా సమాచారం వచ్చింది. కాబట్టి ఈ విషయంలో వెంటనే సీరియస్ గా విచారణ జరపాలని చెప్పి భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నది. ముందుగా టవర్ లొకేషన్స్ ఐడెంటిఫై చేయండి, దాన్ని గుర్తించండి. మొత్తం సీసీ ఫుటేజ్ మొత్తం బహిర్గతం చేయాలి. దాంతోపాటు ముఖ్యమైన వ్యక్తుల పాస్పోర్ట్లను వెంటనే సీజ్ చేయాలని చెప్పి మేము డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నాం.
Raj Pakala was on Monday summoned to the police station. He has approached court questioning the action of the police and excise authorities. While the merits of the case will be heard in court, This has turned into a full-fledged political battle with both the Congress as well as the BJP targeting Mr. K.T. Rama Rao, who says this is a diversionary tactic on the part of the government. Minister Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy had said there are going to be political bombs that will burst before Diwali. So was this it? Congress sources say there could be more action in the near future. In Hyderabad with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
So the Telangana political fight gets personal. To talk more about this, we're now joined on the show by Ravula Sridhar Reddy, senior leader and spokesperson, BRS, Dr. Girija Shetkar, spokesperson, Congress, NV Subhash, Telangana BJP and former Prime Minister Narasimha Rao's grandson, also Ravikant Reddy, political editor, The Hindu, Telangana. And I'd like to start with you, Dr. Girija Shetkar. The BRS has called this an attempt at character assassination and said KTR is being targeted for, talking about corruption. Your response to that?
See, Caesar's wife should be above the suspicion. But here, Mr. KTR has been repeatedly accused and engulfed with the word drug. There has been multiple issues from the last 10 years where KTR has been associated with high-profile drug cases also. And this is not the first time. And here the issue is not between a personal political vendetta against the BRS. It is our Chief Minister's promise to provide a drug-free Telangana that he owes to the citizens. Here, there have been multiple searches over the last few months in random pubs, parking lots, and there have been tested for urine and blood samples. And this is the similar case. Now that they have been associated with the KTR's family, now the family and the KCR, who has never come out of his farmhouse in the last 10 months, even when the state has been through the floods, is now making personal call for the DGP. And why are these people trying to protect an accused here? And this Mr. Rajpakala, he's a repeated offender here. This man is he invites all the sunburn, all this music fest he has introduced to Hyderabad. And here they provide all drugs and liquors to the minor children. And now they say this is Telangana culture and all this. And this man, it is his farmhouse. And I have an
that's a lot of allegations that you're making, and not to say that, all music festivals are related to drugs. So let's not just, judge them in that manner. But yes, many things that you've said there already. One of your state ministers is in trouble for making these kind of loose comments regarding KTR and some actors. Ravula Sridhar Reddy, your response to, what was just said here?
See, first of all, these are all baseless allegations, and the Congress representative is speaking out of immaturity. You cannot call, as you say, music festivals or the centers for drug distribution or something like that. Raj Pakala is a businessman. He is the brother-in-law of KTR, no doubt in it. Just because he is brother-in-law of KTR, he cannot be simply, made a target. Rather, you can, accuse him and, level baseless allegations on it. Now that, police has raided the particular premises, and it is clearly said by the family members, it's a party arranged on the occasion of Diwali for the family members. There, a few section of media and Congress party and their allies are clearly propagating it's a rave party. I don't know what is a rave party, we don't know, but Congress party leaders should be knowing it. What is a rave party? It's a family party, that's what the family members have claimed. Now, one person was allegedly taken drugs, that was told by the police, and case was booked. And we have clearly said, KTR himself has clearly said, where from this man has consumed drug, you can, investigate it. But there, old family members are there, old age family members, children are there, and you claim that it's a drugs party and all that. Number two, the moment police raided, the next day issue comes out, BJP leader Mr. Bandi Sanjay, who was a deputy home minister or something, he comes out and supported the entire thing, saying that the probe should happen. It is a clear-cut indication that both Congress and BJP working hand in glove to target KTR out of jealous, out of hatred. If there is anything truth, now that the things, things up to, went up to the police station, police have booked cases, we demand a strong investigation. Let the investigation go on. But what is that Congress party has in it? Why are you showing over-enthusiasm? Congress leaders are questioning us. We are panicking. We are not panicking at all. We understand your plot. We understand your kind of working. And exactly 3-4 months back, there was a party in one of the star hotels in Hyderabad. Allegedly, there were many Congress leaders in it, but I don't know where that raid details have gone. So there are many things that are happening. Fine, no issues. We strongly demand an investigation into it, probe into it. Now, police has to bring out the details in it. But why Congress is showing over-enthusiasm in it?
All right, and Raj Pakala has also taken this to the court. He's approached the High Court over this as well, so that will also be seen to. But before I let you respond, Henry, Subhash, what is the BJP's role in all of this? As being said there, we do know that the BJP has demanded that CCTV footage from the premises be made public.
Yeah, this is a this is a very clear-cut indication. When we see the background of Mr. Raj Pakala, who is the brother-in-law of Mr. KTR, when BRS, the government was in power in Telangana, he had an extra constitutional authority where he has to get so many things done through the offices of the Chief Minister. As there are some rave parties, there are some parties. So all those things have been happening, and then he has acquired many of the the properties as well as the companies also, the software companies also, where he used to arrange on this. We have a benefit of doubt. So as far as Mr. KTR is concerned and Mr. Bandisanjay's statement is concerned, yes, we demand a thorough inquiry in that. And earlier also, if you see Mr. Bandisanjay, who was then the president of the state, he has been demanding the DNA test for Mr. the KTR. Because there is so much of a benefit of doubt, because the Hyderabad has become the drug capital, and instead of making coming clean, the government has made so much of allegations.
Can you just clarify, explain that?
This is
they have made so much of allegations on the cinema actors, the film actors, the political party leaders, and the businessmen, the children also. Where all these have gone. And one more plot, this is Mr. Ravula Sridhar Reddy of the BRS is saying that this is a plot. Then what happened to the farmhouse when so many people have just investigated about BJP trying to topple the BRS party, and where is that investigation gone? When there is a people sitting and then talking, you say it's a plot. Then what is the plot here? When there is a rave party, when you find people having more, the liquor bottles on that. Yes, the superintendent of the excise has all the liberty and all the power to go and then investigate and then
all
to
right,
have a right on that.
Reddy, I'll give you a chance to respond, but and also every party is not a rave party. But Ravikant Reddy, please come in here. The kind of allegations, loose statements being made, and talk of every party is being called a rave and drugs being alluded to, and all kinds of things alluded to. Make sense of this. It's getting very, very personal there in Telangana politics.
Yeah, I think first of all, let us understand that police has not said that this is a rave party. It is a media which has, made these comments on their, particularly the news channels. And even the print media stayed away from calling it as a rave party. So getting personal, I think for the last 4 months, 5 months, we have seen BRS has been very, very aggressive on the government, particularly using their social media handles. They're trying to question every move of the government, every decision of the government. And particularly the Musi regeneration project, which the Revanth Reddy government wants to implement at a cost of 1.5 lakh crores over a period of 10 to 15 years. But that is one case where BRS has been very, very aggressive, and it was getting personal. I mean, this is, I think, Mr. Revanth Reddy, when he was the PCC president, also he was in fact, he made allegations against Mr. KTR over drugs. So this rave thing, drugs thing, it has been between these two leaders for the last 1.5 years, 2 years. I think that's where it has started, and the vicious campaign from both the sides on social media has vitiated the atmosphere so much that nobody knows where it's going. I think the way BRS and Congress social media handles are handling this issue, it is only dividing people a lot and dividing the politicians. The decency levels have been crossed between both the leaders, between both the parties. and it has to get personal. I mean, it was going to get personal. And this incident particularly, which was, Mr. Raj Pakala, brother-in-law of Mr. KTR, was there. He hosted a party. And interestingly, the police so far has not come out and openly said, what exactly they have seized, or, what are the charges. So I think once they come out and show to the public, or, address a press conference, giving more details, it is just media which is, the slanging, mudslinging war is happening between the two parties and two personalities. I think it's more of a question of the fight between two personalities, which has been, spread on social media, spread on media, and it's been fought by the cadre at the lower levels.
All right.
It's not a good sign for Telangana politics that somewhere both the leaders must restrain themselves.
All right, not a good sign, and levels of decency are being crossed. Dr. Girija Shetkar, your response to this, and please don't make all these sort of allegations, but it's getting very personal. Lots of loose comments are being made.
Madam, firstly, this is not personal. You need to understand what's been happening in Telangana since the Congress formed the government. There has been active, aggressive anti-narcotic policies that has been taken by Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, because the last 10 years, Hyderabad has become a hub for the drugs, where the drugs have also reached the rural places. So this case is not personal. This is
what do you mean?
For a Telangana which needs to be drug-free society. In this particular case, I would like to say why this man Vijay,
Mr. Reddy, I'll just give you a chance to respond.
In this FIR, please let me say, in this FIR, Mr. Vijay has stated that Raj Pakala asked him to consume the cocaine, which he had with him the same day. So why did this man tested positive? Why is Raj Pakala on the run? And why are the MLAs of the BRS government opposing the officers on duty to perform their investigation? Why is the BRS MLA Sanjay threatening the journalist here when they are being asked questions about the party here?
All right, let's get a response. Rabula Sridhar Reddy, your response to that?
First of all, I strongly condemn this statement of, Congress spokesperson. That's why I said she is speaking out of immaturity. Hyderabad has become a, hub of drugs. What is this statement? You are trying to show Hyderabad in bad light for political gains. Please learn something.
Sir, everybody knows where the Hyderabad has reached and how he.
All right, let him respond, please. Please, Dr. Shetkar,
I heard of you.
respond.
I heard of you. Please.
Yes,
Number
go
one.
ahead.
Number two. Raj Pakala, the FIR stated Vijay Madhuri consumed the cocaine, but he himself has released a video today saying that it was not his confession to the police. So that the truth will come out someday. See, not supporting or denying anything.
Why are you defending an accused here before the investigation?
Let him make his point, please. One moment.
Revanth Reddy is also accused in some case, okay? And many of the leaders. Now, let me not speak all that. We don't want to go personal on this. We need to have some maturity while speaking on a national platform, number one. Number two, the Raj Pakala approached the court because there is a political angle to it. Because he is the brother-in-law of KTR, there are some, there is a political angle towards it. Definitely, he has utilized his legal right. So, court has given him 2 days' time to appear before the police. He will appear before the police, and whatever information that is sought out of him, he will be giving it to him. But Congress is in hurry to prove it was a guilty. They are guilty. Congress itself is trying to prove that they are guilty. So this is not the way, as Ravikant also was saying, they are going too personal against individuals. Let's fight on issues. If
all
you have
right,
the capacity,
NV Subhash, you wanted to make a point?
Public, come out to defend
yes,
yourself.
Go ahead.
See, now the Congress party is in power. Earlier, listen. Earlier, when the BRS party was in power, they have used the same witch hunting on most of the political leaders, especially from from BJP also. See, our Bandi Sanjay leader, being MP, was targeted so much, humiliated so much, because he is bringing to the notice of the public the failures of the the BRS government. Now the Congress party is just the witch hunting. Instead of
so you're
making
claiming
this
it
allegation,
I'm running out of time. Ravikant Reddy, your final word from you on
Congress language now.
All right, just a moment. Let Ravikant Reddy speak now. one moment. Yes, go ahead.
Everyone will have a benefit of doubt.
BJP is out
Looking
to
at
defend Congress government.
All right, final word to Ravikant Reddy on, the state of Telangana politics and this back and forth and allegations and witch hunts being alluded to. Yes.
I want to say BJP is out to defend Congress party is clearly saying they are doing a witch hunting on BRS.
No, we don't.
But let's just hear from Ravikant Reddy. Sir, go ahead. So go ahead.
We wanted to bring the truth. Why do we support the
One
Congress
moment,
party?
please. Let Mr. Reddy speak. Ravikant Reddy here. Let him speak. Yes, go ahead.
Booking cases. What is
I didn't get the question, ma'am. I couldn't hear because of this crosstalk. So
Yes,
what was
go
the
ahead.
question like? What was the question?
I was just saying last word to you, sir, given, look at all the allegations and back and forth and talk of, witch hunt and whatnot.
Man, this was bound to happen because, similar, I think the police in Telangana somewhere is caught between the political parties because it happened during the BRS regime when Mr. Revanth Reddy was put in jail for allegedly flying a drone over Mr. KTR's alleged farmhouse. He was put in jail for 13 days. And, later he came out, then he became the chief minister. And so obviously when, something of this kind happens, the BRS would obviously claim that, this is some kind of witch hunt. But the kind of political atmosphere in Telangana that prevails now is not good. It actually affects Telangana's and Hyderabad's brand image. The BRS is very, very aggressive against the government.
Right.
And the government is also equally aggressive against BRS. I think both the parties should restrain themselves somewhere to save brand Hyderabad and brand Telangana image.
All right, save brand Hyderabad. We'll leave it there. And, talking about too many, personal attacks and the image of Hyderabad getting impacted. Well, we'll have to end it there. Thank you so much all for joining us on The Last Word. Now, a report from Karnataka, and after promising to list the caste census in the cabinet 3 weeks ago, Karnataka Chief Minister has failed to do so at a time when the chief is facing resignation calls over the Muda scam, and when there are Dalit contenders to the top post, is the Chief Minister stalling the process? Pratibha Raman reports.
In early October, Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah reignited the caste census debate in the state and claimed he would table the controversial socio-economic survey report before the cabinet after holding a meeting with legislators, including some from the BJP. But the report, which could upset political caste equations in the state, has made several dominant caste leaders uncomfortable. It is yet to be tabled, and that's raised questions over whether the CM is serious about it, or did he just make the announcement to distract attention from the Muda scam that engulfed him.
We hear that the caste census will be accepted and it will be implemented. But Siddaramaiah has never dared to accept it or make it public. It is only because he fears a setback for the Congress party in the coming by-election and also in the future. Moreover, it may even ensure his chair is shaken.
The Lingayat and Vokaliga groups have claimed the report, initiated in 2014, as unscientific. And publishing the caste data now is fraught with risk. Even Deputy CM DK Shivkumar, who belongs to the Vokaliga caste, had expressed his opposition, and the BJP, dominated by Lingayat leaders, is on the same page.
He is not a man who will shy away from any principles. He has said that it will be discussed in the cabinet and then taken decision.
The caste census is a delicate and a tricky issue. With the Muda scam gaining heat, there are leaders from the backward class ready to take on the CM's chair. But will Siddaramaiah be willing to take that risk with this report? With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK has dismissed actor-politician Vijay's ideology for his party, TVK, saying he has copied them, also calling him the C-team of the BJP. While the main opposition, AIADMK, in the state called it a cocktail of current political standpoints of various parties. Vijay held a massive rally on Sunday where he declared his party's priorities and ideology. So will he be a disruptor in the state? Here's a report.
TVK chief and popular star Vijay's maiden political show of strength. At a venue packed with lakhs of fans and followers, Vijay made his first political speech laced with punchlines. Very tacitly, Vijay kept silent on AIADMK and targeted DMK. He alleged that DMK was following a corrupt model of Dravidian politics and misleading people.
Anyway, no looking back. நம்மளுடைய ஒரு எதிரி பிளவுவாத சக்திகள், நம்மளுடைய இன்னொரு எதிரி இந்த கரப்ஷன் கபடதாரிகள். அதுக்கு முகமே இருக்காது, முகமூடி தான் இருக்கும். முகமூடி தான் முகமே.
Vijay's core commitment, secularism, social justice, equality, proportional reservation, women empowerment and social harmony. Rejecting his allegations, the ruling DMK called him a copycat and C-team of the BJP.
திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியினுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதை தமிழக மக்களிடத்திலிருந்து அகற்ற முடியாது என்பதை நேற்றைய தினம் அவர்கள் வெளியிட்டிருக்கிற ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பியிலிருந்து நாம் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். எனவே அது ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பி தான். எங்களுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதில் சிலருக்கு விளக்கங்கள் கொடுத்து தந்திருக்கிறார்களே தவிர திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சி, அதுவும் தலைவர் தளபதி முன்னெடுத்து செல்லுகிற அந்த கொள்கைகளை தமிழக மக்களிடமிருந்து யாரும் எடுத்து விட முடியாது, பிரித்து விட முடியாது. அதாவது இதுவரைக்கும் பல அரசியல் கட்சிகளுடைய ஏ டீம் பி டீம் பார்த்துருக்கிறோம். இது பாரதிய ஜனதாவினுடைய சி டீம்.
The BJP that's struggling to expand its footprint in the Dravidian heartland says it's unperturbed.
If he says it is BJP, then we will answer him. With the Prime Minister and our President, young President Mr. Annamalai, we have stars in our party, so I don't think it is going to affect us.
After MGR and Jayalalitha, popular stars in Tamil Nadu have not been able to become chief ministers, including Shivaji Ganesan, Vijaykanth and Kamal Hassan. Even superstar Rajinikanth had to opt out of politics. Vijay, who has a cult following, makes his political plunge at the peak of his career. He hopes he'll be able to script a new history. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
And that's it on The Last Word. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them mail-in bands. A touch of love.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think
A lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV.
Political heavyweights file nomination even as political parties scrambled to finalize their candidates list with just a day to go for nominations. Several seats in Mumbai undecided. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde undertakes a mega roadshow before filing his nomination, tells NDTV the Mahayuti will register a record win as their work speaks for itself, while in the Agadi there is just a race for the Chief Minister's face. DMK mock actor politician Vijay's party after his first political rally, while the DMK hits out declaring him a C team of the BJP. AIADMK said it's old wine in new bottle and a cocktail ideology. A political slugfest in Telangana over a police raid at a farmhouse. Party KTR hits out, says a family gathering was labeled a rape party, accuses Chief Minister Revanth Reddy of targeting him for exposing corruption. The Congress asks why BRS is in panic. Hello everyone, you're watching Left, Right and Centre. I'm Maria Shakil. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his monthly radio address, Mann Ki Baat, flagged digital arrest. While labelling it as a fraudulent activity, he urged people to remain vigilant and safe. The Prime Minister emphasized that those involved in the crime are enemies of society, and he said, and I'm quoting him, "There is no system like digital arrest in the law. This is just fraud, deceit, lie. A gang of criminals, and those who are doing this are enemies of the society." This is what the Prime Minister said. He cautioned the people in general. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said.
रुको, बाद में सोचो और फिर एक्शन लो। ये 3 चरण आपकी डिजिटल सुरक्षा का रक्षक बनेंगे। साथियों, मैं फिर कहूंगा, डिजिटल अरेस्ट जैसी कोई व्यवस्था कानून में नहीं है। ये सिर्फ फ्रॉड है, फरेब है, झूठ है, बदमाशों का गिरोह है। और जो लोग ऐसा कर रहे हैं, वो समाज के दुश्मन है। डिजिटल अरेस्ट के नाम पर जो फरेब चल रहा है, उससे निपटने के लिए तमाम जांच एजेंसियां राज्य सरकारों के साथ मिलकर काम कर रही है। इन एजेंसियों में तालमेल बनाने के लिए नेशनल साइबर कोऑर्डिनेशन सेंटर की स्थापना की गई है। एजेंसियों की तरफ से ऐसे फ्रॉड करने वाली हजारों वीडियो कॉलिंग आईडी को ब्लॉक किया गया है। लाखों सिम कार्ड, मोबाइल फोन और बैंक अकाउंट्स को भी ब्लॉक किया गया है। एजेंसियां अपना काम कर रही है,
लेकिन डिजिटल अरेस्ट के नाम पर हो रहे स्कैम से बचने के लिए बहुत जरूरी है हर किसी की जागरूकता, हर नागरिक की जागरूकता। जो लोग भी इस तरह के साइबर फ्रॉड का शिकार होते हैं, उन्हें ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को इसके बारे में बताना चाहिए।
So what is digital arrest? Fraudsters, in fact, pose as cops on video calls. They then intimidate and threaten victims with arrest. These victims are tricked into constant surveillance via Skype. These perpetrators, in fact, pose as cops, police officers, sometimes bureaucrats and other law enforcement agencies. In fact, once they use the name of the Chief Justice of India as well. In order to make the arrest appear real, they use fake IDs and stop victims from speaking to anyone. In the state of panic, the victims often share their passwords to their accounts and end up paying the extortion money they are asking for. So what should you do if you are trapped in this kind of digital arrest scam? First, never trust unknown callers and do not engage with them. First, do not panic, and if you get such a call, stop all communication and disconnect the internet to begin with. Immediately call 1930 and report the crime to police. Next, contact your bank, freeze account, change passwords soon, ASAP, as soon as you can. And in this state, maintain your calm and ensure that you have all the relevant evidence like call recording, messages, screenshots. Next question that you may have on your mind is, can this be avoided? Yes, it can be. Never trust unsolicited calls. Agencies, remember, do not conduct questioning online. There's no method of probe online. Verify callers by contacting agency directly. Do not share personal details on video calls and install cyber security app to alert on scam calls. Remember, in the last few months, thousands of such fraudulent video calling IDs have been blocked by the agencies. Lakhs of SIM cards, mobile phones and bank accounts have also been blocked. This is a new cyber menace, and let me share some shocking statistics which will show the sheer scale of what is happening here. In the first 3 months of 2024, Indians lost approximately 120 crores to digital arrests. A whopping 74 lakh complaints have been recorded from January 1st till April 30th. And in the same period last year, 15.56 lakh calls were registered, which essentially means that this year there has been a substantive increase, almost few 100% from 2023 to 2024. And just as you will see this constantly rising, it's an indicator of this menace. Let me give you one example. Vardhaman Group Chairman SP Oswal was duped of 7 crore last month in Ludhiana. Mr. Oswal was kept under digital surveillance for 2 days after the fraudsters duped in the name of a money laundering probe. Remember, this is a menace and we can fight this challenge only with a collective effort. So let's try and decode little more about it with those who are in the know of it. Brijesh Singh is the Principal Secretary to the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, someone who has been handling such crimes. Amin Mudassir is a digital arrest victim. Sanjay Sahai is a former ADGP of cyber crimes in Karnataka Police. We have also Napinai, cyber laws expert. I'm going to begin with you, Brijesh Singh. The fact that the cases are increasing exponentially, it only means that all the efforts at trying to, cut those calls or block those numbers aren't really helping.
So it seems that there is a large cybercrime syndicate which has followed this particular modus. And you see that this uptick in call is very recent. So there are different modi operandi wherein cyber fraudsters, cyber criminals uh, do this thing called social engineering. So, cyber frauds and cybercrime can be done with technical means by hacking, with malware, with mobile apps, with remote access. But I think three-fourths of cybercrime, more than 75% of cybercrime happens with compromising the victim through uh, social engineering, wherein the victim is compelled to share personal details, which leads to an account takeover, and hence, money is lost. So I believe that while efforts are being taken, the nature of digital platforms is such that it gives free access to everybody to reach any individual and perpetrate such crimes. Maria?
Okay, so let me try and get details of from Amin, who has been a victim of this crime or supposed cyber arrest. What really happened, Amin, and when was this?
Yeah, this happened in December last year. I was just preparing for my flight next day, and 12:30 I get a call, which had an automatic message: press 1 for knowing more details about your parcel. A person spoke to me and mentioned that so-and-so parcel has returned back, and it had so many things, and one such thing was the MDMA. I mean, I never knew what was MDMA, but that person explained to me. And then he said, see, look, you are in Bangalore, and if you do not now immediately get in touch with the Mumbai Cybercrime Police, you will have to face consequences. What happened was he asked me two questions, which made the entire thing look real for me. One is he asked me, did you travel to Mumbai recently? I was just 1 week, it was 1 week after Mumbai travel. So I was in Mumbai a week ago before. And then the second thing he asked me, did you give your Aadhaar to any of your friends? Incidentally, I had given a copy of my Aadhaar to my friend, and both these things made me believe that this person is very, very much aware of what has happened with me. The call goes to the Mumbai Cyber Police, so-called Mumbai Cyber Police, and then the person there takes a big name of himself. He's an ACP, and he then tells me to come on Skype. I go to Skype, and there are many IDs which he tells me, and I click on one ID. Till that time, I thought this is a genuine police interrogation, and I was like, okay, let me face it, or whatever is happening. Till then, I followed him. So he made me sit like this on the camera, and I couldn't see the person on the other side. And he made me tell the complaint, so-called complaint, online complaint, and he says it's now recorded. And then he somehow manages to elicit my Aadhaar number, because until now he had taken over my mind, and I told him the Aadhaar number. He knew my name, he got the Aadhaar, and then he sends a PDF with the CBI notice to me saying that now you are under national security. You can't leave the country. You are supposed to now lock yourself in the room, not talk to anybody. And this was very, very difficult for me to handle. But then I still said, okay, let me calm down. Let me see what happens. And then what happens is they do some sort of a talking between people, and they say, your Aadhaar has been registered in multiple states. And then they show me a famous Maharashtra politician, I can't take his name, and they say, this person has been arrested by ED, and he has 200 fake bank accounts. And we want to now establish a proof that no money from these 200 accounts has come to your personal account. In the meanwhile, he gathers all my bank details, like how much money I have. He didn't actually ask for passwords. So I told him how much money I have. And then a PDF comes, again, a PDF saying that now the finance department of CBI is going to send a software to you, and you have to transfer 88% of all the money you have. So that time, that amount came to 8 lakh rupees. So I kind of brought all that money into my personal account, which was with a private bank. And when he eventually, two people, I mean, their Hindi, their English was sounding as if, they are truly some sort of bureaucrats. What happened was, this guy at the end of this was total 4.5 hours of trauma. So at the last moment, he told me, please open your iMobile app and add a pay. The moment he told add a pay, I was like, no, this is something wrong. How will I pay some government agency via my mobile? Because I pay my GST, my income tax online. So that was the red alert immediately. The second thing was, I told, please on your video, I want to know who you are. I will pay you 8 lakhs, whatever is the amount, but I want to see who you are. The third thing is, suddenly it flashed my mind, this could be some scam. I Googled, because it was a FedEx call, I typed FedEx and scam. And I was so lucky that there was an article by the then DCP of Bangalore South, DCP, I'm forgetting his name. He had mentioned the entire scam. So I was so thankful to him. And the moment I stood firm, they started using a very strong language. Inspectors send the cops now to his house. This man is not cooperating. I just stood silent, stunned, and I said, nothing doing. I cut the call, and I just thanked God that day that I was saved. But it was 4.5 hours, and then I discovered that, like me, there are
pure trauma.
Pure trauma.
Absolutely, I think. But Sanjay Sai, the point that has been made here by Mudassir, two things. You know, they know. They know that psychology, that if they share some details of recent activities, then you will start trusting them. Because, you know, if you look at it, Mudassir's, the fact that he had shared his Aadhaar with a friend of his, they knew about it. Or was it just some guess questions that you ask?
It is a mixture of both. So we are basically dealing with a multi-headed hydra. And we want to control it from one end, which is not going to happen. So as Brajesh said, it starts with social engineering, and all the fishing expeditions which happen, whether it's fishing, whaling, and variety of other things in that fishing umbrella, starts with social engineering. And here what happens, which is most fascinating, and which has been quite a time talked about by Yuval Noah Harari, the biggest digital thinker of our times, is that they want to hack your mind. So they hack your mind, gain control over your mind. There has been a very recent incident wherein an Aaj Tak correspondent, she herself told that she literally felt hypnotized. So as you enter into this whole exercise, what is really critical for you is once you have started believing that you are talking to the right person, I think you have lost the game. So that is where the whole thing starts. It emanates for other two things which are unconnected to digital technology, so to say, is the fear of law enforcement agencies and the fear of the government and how the government functions. A CEO, a top IT person getting hacked or getting duped in this manner is something which is unimaginable. There's a friend of mine who lost 1.21 crores. I think he was supposedly under digital arrest for a couple of days. Now, this being the situation as it is, do we have any mechanism wherein I can call that number and which is a trusted number by which I can cross-check whether the person who is talking to me comes from the right source or not? I don't think there's any number in the country where you can tell FedEx, Customs, Police, CBI and all these agencies what their correct number is or what their only number is, and it can be cross-verified.
So what is this
number? So that becomes very, very important.
Sir,
at the time of crisis,
one moment, sir. Then what is this number that we are talking about, that if you are trapped, then dial 1930?
Yeah, so we are talking of this number is 1930, which primarily means that once the thing is over and you have been duped, you communicate to them, you inform them.
Okay.
A real-time support of a nature which a victim requires.
That's not there.
I don't think that is forthcoming, number one. Number two, there is no trusted number by which you can cross-check. These are the FedEx numbers, these are the customs numbers, these are the CBI numbers, these are these numbers. It is known as whitelisting of numbers. So let the government announce, this is the whitelisted number by which government corresponds. But for that, any number we don't recognize. So we will also not recognize. Number two, now every day we are getting numbers. Do we have any place where there is a crowdsourcing of numbers by which we create a database? And that database is the real, active, dynamic, updated database of all fraudulent numbers or Skype IDs or WhatsApp IDs or whatever the case may be. Number two. Number three, what we have been talking about of thousands and lakhs of SIMs and variety of other things. Where is that? Where is that database? We need to have that database only to realize that this is what action has been taken upon.
You make an important point, sir.
Other part I'll tell you. Give me half a minute. So the other part is the telcos. Telcos in your language might be different. In our language is the telecommunication companies. So these telecommunication companies, the collaboration between them, Airtel boasts of suspect calls of spams and variety of things. Now all these things through Airtel, BSNL and whatever telcos we have, why they don't come together and block all these on a dynamic basis. And same thing goes, which we have left completely uncovered, are the banks. All these mule accounts are in the bank, and the way it is siphoned off and the pace at which it is siphoned off, it is very difficult to say that if not the connivance, it is outright ignorance, it is callousness, it is irregularity of the bank and nothing else. And it operates in a multi-layered system.
Yes, yes.
Then what trauma support do you provide to the victim? That fellow loses everything. What is the trauma support? Nothing.
So basically, if there is no real time support, then actually it is not of much help, is the point that is being made here. N.S. Napinai, given the sheer scale at which this menace is unfolding here in India, from 3 lakh calls, it went up to 7 and then 15, and last year 15.56 lakh complaints, and now 74 lakh complaints. It certainly appears that there is no solution in sight.
It does seem rather bleak. But Maria, the first thing I would say is prevention and protection is what we are talking about. And I'm really glad that the Prime Minister has addressed this issue in Mann Ki Baat, because that is how you get wider reach of the message. Because repeatedly, law enforcement agencies have been sharing this message, cautioning the public about these kind of scams, and yet they continue. And whatever numbers you're quoting may just be the tip of the iceberg. There may be many instances which are not even being reported. So if you look at it from a law perspective, there are many important points that have been raised by the other panelists to address the first thing that Brajesh mentioned about these being syndicates. Now, you have remedies in law. Often I have noted that victims believe that they do not have remedies in law. You do have it. The Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita now captures a new provision for organized crime, and such frauds are part of this organized crime process. Now, Sanjay mentioned about the various processes in terms of preventive and protective measures. I would like to start off from where he left off about the bank's liability. Now, when you look at a UK perspective, for instance, the United Kingdom took a conscious effort in terms of providing remedies for recovery of money for financial fraud victims. One of the concerns, of course, that they mentioned is that if a consortium of banks come together to provide succor to the victims, chances are that cyber criminals will be more emboldened, because for them, it would seem like the system is paying for the crime. So that was one concern that was raised. But the fact remains that remedies, and here the remedy for a victim literally is recovery of money. So remedies are provided for in real time and in a practical manner. So when we look at it from an India perspective, we are dealing with different kinds of people here, and predominantly a lot of very highly educated, well-positioned people are falling victim. If you look at the old kinds of frauds, they relied on greed. Now, frauds rely on fear. Look at the kind of fear psychosis that they create. You talked about social engineering. How is it being done? First, the victim is isolated. That's why they are being locked into. I had this case where a very elderly couple faced this a similar situation as what the victim just narrated. But in that case, initially the wife came into the room to try and caution the husband. And then the person on the screen yelled at the victim and said, ask her to leave, otherwise we are coming immediately to arrest you, kind of threats. Then he locked himself in alone, and luckily, the wife was a very smart one. Kudos for women, if I may pause to say that. But she then verified online and then managed to get a message through to the husband. And then they kind of like saved themselves from a larger issue. They did lose some money. So when you look at the modus and the way it's being done, it's critical for people to put in preventive and protective measures themselves. One, with a good antivirus software, which would probably root out many of the mails-based frauds. Two, not continuously build into themselves that they should not click on unknown links. If a parcel is going to be returned, so be it. But when you're not expecting a parcel, you have, and if you look at those messages, it does not carry any information. It just gives you the link. So don't click on links, don't take it to the next level. Be cautious and keep reporting these crimes, because if there is better enforcement, and we should have better enforcement, if we can show by example that these criminals can be traced and punished, then there may be a better remedy and a recourse.
Amin, you wanted to make a point, then I'll go to Brijesh Singh.
Yeah, I still get those calls. I still get the calls automated. I have received 20 calls from that day till today. So one or two times I did hang, despite 1930 complaint. So I think there is no control over these calls. The latest call was yesterday morning. I still got a call. I don't know how our numbers are going so easily out. And one or two times I did try to engage them, only to give them a proper thrashing after taking them till the point they try to push me to the Skype thing. But the thing is, it's now DHL, FedEx, SBI, and I don't know how many more company names they will take.
Okay, so Brijesh Singh, here is Mudassir, who perhaps escaped one arrest, supposed arrest, and then he's continuing to get those calls. You had used a phrase social engineering. Could you explain that? And then for those who are continuing to get those calls, what is their solution? 1930 doesn't seem to be of much help.
See, social engineering is basically, as Sanjay sir said, hacking of the mind. It's almost like a dark psychology thing. So authority, emergency, threat and demand. They create an authority figure which creates something called an halo effect, where you are, once somebody in an authority figure or purported authority figure says something, there is more compliance. You want to listen to it. Then they create emergency, that your numbers would be blocked, your account would be blocked, or we are coming to your place, we are raiding you, we are arresting you. Then they threat, and then they demand. So this is a cycle of digital arrest. However, I'd like to make one or two important points. See, the thing with 1930 is that it stops the flight of money. So with 1930, what you can do is that once you call that number, they would stop the money from being transferred to different accounts. Generally, the way cybercriminals operate is that once the money is taken, it's divided into small parts, it's spread all over, and then it is withdrawn from mule accounts. You also have to remember that the RBI circular on victim liability talks about limitation of victim liability to only 25,000 rupees. You also have to remember that there is something called ombudsman that you also have to immediately make, apart from registering, calling 1930, registering on cybercrime.gov.in, you also have to approach banking ombudsman. And after having said this, I want to say two more things, that this all is happening because of broken KYC, know your customer. If KYC was proper, then you would have had phone numbers, accounts, and addresses, everything, and identities linked, so that nobody would be able to purport to be somebody else to defraud others. And I believe that once this is happening on social media platforms, they have a duty to care. They are profiting, if not profiteering, of all Indian people, but they are having no modicum of responsibility. If you are allowing your platforms to be used for this, then it is your duty to care, your duty to stop, and your duty to stop any misuse of your platform. So I believe that 1930, ombudsman, and limitation of your liability to 25,000 rupees if you report it in time and there's no contributory negligence. And apart from that, the responsibility of platforms, plus solving the broken KYC issue. Maria?
So if it's so, there are so many wheels within wheels here, and it sounded a very complex and complicated procedure here, Brijesh Singh. So I'll give the last word to Sanjay Sahai. You have to be alert. Are we supposed to believe that the only way to get out of this entire, complicated process, if you are cheated or under supposed cyber arrest, then the prevention is the only way out? Otherwise, you won't get your money back. It's a long process.
No. Prevention can be only one part of the whole story, and you can't say that if it cannot be prevented, nothing else can be done, and the state will sit with his arms on the forehead and keep breaking it. I don't believe that. I'll give you one very simple thing.
No, but Sanjay, here is
business logic. I'll just
one moment.
give me.
Amin Mudassir is saying that he is continuing to get calls.
No, he will keep continue. No, I'm coming in between that. Give me the middleware, as we call it, the software industry.
Okay.
Correct. So first is business logic. Your core banking works on varieties of business logic. Any transfer of say 1 lakh rupee or more or 50,000 or more cannot be retransferred or broken down into smaller amount in next 6 hours or next 12 hours. Make it as a part of the core banking software. Point number 1. Point number 2, all KYC needs to be audited as it stands today. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to pursue with your bank accounts. Point number 3, another business logic, which all our IT companies are very familiar with. And that is, if any video call continues for more than 2 hours, 1 hour, half an hour, whatever, that will be stopped. And for next 72 hours, that call shall not materialize. It is not coming in way of encryption. It is not coming in way of privacy. It is only for the purposes of crime prevention and security. So there are a variety of ways by which things can be done. Whether we are ready to do that or not is the biggest problem. Now we want to put everything on the awareness part, on the prevention part, on the customer part, on the citizen part. And that is the only story we know. We don't know any other story of governance. So this is where we are stuck up. Why should we take a 360 degrees responsibility and move ahead and try to create a business model which actually delivers? And if in the technology age, if the hackers or these cyber criminals can come to this level, I think we can go to a much greater level in no time. We have all the wherewithal. Are the agencies really coordinating among themselves?
Yes.
Is there a single database which is there at the back end? National Cybercrime Coordination Center supposedly has just started. Correct. So where is the commonality? And as I see in Bangalore and other places, I think the police stations are literally on their own. And the friend I am talking about who was duped of 1.21 crore, this evening I get a message from him that I had gone to the police computer wing, and out of disgust he wants to help the police, and he is writing a software by which these new transfers can be stopped. Now banks are taking days together to reply back.
That's right.
Where the whole movement is instantaneous. It can, see, I think the lead part we should give to telcos and the banks, and the back end is the collaboration of data exchange at the real-time level on a collaborative basis. With actionable intelligence and action is the way.
Okay, that's very well put actually. Thank you so much, Brijesh Singh, Sanjay Sahai, N.S. Napinai and Amir Mudassir. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be details of another star which is now being seen on the horizon of politics of Tamil Nadu. Can actor Vijay really have an impact in Tamil Nadu politics? That and much more. We'll debate after a short break.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
Corruption first on the agenda and nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's.
Welcome back. Tamil Nadu politics is seeing yet another superstar entry. In his debut public appearance yesterday, actor Vijay had targeted the DMK's first family and even slammed the party's politics, saying they were cheating people in the name of Dravidian model. Today was the day when DMK and AIADMK, the two dominant regional forces in the state, slammed the actor and his political outfit. DMK said he had copied them. AIADMK called it a cocktail of current political standpoints of various parties. Here's the story.
TVK chief and popular star Vijay's maiden political show of strength. At a venue packed with lakhs of fans and followers, Vijay made his first political speech laced with punchlines. Very tacitly, Vijay kept silent on AIADMK and targeted DMK. He alleged that DMK was following a corrupt model of Dravidian politics and misleading people.
Anyway, no looking back. நம்மளோட ஒரு எதிரி பிளவுவாத சக்திகள், நம்மளோட இன்னொரு எதிரி இந்த கரப்ஷன் கபடதாரிகள். அதுக்கு முகமே இருக்காது, முகமூடி தான் இருக்கும், முகமூடி தான் முகமே.
Vijay's core commitment, secularism, social justice, equality, proportional reservation, women empowerment and social harmony. Rejecting his allegations, the ruling DMK called him a copycat and C team of the BJP.
திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியினுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதை தமிழக மக்களிடத்திலிருந்து அகற்ற முடியாது என்பதை நேற்றைய தினம் அவர்கள் வெளியிட்டிருக்கிற ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பியிலிருந்து நாம் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். எனவே அது ஜெராக்ஸ் காப்பி தான். எங்களுடைய கொள்கைகள் அதில் சிலருக்கு விளக்கங்கள் கொடுத்து தந்திருக்கிறார்களே தவிர திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சி, அதுவும் தலைவர் தளபதி முன்னெடுத்து செல்லுகிற அந்த கொள்கைகளை தமிழக மக்களிடமிருந்து யாரும் எடுத்து விட முடியாது, பிரித்து விட முடியாது. அதாவது இதுவரைக்கும் பல அரசியல் கட்சிகளுடைய ஏ டீம், பி டீம் பார்த்துருக்கிறோம். இது பாரதிய ஜனதாவினுடைய சி டீம்.
The BJP that's struggling to expand its footprint in the Dravidian heartland says it's unperturbed.
If he says it is BJP, then we will answer him. With the Prime Minister and our President, young President Mr. Annamalai, we have stars in our party, so I don't think it is going to affect us.
After MGR and Jayalalitha, popular stars in Tamil Nadu have not been able to become chief ministers, including Shivaji Ganesan, Vijaykanth and Kamal Hassan. Even superstar Rajinikanth had to opt out of politics. Vijay, who has a cult following, makes his political plunge at the peak of his career. He hopes he'll be able to script a new history. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
So can actor politician Vijay script history is the question that we ask on the show tonight. Kasturi Shankar is actor and a political analyst. Kalyan Raman is senior leader of the BJP Tamil Nadu. Pula Rao is political analyst. We also have R. Rangaraj, senior journalist of Chennai. I'm going to begin with you, Kasturi Shankar. What impact will actor Vijay have on Tamil Nadu politics? Why are the two political parties so perturbed?
I think he's going to be a major disruptor. He's definitely a game changer in Tamil Nadu 2026. Nobody saw this coming because everybody underestimated him. A majority of party leaders and analysts and observers, everybody thought, because Vijay has not been this vitriolic avatar ever before. What he showed the world yesterday, what he showed Tamil Nadu yesterday, took everybody by surprise. And in my case, I'm pleasantly shocked at the kind of force that he exhibited. You asked me who has to take a look at themselves, a good long look at themselves after what Vijay went on stage and spoke. Number one, Vijay's speech endeared him to the masses because unlike Mr. Kamal Hassan, he didn't come across as an intellectual or as an elitist. His speech it came from the heart. He came across as somebody that could be very easily approachable. Now, is that reality? Not yet. But his speech really thwarted the glass castle image that he previously had. So I think everybody took up a notice yesterday. Massive crowds, 5 lakh people, 2 lakh people standing outside the venue. No unfortunate, unpleasant incidents reported from inside the venue. A lot of positive vibes. So the people that are completely flustered, going by the social media and public responses, Maria, DMK is not taking it lightly. They are extremely hostile. The reactions coming from them show that they have taken a back foot and they are flustered. They are
so DMK is flustered. Okay, Kalyan Raman, it is being said that actor Vijay is your C team. That's what your political opponents are saying. Because you're not able to put up a serious fight there in Tamil Nadu and open your account, and that is the reason why you have a C team.
I think you have to, first of all, see the 2014 and 2024 elections. The results were quite visible there, what the BJP can do and dent into the electoral process. So that question does not arise to begin with. Number two, Vijay said that the secularism, and then he went on to attack DMK by saying family politics and corruption. So if you look at it, he is perceiving both BJP and DMK as his enemies. It has got a direct, you can say, he may not be attacking ADMK. If at all one can call him as A or B or C, it can be ADMK's B team or C team.
So that's
but
an
we are not
interesting
here
point.
to jump to we are not here to jump to that conclusion. That's my point. Okay.
Okay. So
there are
that's an
people who can
interesting
keep
point.
on saying, muttering some such thing, but we are not interested in saying whose team he belongs to.
Okay. So now the
Everybody has a
BJP
place
says
like
the BJP says that Actor Vijay is C team of perhaps AIA DMK. He has nothing to do with the DMK or...
I am not saying it. I am simply saying that one can always make such allegation which may not be able to substantiate. Some may not be able to substantiate. That's the point. As simple as that.
Okay,
I'm not saying he's B or C or D.
Pularao, you know, the point being made by Kasturi Shankar is actually very, very fascinating. She says here that Actor Vijay is not like Kamal Hassan. Kamal Hassan's entry was, of course, the big splash, but he failed to make an impact because he came across as elitist. Here is Actor Vijay, who is appearing to be very mass-oriented. That cult that he has in cinema is actually getting translated with the manner in which he interacted with the crowd.
It's the first day. Naturally, people came to see him. You know, a massive crowd came, and it's the first day. It's a long journey of 24 months. There's a very long journey of 24 months. And, Kalyani ji may be right. He may be a big disruptor, but he is not a unifier of the opposition. So that doesn't harm the DMK in any way. He is going to consolidate with the ADMK, and the BJP will have its own front. I have heard a lot of criticism of him from some BJP spokespersons today in other channels, which was, I felt, they should have waited and watched. So therefore, whatever impact he has as an actor in Tamil Nadu, it may be a big impact, but will it pass that critical mass test unless he gets 35%, 40% of the vote? It makes no difference. You have to cross that critical mass line, the plimsoll line of election. I don't think he has that with him. Of course, he's got 24 months to go. Of course, other parties may combine. That's for the future. But he will be disruptive and divisive of the opposition also. They will have to accept him. The BJP will have to accept him if they want to unite with him. ADMK may accept him. So we have to see. And the other aspect is, for the first time in 40 years, I think, there is only one actor in Tamil Nadu politics. There is no Captain Vijaykanth, Jayalalitha, or MGR, Shivaji Ganesan, or in fact, Captain Vijaykanth and Rajinikanth, of course, never got into the plunge. So we have to see how it comes out. As of now, he will divide the opposition. He may take away somebody's votes. And that critical mass, 40%.
Fine enough. R. Rangaraj, do you think he can make that kind of impact in the next 24 months?
He has made a promising start. Some bad news for the BJP, which was earlier hoping that Rajinikanth may come on board. But since Rajinikanth backed out, they were hoping that another star, Vijay, a politician in the making, that he may think of an alliance with the BJP, but he has come out against what is called fascism and divisive forces. So it's virtually closed the door for the BJP. The ADMK is also not happy because Vijay is projecting himself as a chief ministerial candidate. He said he's open to an alliance, but he is willing to give cabinet posts to others, which means he's a giver. That means he should be the chief minister and others should take some cabinet posts from him. So that means ADMK will not like to play second fiddle to Vijay. Similarly, there are some other parties like Seeman, NTK, who will not accept Vijay as their leader. So that is an issue. So what Vijay can do is look at some parties in the NDA and some parties in the ADMK front, smaller parties, and try to wean them away and get them into his alliance, and then hope to expand on his massive show of youth force that he has done, and try to take it across various sections of the state, including other middle-aged groups and senior citizens and so on, if you reach out to them. If he is able to do that and bring more politicians, second-rank politicians from several other parties, may think of coming to his new party. As you know, any new party has posts and seats vacant. So there are some people who would like to be holding party positions and look for party tickets and so on. So we may start some gravitational politics towards his party the next few months. But the important question is he doesn't have any senior politicians to guide him. At least they have not appeared so far on screen. Nor does he have a big think tank to help him. So he needs to work on those two things and to be a full-time politician. So it's all right to be an actor. So, but Kamal Hassan was not a full-time politician. That was his drawback. So what Vijay needs to do is visit every nook and corner. A big advantage for him is he's a well-known face, having been a popular actor. So massive turnout of youth has to be expanded. That's not enough. Maybe he could target the Vijaykanth percentage of 8 to 10%, which he was doing from 2006 to 2011.
So if he is appearing to be an actor with a plan, can that be said about him, Pullarao?
Yes. He has positioned himself now as, one minute. He has positioned himself now as the main challenger to the DMK. So we could see a shift. The next election, 2026, it could be Udayanidhi versus Vijay. That's the way he wants to position him, the entire 2026 election. In which case, the ADMK will get sidelined.
So it will be like a generational shift in Tamil Nadu politics, where it will be about Udayanidhi versus him.
Gen next. It will be Gen next.
But then what happens to AIADMK and Annamalai?
ADMK will get pushed slowly to the background because they don't have a big film star. They don't have a charisma of Jayalalitha anymore.
No, that's fine. What about Mr. Annamalai?
Annamalai, again, the BJP will need a strong alliance. They have got about 18-19% in the parliament election, good enough. But that will not be enough to cross the 35%.
So, Mr. Pullarao, your thought on that? So if it's 40% is that critical mass, if he is still, of course,
win. No, I'm not saying Vijay will win or sweep the next election.
No, you're not saying that. Neither am I saying that. Yes, Pullarao, please go ahead.
Yes. You see, that's a very, 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 very big hurdle to cross. 40%, 35%. Yeah. And as I said, he will disrupt opposition. And the BMK has so far done 36 national and state elections. They got a machinery, they got everything, as also the ADMK. No doubt about it. He has to start from scratch. See, I don't deride him. He's got a huge crowd. It was a massive building. It was a great meeting. But what now? What is the journey? Unless he's for the long term, maybe after another 10 years. He has to grow. There's going to be no explosive coming on like NTR captured power or Kejriwal captured power in the first election. It is a slow growth situation, and because there are too many players there. And as of today, this is advantage DMK. He is not able to bring the opposition together. If he is attacking the DMK, he should have told all the opposition, come, we'll think about the leadership later.
I'm not too sure if his plan is to unite the opposition. He is very clear about his mission, and that's what it appeared when he gave that speech yesterday. So, Kasturi, I'm coming to you. The question is 24 months enough, first? And the point being made here is that can he be that challenger to DMK? Because there is a huge vacuum which is visible. Particularly AIADMK has not been able to fill in that shoes that has been left after Jayalalitha. On the BJP side, you have Mr. Annamalai, but he may not have this kind of cult-like following.
Okay. First off, I think Mr. Vijay has, you asked me if 24 months is enough. No, usually that's not enough unless something very game-changing happens in the next 24 months. We can look at him as a disruptor, but not as the eventual winner unless something really phenomenal happens in between now and the elections. Generally, in this kind of a scenario, conventional wisdom holds that the ruling party will have the advantage moving forward into the next election. That said, in Tamil Nadu, the DMK in the last 3.5 years has performed so miserably that there is palpable anti-incumbency in the state, and people are actually, the loudest cheers when Vijay talked were when he said he is going to take the DMK head on. The people are really looking for a plausible winning candidate to an alternative, a winning alternative, which they did not get from the ADMK, which BJP will not be because they are an ideologically different party. They are not part of the Dravidian system that holds forth in Tamil Nadu. So it's going to take them a long time. Without any alliances, it's impossible, which we have seen in the parliamentary elections as well. If BJP and ADMK get back together, maybe then we can talk about that. But right now, what Vijay has done is position himself not as the opposition to DMK. He has positioned himself because he has gotten the inclusive ideology and the Dravidian ideology as part of his umbrella policy. He has positioned himself as a replacement to the DMK, as a better corruption-free, dynasty-free, baggage-free replacement. And I say this because it's a face-to-face against Udayanidhi. We cannot compare EPS to Udayanidhi just because they don't look the same, they're not the same generation, they don't appeal to the same voter demographic. We cannot compare Annamalai and Udayanidhi because Mr. Annamalai is ideologically different. He will not be seen as the ultimate decision maker. He will always be seen as a representative of somebody in the center, as somebody that listens to Delhi. But Vijay is seen as somebody who makes his own rules.
Okay,
so really,
so I have just enough time for Mr. Kalyan Raman. Kasturi, point well taken. Kalyan Raman.
I think the so-called Dravidian ideology is a non-existing one. So let's not talk about ideology in Tamil Nadu. It is the well-oiled mechanism that DMK and ADMK have built over a period of 50 and odd years that is working. It is not the charisma of any individual in these two parties. That's a matter of fact. So coming to the question of Vijay, he has to build a huge network, which he may not be able to do because that network that was earlier built by DMK, MDMK, so I'm sorry, DMDK, that was Vijayakant's party itself, failed. So when that be the case, how Vijay will be able to build a mechanism, well-oiled machinery is a question mark to be answered, which I think Mr. Pullarao made it very clear. Crowds may not translate to votes, so it's a very difficult question to answer. What Vijay had done so wonderfully very well is something that everyone missed out. That is invoking someone like Anjalai Ammal. Kadalur Anjalai Ammal, who belongs to the largest community of the state, which is close to 20%. Her name was invoked, who was a freedom fighter. That is the way he is making a dent into the predominant one-year community votes, which is where he is going to be really, really successful. That is why he held a meeting in Vikravandi. If we don't understand the social dynamics of Tamil Nadu, we can always talk about so many things like how Rangarajan was saying that BJP is a disappointer, like that. It needs a larger understanding of Tamil Nadu. Most unfortunately, we are all beating around the bush instead of going to the social dynamics.
Thank you so
much. BJP is indeed working on social dynamics so very well. So BJP will be very successful. We are already close to 20%.
Of course,
and reaching out to 30-35%.
We get your point. Kalyan Raman, Kasturi Shankar, Pullarao and R. Rangaraj, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts. That's all from me. We are putting out the entire discussion of left, right and center on NDTV.com. Thanks so much for watching. I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का. छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting.
A day of mega nominations in Maharashtra. Political heavyweights file nomination even as political parties scramble to finalize their candidate list. Just a day to go for the candidates. Chief Minister Akhnoor undertakes a mega roadshow before filing his nomination, tells NDTV the Mahayuti will register a record victory as their work speaks for itself. One terrorist neutralized after special forces were mobilized following an attack by a group of terrorists on an army convoy in a village in Jammu and Kashmir's Akhnoor. DMK AIDMK mock actor politician Vijay's party after his first political rally, while the DMK hits out, declaring him the C team of the BJP. Political slugfest in Telangana over a police raid at a farmhouse. KTR hits back, says a family gathering was labelled a rave party. Hello and welcome to 10 o'clock news on NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. It was a day of mega nominations in Maharashtra, even as political parties scrambled to finalize their candidates. Both Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi have yet to finalize over a dozen candidates as the deadline for the nomination ends tomorrow. Many seats in and around the crucial Mumbai sector are yet to be decided. Major showdowns have emerged in some seats as the next generation of political leaders will cut their teeth in this election.
Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar, and some of the biggest names in Maharashtra politics filed their nominations today. The battle for Maharashtra, the biggest political battle this year, where some of the keenest contests are as personal as they can get. It's Pawar versus Pawar face-off once again in Baramati. While Sharad faction won the Lok Sabha round, this time for the assembly elections, Ajit Pawar has fielded himself from Baramati. His nephew Yogendra Pawar is contesting against him. This is Ajit Pawar's 7th election from Baramati.
बारामती कर बहुत अच्छे वोटों से मुझे जिताएंगे, ऐसा मुझे भरोसा है। मैंने सुप्रिया के खिलाफ मेरे पत्नी को खड़ा किया, वो मेरी भूल थी। ये भूल वापिस इन्होंने नहीं करनी चाहिए थी, लेकिन की है। आखिर वोटर उसके बारे में डिसीजन लेंगे।
Look at the GST issues. Look, ask any farmer if when you are traveling here that what is the it is. For me, it's never personal. Even in the Lok Sabha, I never made it personal because for me, it's an ideological fight. It's not the person. I'm fighting against the policies of government of India. I'm fighting against the policies of government of Maharashtra.
Maharashtra Chief Minister Akhnoor Shinde will lock horns against Kedar Dige, the nephew of his political guru. Bandra East has been one of the contentious seats between the MVA allies. The Mahayuti, however, managed to get an upper hand as the sitting MLA Zishan Siddiqui switched to Ajit Pawar's NCP just days ahead of elections.
Never in our wildest dreams had we imagined that we would be advancing towards my nomination rally, and my father, who's been my pillar of strength always in my life, wouldn't be there with me today. But I have my Bandra East family, I have my family, my sisters there with me. My mother gave me her blessings.
The last date of filing nominations is on Tuesday, but no decision has been taken yet on several seats.
कल मैं नामांकन दाखिल करूंगा शिवाजी नगर विधानसभा क्षेत्र से, मानपुर से, और कल नामांकन दाखिल करने के बाद दोनों जगह चुनाव प्रचार की शुरुआत हम करेंगे और दोनों सीटों पे हम जीतेंगे.
We are less than a month away from the high voltage Maharashtra election, and all the leaders seem to be in readiness for this battle. From Worli's Sena versus Sena to Baramati's Pawar versus Pawar, everyone seems to have pulled up their socks, not just while campaigning, but also while filling their nomination forms here in Maharashtra. With camera person Sachin, this is Anuj Raide reporting for NDTV from Mumbai.
With the deadline for the nominations of the Maharashtra Assembly elections, of course, all set to over tomorrow, there is a rush for the parties and their big faces to go ahead and file their nomination. Chief Minister Akhnoor Shinde today also filed his nomination. It's a big battle on his face, his legacy, in fact, and whether he can bring back, because the election is being fought under his leadership, the Mahayuti back. He spoke to NDTV. Listen to this exclusive conversation.
कोपरी पांच पाखड़ी से नामांकन दर्ज किया जा चुका है और मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे लगातार 6 घंटों से लोगों के बीच जा रहे हैं और साथ ही महायुति ने अब तक क्या काम किया है लोगों को पता है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद बता रहे हैं. हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे खुद मौजूद है. सर, हम देख रहे हैं 6 घंटे से आप लोगों के बीच जा रहे हैं. अब तक का जो आपको रिस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है वो देखकर क्या लग रहा है इस बार?
देखिए, आप ही देखो, ये जो लोगों का रिस्पॉन्स, हमारे मतदाताओं का रिस्पॉन्स, ये मेरी कर्मभूमि है और यही से मैं बड़ा हो गया, नगर सेवक हुआ, आमदार हो गया और मुख्यमंत्री बन गया. इसलिए मेरा चुनाव जो है मेरी लाडली बहना, मेरे लाडले भाई और हमारे लाडले मतदाताओं ने हाथ में ले लिया है. इसकी मुझे खुशी है. वो कहते हैं आप महाराष्ट्र में घूमो, हम यहाँ देखते हैं. ये मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी सौभाग्य की बात है कि ऐसे मतदाता मुझे मिले हैं और जो मैंने काम किया है उसका जो कुछ इनाम निश्चित रूप से ये मेरे मतदाता देंगे, क्योंकि 2.5 साल में जो काम नहीं हुआ, जो काम को ब्रेक लगा दिया, जिसको नकार दिया, जिसमें स्टे दे दिया, वो उस कामों को हम अंजाम दिया, आगे बढ़ाया और सभी स्टे को निकाल दिया, सब ब्रेक हटाया, सब ब्रेकर को निकाल दिया. और दूसरी तरफ कल्याणकारी योजना, एक तरफ विकास, दूसरी तरफ कल्याणकारी योजना, ये दोनों को हमने साठ गांठ कर दी. और आज लाडली बहन योजना भी हमने कर दी. लाडली बहन योजना, लाडला भाई योजना, लेक लाड़की लखपति, सभी योजना से हम लोगों को राहत दे रहे. विपक्ष ने भी अपने 2.5 साल का कारोबार का लेखा जोखा दे, हम हमारे 2.25 साल का देते, होने दो दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी, और लोगों को निर्णय लेने दो. ये हमारा चैलेंज है, खुला चैलेंज है. और इसलिए इस चुनाव में इतना काम किया है, उसका इनाम निश्चित रूप से हमारे मतदाता देंगे. और घर में बैठने वाले, सिर्फ फेसबुक लाइव करने वाले को का हमेशा के लिए वो घर में बिठाएंगे. हम फील्ड वर्कर हैं, हम 24/7 काम करने वाले.
मैं सीएम मीन्स चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं समझता, मैं सीएम इन कॉमन मैन समझता, खुद को कॉमन मैन समझता हूँ, इसलिए मेरे कॉमन मैन में जाने में मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती। आज मैं भी इनके साथ पैदल चला, ये मेरे लोग हैं, ये सब परिवार है, और इसलिए मुझे विश्वास है कि इस चुनाव में सभी रिकॉर्ड अब तक के टूटेंगे, सभी रिकॉर्ड अब तक के टूटेंगे, और महायुति की सरकार जो है इस राज्य में थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी से पूर्ण बहुमत से आएगी।
आपकी लाड़की बहन मैं देख रही हूँ यहाँ पर सभी जो आपकी लाड़की बहनें हैं वो थाली लेकर आपकी आरती उतारने के लिए खड़ी हैं, आपको पैसे दे रही हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष बता रही है कि ये महज चुनाव के वास्ते किया गया है, चुनाव हो जाएगा तो इसे बंद कर दिया जाएगा। उनके लिए क्या जवाब रहेगा?
ये झूठे लोग हैं, ये जो विपक्ष के लोग, जैसे कर्नाटक में, जैसे हिमाचल में योजना शुरू कर दी, बोले खट खटाखट देंगे, और योजना बंद कर दी, बोले केंद्र सरकार से पैसे लेंगे, लेकिन हमने उल्टा कर दिया, पटापट उनके खाते में पैसे दिए। हमारे लाडली बहनों को 5 हफ्ते दिए, 5 इंस्टॉलमेंट दिए। हमें पता था कि वो लोग आचार संहिता में अड़ंगा डालेंगे, कंप्लेंट करेंगे, इसलिए हम अक्टूबर के पैसे भी, नवंबर के पैसे भी अक्टूबर में दे दिए। ये हमारी नीयत साफ है, ये नीयत खोट नहीं है। उनका हमारा नेशन फर्स्ट है, उनका करप्शन फर्स्ट है, उनका कट कमीशन और करप्शन, यही धंधा है, यही एजेंडा है। खुद राजीव गांधी ने कहा था केंद्र से 1 रुपया आता है तो 15 पैसे जाते हैं लोगों के घर में, 85 पैसे कितने जाते? अभी तो जो मोदी जी भेजते हैं पूरा बंदा 1 रुपया खाते में जाता है डीबीटी द्वारा। ये हमारा काम है, डबल इंजन का काम, इसलिए हमें कोई परवाह नहीं है। हम जनता की अदालत में जा रहे हैं, हमारा काम का लेखा जोखा उनको देंगे, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा, और पूरी मेजॉरिटी जनता मिलेगी।
सर, आप महायुति के अभी भी मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरे हैं, लेकिन महाविकास अघाड़ी में अभी मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा जो है वो तय हो नहीं पाया है, क्या बोलेंगे?
हमारे में देखो, मुझे करो ये कहने की नौबत नहीं। हमारे यहाँ जैसे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी थे, तब दिल्ली से सभी बड़े बड़े नेता आते थे, आज उनके वारस कहने वाले दिल्ली के गली गली में घूम रहे, मुझे करो। अगर आघाड़ी को, महाविकास आघाड़ी को ही उनका चेहरा पसंद नहीं, तो महाराष्ट्र को कैसे पसंद होगा? ये मेरा सवाल है।
सर, लोकसभा चुनाव के नतीजों के बाद अब जो है महाविकास अघाड़ी का कहना है
वहाँ फेस के लिए रेस लगे हैं, हमारे पास काम के लिए, डेवलपमेंट के लिए हम उतरे रास्ते।
इस बार सर क्या मार्जिन है?
मार्जिन कौन सा? मेरा
जीत का?
मेरा तो सब रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा। ये लोग मैंने अभी चुनाव हाथ में लिया है। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
तो हमने मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे से खास बातचीत की, जिन्होंने बताया कि इस बार रिकॉर्ड टूटेगा, और साथ ही देखने होगा कि इस बार महायुति और महाविकास अघाड़ी दोनों ही गुट और दोनों ही जो बड़े गठबंधन हैं वो अपनी जीत को लेकर काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो है निश्चिंत नज़र आ रहे हैं। लेकिन देखना ये होगा कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता किस पर भरोसा दिखाती है, और इस बार इस विधानसभा चुनाव के बाद महाराष्ट्र के इस बड़े राज्य में किसकी सरकार बनती हुई नजर आती है। थाने से कैमरा पर्सन हेमंत मोहिते के साथ सुजाता द्विवेदी, एनडीटीवी इंडिया के लिए। Got MP as well as his son Shrikant Shinde with us. So we see that a huge crowd is here to address, and the CM since the last 6 hours is continuously speaking to people. How is it going to be this time? Is it going to be a 4th win from the same constituency for the Chief Minister?
So this crowd is after 6 hours. Last 6 hours we're doing this rally, and Honorable Chief Minister is himself here. I think this is the love, affection, what people have, faith people have in him. Last many years he has worked tirelessly for Maharashtra, for this constituency, and you can see the result here. Yeah, after 6 years, 6 hours also, people are not willing to go to their homes, still waiting here to hear the Honorable Chief Minister. And I think I also thought that this rally would be 1 hour, 2 hour, but it was 6 hours. He was also present here since our last 6 hours. So I think this is, you can predict what will happen on 23rd.
We also see that a huge crowd of females have come here along with Aarti ki thali for the Chief Minister, as they rightly call him and regard him as their Ladka Bhau. So do you think that the Ladki Bahin Yojana is going to play an important factor in the upcoming Vidhan Sabha elections?
Obviously, Ladki Bahin Yojana, Mukhyamantri Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana is a game changer scheme which we have implemented, and it has percolated to the grassroots level. Nearly 2.3 crore women have been benefited by this Ladki Bahin Yojana. I think any government comes, they introduce lot of schemes, but they stay only on paper, they remain on paper. But this time, these 2 years, so many schemes we have implemented, and out of that one scheme, Mukhyamantri Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana has percolated to the grassroots level. People have received amounts. Females got 7.5 thousand till now, and I think it is a huge amount which makes them self-sustainable. Not dependent on anyone. If they wish to do any business, small business, they can start at home. And I think this is a game changer yojana which has created a lot of impact in Maharashtra, and wherever you see, our Ladki Bahin is there, Ladli Behna is there. क्योंकि उनको पहली बार किसी ने तो रिकॉग्नाइज किया. So this female voters have been recognized for the first time, and not only for the voter being, we have made them, they should not be dependent on their family members if they wish to do anything, right? You being a female, every time it is not nice to ask for money, and if they want to start any business, small business, big business. So this government initiative, and this 1500 rupees per month will not stay 1500 rupees. In coming time, it will multiply. So I think your question, the impact of Ladki Bahin, you can see it.
The Borivali constituency in Mumbai is also a keenly contested seat where Gopal Shetty is upset with the decision to field an outside candidate, and now the problem is that he could stand as an independent candidate. In fact, he said that he will not join any other party. I will not leave the party's ideology, but I will respect, in fact, and fight for the people of Borivali. He's from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Listen in.
मैं बात करने के लिए खुद यहाँ पर गोपाल शेट्टी जी के पास आया हूँ. गोपाल शेट्टी जी, आप इतने कर्तव्यनिष्ठ, निष्ठावान, इतने पुराने कार्यकर्ता है. मैं आप नगर सेवक थे तब से मैं आपको जानता हूँ. कभी पार्टी के खिलाफ इस तरह की बात आपने नहीं की, लेकिन अब इतनी नाराजगी हो गई है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि आप बीजेपी के उम्मीदवार के खिलाफ चुनाव लड़ेंगे.
देखिए, ये निर्णय बहुत सोच समझ कर लिया गया हुआ निर्णय है. मैंने बार बार बताया था कि जब 2024 में भी लोकसभा के समय पर देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने इच्छा जताई कि भाई पीयूष गोयल जी को सेफ सीट से चुनाव लड़ाना चाहिए और यहाँ से उनका नाम घोषित हुआ, तो मैं पूरे ताकत से उनके साथ में खड़ा रहा और बहुत शानदार ढंग से हमने चुनाव जीता. चुनाव जीतने के दूसरे दिन से लेकर आज तक मैंने एक भी छुट्टी नहीं की. मैं काम कर रहा हूँ. आज सवेरे मैं योगेश सागर जी, मनीषा चौधरी जी, विनोद सेलार, प्रकाश सुर्वे जी, इन चारों का फॉर्म भरकर पीयूष गोयल जी के साथ में हम 3 बजे जिला के मीटिंग में गए. ये घोषित होने के बाद में भी मैंने जिला में पार्टी का मीटिंग पूरा अटेंड किया, और जब पीयूष गोयल जी ने कहा कि पार्टी ने ऐसा ऐसा निर्णय लिया तो मैंने वही विधायक योगेश सागर, अतुल वातकलकर, मनीषा चौधरी, सुनील राणे, ये सारे लोग थे, सभी लोगों के साथ में कहा कि भाई ये गलत निर्णय हुआ है. मुझे चुनाव लड़ने में कोई दिलचस्पी नहीं थी. मैं तो काम ही कर रहा हूँ. मैंने बार बार कहा कि पार्टी ने मुझे बहुत दिया है, जनता ने भी बहुत भर भर के वोट दिया है और उतना ही मैंने काम भी किया है. लेकिन इसकी जो ग्रेविटी थी वो कभी कभी हमको भी, मुझे भी नहीं पता था कि इसकी ग्रेविटी इतनी है. जनता आज कह रही है कि आपने विनोद तावड़े जी को लाया यहाँ से, उसके बाद में आपने सुनील राणे जी को लाया, उसके बाद में आपने पीयूष गोयल जी को लाया, और अब चौथी बार जब बोरली की जनता कह रही है कि हमको स्थानिक उम्मीदवार चाहिए, उस समय भी आप फिर वापस चौथी बार भी ये कर रहे हो.
Meanwhile, there are still candidates left to be decided, with both the Mahajuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi racing against the time, especially some of the high-profile candidates yet to be named. The BJP has just declared 4 seats for smaller allies. Let's go to Radhika for more details.
Absolutely. Tomorrow is the last day of nominations as far as Maharashtra is concerned. And we know for a fact that there are undecided / disputed seats in both Mahayuti as well as MVA. In MVA, there are at least about 3 to 4 seats in Mumbai itself that's undecided. And across Maharashtra, about 15 seats that are undecided. As far as Mahayuti is concerned, close to 30 seats in Maharashtra that's undecided. And within Mumbai, about 8 seats. They just came up with a list of 4 seats just now, the BJP, whereby a few of these disputed seats have been decided, including Kalina one, which is going to RP, and several other seats which is going to smaller parties. As far as MVA is concerned, at least 3 seats under dispute between the Congress as well as Sena, and as far as Mahayuti is concerned, at least about 7 to 8 seats, whereby both Sena and the BJP is vying for. And these are some very important seats, including Bhandup, Versova, as well as Borivali. Borivali, the dispute is within BJP itself. There are certain seats in which the BJP is not able to decide who the candidate is going to be. Similarly, in MV as well. So yes, they have to make up, come up with a decision, by end of today or by early tomorrow morning, as nominations have to be filed by tomorrow. So in most likelihood, there will be another set of lists that will be released by both MV as well as Mahayuti camp by early tomorrow morning. But yes, high-profile nominations happen today and will continue to happen tomorrow as well. And marathon meetings taking place as we speak in order to decide on many of these disputed seats.
Now to Jammu and Kashmir, where a terrorist has been neutralized by the security forces after the special forces were mobilized to eliminate these terrorists who attacked an army convoy in Akhnoor sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The terrorists, believed to be 3 in number, fired at an army convoy in the early hours of the morning and then fled to the forest area, where after the troops, in fact, retaliated. Meanwhile, the Indian Army's dog Phantom was killed during this encounter. In a social media post, White Knight Corps paid tributes to the brave heart and said, and I'm quoting them here, as our troops were closing in on the trapped terrorists, Phantom drew enemy fire, sustaining fatal injuries. His courage, loyalty and dedication will never be forgotten. Let me go across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Nazir, first of all, give us the latest as far as this operation is concerned. What are your sources telling you?
Well, this operation is underway. Clearly, during the night, not much is expected, because in the forest area, you have to tread very cautiously, because you don't know where your adversary is hiding, and that too when he is very highly trained and highly equipped with weapons. So, this operation was going on since morning, and after militants attacked an army convoy, even an army ambulance was also hit by bullets as well. So after that, army swiftly retaliated, and during the ensuing encounter, 1 militant, apparently Pakistani national, has been killed. Arms and ammunition have also been recovered from the encounter site. But that is not all. There are 2 to 3 more militants who have been